Chapter 1 died at the beginning. A feeling of powerlessness filled his body. Even wanting to raise your hand slightly has become a luxury. The scarlet and warm liquid had blurred his vision, and the severe pain in his chest and body was like waves of monstrous waves hitting He Yuming's increasingly weak consciousness. In front of him, a man was wearing a pure black high-end tuxedo gentleman's suit and a black cylinder hat. His slightly curly hair fell slightly from the hat and fell on the evil face. With a smile, a pair of eyes are shining with a strange red light like snake pupils. This person is the big boss in Demon Slayer, Kibutsuji Muzan, and at this moment, his hand is like a sword cutting Kuroba's leg into two pieces like a carrot. The scarlet blood seems to be squeezed. The ketchup that comes out of the press is average, and it splatters everywhere. I'm probably the worst time traveler. He Yuming couldn't help feeling a bit bitter as he felt the consciousness fading away, and the pain that was coming in bursts that made him almost faint. He really liked the episode of Demon Slayer, but he never thought that after watching Demon Slayer all night, he inexplicably crossed into the world of Demon Slayer. Looking at the bodies of Tanjiro's family lying beside him and the memory fragments of Tanjiro's cousin's identity inexplicably popping up in his mind, how could he not know what happened? The scene in front of me is the plot where the Tanjiro family was attacked by Kibutsuji Muzan, and he unfortunately happened to meet this fatal plot. By the time he recovered from his trance, the surrounding environment had become a hell on earth with broken limbs and arms. I can't just die here so uselessly. He Yuming kept roaring in his heart, but the constant loss of physical strength and consciousness proved that the time left for him was running out. The gold finger that is said to be a must-have for travelers. Even though there was infinite unwillingness in his heart, He Yuming's mind had already begun to rewind involuntarily before his death, and there was no trace of the golden finger that had been calling for so long in his heart. This is too deceitful. Give time traveling but not golden finger. After killing all the inheritors of the Japanese brand, Kibutsuji Muzan was obviously in a much happier mood. As if the shadow left by Ji Koyunyi in his heart had been erased, the smile on his mouth could not go away for a long time, but he looked with interest at He Yuming, the only one present who still had a trace of self-awareness. I like this look of yours very much. I give you my supreme blood. Thank you. In an instant, Kibutsuji Muzan's arm turned into a huge and ferocious tentacle. The bulging veins and squirming muscles on his arm were like a ferocious giant worm, and then the bloodshot black tentacle pierced through it in an instant, collapsed on the ground and struggled continuously. At the same time, a large amount of blood from Kibutsuji Muzan poured into He Yuming's body continuously. With a huge amount of blood from Kibutsuji Muzan, any chorus here would feel jealous. Feeling the liquid continuously flowing into his body, and his body completely out of control, Kuroba thought helplessly, "Are you going to die? If I can survive, I will definitely kill Kibutsuji Muzan in the future." Followed by endless the pain and dizziness instantly swallowed He Yuming. After the transformation, Kibutsuji Muzan raised his head and looked at the hell-like environment around him indifferently, as if he felt something. "Someone is coming, then we will see you next time. Of course, if you can survive." Then he disappeared into the darkness without a sound. At the same time, there seemed to be a ray of golden light in the sky that broke through the shackles of the world boundary and instantly merged into He Yuming's body. The sound of electric currents resounded in He Yuming's mind. Ding! The strongest upgrade system in Myriad Realms has been bound. The current status of the host is detected as extremely dangerous. Automatically detect the current skills. The only skill Ghost Body has been detected. Automatically upgrade the skill level. The remaining skill points are 0. The skill points are insufficient. System error. Data error occurred. The current remaining skill points are to perform automatic upgrade. Ghost Body, the current level has been raised to LV2. Ghost Body, the current level has been raised to LV18. Ghost Body, the current level is raised to LV53. Ghost Body, the current level is increased to LV99. Ghost Body, the current level is raised to max. Additional rewards, Perfect Ghost Body. Perfect Ghost Body, after a long period of tempering, you have been familiar with the characteristics of the ghost body and the perfect changes have been produced. Not only has the ability to be completely immune to sunlight, but it is also immune to the fatal blow of Nichiren Blade's beheading. Possess endless regeneration ability, attack power plus 20, physical strength plus 50. A red figure gradually staggered over from the edge of the forest, and looked at the Shura field-like scene in the hut with a terrified expression. Nezuko, Nezuko, what's wrong with you? What's the matter, what happened? Cousin Kuroba, Mom, Hanako, Takeo, Shigeru, Rokita. Only Nezuko still has body temperature. Nezuko, hold on, brother will take you to see a doctor now, you must hold on. At the edge of the forest, Kibutsuji Muzan stopped his walking-like pace slightly under the shadow of big trees covered with winter snow. One heart has stopped beating and has been disconnected from me. Life is really fragile. However, at the same time, in the silent corpse, there was a strong and powerful heart-beating sound that gradually became denser after it stopped, and the heavy coercion gradually became stronger and stronger with the beating of the heart. Chapter 2. I have countless skill points. Did I survive? Feeling the powerful force all over his body, Hae-Yuming couldn't help touching his blood-stained cheek subconsciously. So, have I turned into a ghost? No, it's already daytime now. If I have turned into a ghost, I should have been reduced to ashes. Feeling the sunlight pouring in from the window, Hae-Yuming felt for the first time it's such a beautiful thing to be alive. If he hadn't turned into a ghost, then what was he now? He hadn't forgotten the severe pain he felt on his body yesterday, and those scenes definitely couldn't be dreams. By the way, when I was about to lose consciousness, I seemed to hear some system coming. Could it be that my golden finger has arrived? Thinking of this, Hae-Yuming's eyes flashed a gleam. Could it be him as the exclusive golden finger of? Travelers must have golden fingers, the ancients never deceived me. System, display the current property panel. Player, Hae-Yuming. Possessed skills, basic sword technique LV1, entry level, loading LV5, entry level ghost body LV max, god level, perfect ghost body. Remaining skill points at number UN%. There is a small plus sign behind each skill, which is obviously in an upgradable state, but the plus sign behind the ghost body has become a transparent color, obviously it has reached the full level and cannot continue. He has improved, and after watching the introduction of the cheat-like perfect ghost body, he finally understands how he was rescued from the hands of the god of death. He has reached the perfect ghost body, and it can be said that he is a more perfect ghost than Kibutsuji Muzan. Even Kibutsuji Muzan's only characteristic of being afraid of the fatal damage of sunlight has been strengthened. But what's the matter with the garbled characters behind the remaining skill points? Shouldn't it be a specific value? Could it be that there was a bug when the golden finger passed through my body, so can I still use it? A string of garbled characters. Hae-Yuming's mouth twitched. Hae-Yuming looked at his empty skill panel, hesitated for a while and decided to try to add points to his skills. Basic swordsmanship. The current level is raised to LV5. A memory instantly entered Hae-Yuming's mind, as if he had personally experienced dozens of days of swordsmanship training. The garbled codes still haven't changed at all. Since that's the case, let's continue to add. Let's go. Seeing such obvious results, Hae-Yuming immediately continued to press the plus sign without hesitation. Basic swordsmanship. The current level is upgraded to LV15. Basic swordsmanship. The current level is raised to LV56. Basic swordsmanship. The current level is raised to LV99. A series of electronic prompts sounded continuously in Hae-Yuming's mind like swiping the screen. After less than a minute. Basic swordsmanship. The current level is upgraded to LV max. At this time, the plus sign after basic swordsmanship also changes to a transparent color like the plus sign after ghost body. Basic swordsmanship. The current level is upgraded to LV max, and an additional reward is obtained, Swordsmanship Insight. Swordsmanship Insight. After experiencing unimaginable hardships, your basic swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of the world, so your understanding of swordsmanship has reached a new level, and you can understand and gain insight into all other swordsmanship. Intelligence +5, attack power +10. In the next second, He Yuming suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his whole body, and at the same time a huge memory instantly merged into his memory. A monstrous sword intent shot straight into the sky in an instant. Even if the whole person sat motionless on the ground, it seemed like a huge sword, releasing a sharp sword intent to the surroundings. Is this the full-level basic swordsmanship? It's really interesting. He Yuming slowly put away the aura on his body, feeling the surging power in his body and the world around him that seemed to have become extremely clear. He couldn't help but feel a little moved. This is only the effect of adding 10 points of attack and 5 points of intelligence to achieve this effect. It is conceivable that the full-level perfect ghost body gave him 20 points of attack and 50 points of physical strength. What a terrifying strength he has now. But these are not what he is really worried about. What he is most concerned about now is whether the remaining skill points have changed. Thousands of skill points have been consumed, and there is still a bunch of garbled codes that have not changed at all. It seems that even God is on my side. Looking at the skill points that have not changed, He Yuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his gaze to another skill burden. According to the memory fragments in his mind, it is estimated that this skill was accumulated when the body carried a large basket of charcoal to various regions for a long time to sell. Although it seems useless, but now there are so many skill points, it is useless. Upgrade. Burden. The current level is upgraded to LV Max, physical strength +10, and additional rewards different space are obtained. Storage ring. A space of 20 square meters from another world has been opened up in the ring, which has the property of absolute static time in the ring, and cannot be loaded with living things. Looking at the light blue metal ring engraved with phoenixes that appeared out of thin air in his hand, a strange color flashed in He Yuming's eyes. It seems that the additional rewards given after each skill is upgraded to the full level are different. Some are directly given to skills and some are given to special items. Of course, what makes him most happy is that the garbled characters on the skill points still haven't changed in any way. It seems that my skill points are really countless. A look of excitement flashed in He Yuming's eyes. With this system, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to smash Kibutsuji Muzan in the future? Thinking of this, the corners of He Yuming's mouth curled up into a sneer. Kibutsuji Muzan, what you owed me yesterday, I want you to pay back 100-fold from now on. Boom! A loud noise came from the surrounding snow forest, shaking a lot of snow on the trees to the ground. Looking at Nezuko who had disappeared around him, He Yuming couldn't figure out what happened. It seems that Tituwa has contacted Tomioka Jiyu, and the plot of Demon Slayer has officially started. Since I'm here, then let me save this sad world. Thinking of this, He Yuming stood up. The surrounding environment was still full of blood and blood like yesterday. In order to cure Nezuko as soon as possible, the corpses at home were not even disposed of. All of them opened their eyes with the last terrified expressions of their lives. Although I occupied the body of this young man named He Yuming, but I am him now, I will avenge your revenge for you, rest in peace. As he said that, he took out the axe with a wooden handle hanging on the wall, and struck hard at the metal flint next to the stove, and the flying sparks instantly ignited the wooden room. Kibutsuji Muzan, I will never forgive you for what you have done. With the burning house and the heart of revenge, a vengeful figure gradually moved away into the white forest. Chapter 3 Bet. As He Yuming's speed continued to increase, the figures of the three soon appeared in front of him. Oh no, to be precise, it should be 2 people and 1 ghost. At this time, Medusa had completely turned into a ghost, lying on the ground with a fierce face and screaming in the direction of Tomioka Jiyu. Facing the ghost who had lost his mind, Tomioka Jiyu didn't feel any softness, and put his right hand on the handle of the knife on his waist. Water breath 2 shapes water wheel. The rapidly fluctuating sword is like a water wheel attached to water, accompanied by bursts of water splashes that seem to be splashed outwards, and with Tomioka Jiyu's turn, it quickly moves towards Nezuko's neck at a speed that is difficult to touch with the naked eye. Chop down. Don't hurt Nezuko. Tanjiro didn't have time to stop, so he could only use his body to completely block Nezuko with all his strength. However, the full-blown sword move can be stopped just by stopping. Even when he noticed that Tanjiro was standing in front of Nezuko, Tomioka Gyuha fully controlled the backward blade, and the aftermath remained unabated towards the two of them. Scratch off the neck. Basic swordsmanship pick. Seeing that it was the critical moment for the names of the two, an ordinary axe suddenly appeared in front of Nichiren Blade's attack trajectory, as if it was on that position from the beginning, and then moved upwards along the trajectory of the sword move. Instantly resolved the menacing move. And Tomioka Gyuha also retreated a few meters away with the changed sword move. The sudden change made Tanjiro, who had experienced a series of blows, flash a glimmer of hope in his desperate eyes again. Even Nezuko, who was still struggling on the ground, stopped moving temporarily as if he was stunned after seeing Hayuming. Who are you? What do you want to do? Tomioka Gyuha's eyes were filled with deep horror. Although he did control the sword move just now, the move of the lion fighting the rabbit with all his strength definitely captured him. With 100% strength, it was such a move that the young man in front of him who looked much younger than him easily picked it away with an old axe. He had never even heard of such a terrifying young strong man. If he hadn't felt the breath of ghosts in him, then Tomioka Gyuha would definitely think that the man in front of him was a ghost that had lived for hundreds of years. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you seem to want to touch my lovely cousin just now, don't you? As Hayuming's calm voice gradually came, a figure gradually appeared between Tomioka Gyuha and the two. She is already a ghost. Ghosts don't have self-awareness, they are just killing machines that obey Kibutsuji Muzan's orders. Tomioka Gyuha said coldly to Hayuming, the knife in his hand never put down on Hayuming, as if as long as Hayuming made a move, he would respond. Really? Hayuming smiled faintly, put down the axe in his hand, turned around, touched Tanjiro's head tenderly, and squatted in front of Nezuko at the same time. Cousin Ming, you are still alive, I thought you were dead too. They are all dead, Mother, Hanako, Takeo, and Mao, they have all left me. Nezuko is just sick right now, just take her to see a doctor and she will be fine. Seeing that Hayuming was still alive, Tanjiro finally let go of his defenses and felt the warmth on his head. The palm of his hand couldn't help choking up, and the tears kept flowing down his face like the water that broke the embankment. For a boy who is only 15 years old, what happened on this day can be said to be hell on earth, and as long as Kibutsuji Muzan is alive in this world, this kind of tragedy will continue to happen in this world. Thinking of this, Hayuming's eyes flashed again. Kibutsuji Muzan must die. Looking at Tanjiro, whose eyes were red from crying, Hayuming comforted him softly, don't worry, Nezuko is just a little tired, I will make her return to normal now. However, Tomioka Gyuha put away the knife and said coldly, impossible. The transformation of ghosts is irreversible. You should stop having such immature thoughts. Seeing the affirmative expression on Tomioka Gyuha's face, Hayuming said jokingly, how about, let's make a bet, if I can bring Nezuko back to his senses, then you have to teach me the basic skills of water breathing, otherwise, I can do whatever you want. This is a great opportunity to go to Breath of Water for nothing. After passing this village, this station will be gone. Why not? If you can restore ghosts, then you are the greatest contributor to mankind, even if you let me die, I will have no complaints. Tomioka Gyuha still had a face of paralysis, but his eyes were slightly excited, has betrayed his inner restlessness. No, as long as you teach me the basics of breathing water, you want to beat my wife. I will settle the matter with you later about my cousin. Hayuming said calmly, for the inadvertent leak without the slightest bit of embarrassment. At the same time he swiped the axe in his hand towards his left hand artery fiercely, and blood immediately spewed into Nezuko's mouth like a fountain. And Nezuko, like a child who drank the milk he likes to drink, put his mouth close to Heiyuming's wound and started to suck. It looks cute, even the ghostly Nezuko is quite cute. If his estimation is correct, then his blood now has the effect beyond that of Kibutsuji Muzan, and it will not be too easy to force that guy's blood out of Nezuko's body. Seeing Heiyuming's suicide-like move, even Tomioka Jiyu, who had a paralyzed face for thousands of years, widened his eyes in surprise, and shouted loudly at Heiyuming, "What are you doing? Stop it, you will die." However, a scene completely unexpected by Tomioka Jiyu happened in front of him. Nezuko's violent eyes gradually calmed down, and the long scarlet nails on his hands gradually retracted and disappeared together with them. What's more, there are blue veins popping up on his forehead and that strong ghost aura. Instead, it is a more noble and holy temperament, as if the whole person has been sublimated. Ding! The favorability between the host and Nezuko has increased, and the current level is extremely dependent. Seeing that Nezuko gradually returned to normal, Tanjiro immediately knelt beside Nezuko with tears in his eyes. "Nezuko, you are finally recovering." I saw that Nezuko's eyes gradually regained reason, watching the two people who were protecting her let go of Heiyuming's small mouth, Brother Ming, and Brother. Chapter 4 Nezuko Marry Me. Looking at Nezuko who gradually regained his senses and Heiyuming whose wounds healed completely, Tomioka Jiyu was stunned on the spot. Even the strange things he has seen for so many years as Juju are definitely not as shocking as they are today. That's impossible. "Who are you?" Heiyuming ignored Tomioka Jiyu's shocked expression, and said calmly, "I'm just an unknown junior, but we have a common enemy and that is Kibutsuji Muzan. His only obsession in coming to this world now is to prevent the tragedy that Kibutsuji Muzan is about to cause to this world, and of course to comfort the wounded hearts of the young ladies and sisters in this world." Seeing that Nezuko got rid of the control of Kibutsuji Muzan's blood, Heiyuming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was correct. However, the essence and blood required for the transformation are somewhat beyond his imagination. Even such a terrifying physique can only regenerate 2 people in 1 day at most, but these are not a problem for him now, since Nezuko has after recovering some consciousness. Let's do one more important thing now. Thinking of this, Heiyuming showed a kind smile on the corner of his mouth, and while stroking Nezuko's head, he said to Tanjiro in an elder tone, "Tanjiro, cousin Nezuko has grown up, isn't she a big girl?" Said, even in the anime, Nezuko's image is already very cute, but after traveling to this world, I found that Nezuko's cuteness is simply many levels higher than in the anime. Even looking blankly at the two of them now, Heiyuming is almost turning into a cute girl. She is indeed a beautiful girl who is well recognized and praised from all over the world. Although he didn't know what Heiyuming was going to do when he brought up this matter at this time, Tanjiro still obediently followed Heiyuming's words, "Well, cousin Ming is right. Then since she is already a beautiful big girl, she should talk about marriage, right? Well, cousin Ming is right. What do you think of me? Why don't you marry Nezuko to me, so we can kiss more? Right?" Heiyuming's smile became more obvious when he said this. Like a big bad wolf finally, the tail appeared. "Well, cousin Ming is right. Wait a minute, no, Nezuko is too young, no way." Tanjiro, who was still approving at first, suddenly reacted to Heiyuming's true intentions. Hugging Nezuko with a frightened face, he retreated to the side of the tree, for fear that Heiyuming would abduct Nezuko back and become Mrs. Yazai. And Nezuko, who had just regained a little consciousness, heard such embarrassing news as soon as he recovered, and immediately blushed like an overripe apple, and continued to emit steam. As for Nezuko, the feeling for Heiyuming has far surpassed the normal affection between relatives. After drinking Heiyuming's blood, she felt that she had an indescribable affection for Heiyuming. Does it feel like it? Thinking of this, Nezuko's face turned even redder, and he didn't dare to look at Heiyuming, and buried his head in his arms shyly. "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Yuming laughed happily as he watched the two react like frightened little white rabbits. Although he likes Nezuko very much, according to the normal age, the current Nezuko should be about 12 to 13 years old, and it will take a few more years to grow up to be able to pick. If he started now, wouldn't he be a pervert? Although it seems that there is nothing wrong with men being perverted. Pooh! What am I thinking? However, after Yuming's ridicule, the originally depressive and uncomfortable atmosphere was finally swept away. This is also one of Yuming's goals. After all, the two children in front of them have just experienced the tragedy of being exterminated. A little distraction will also make them feel better. Wait, I seem to have forgotten who. By the way, the paralyzed face seems to be next to it, but the sense of existence is too low to forget. Thinking of this, Yuming was about to look back, but saw that two fists had already appeared on his and Tanjiro's heads. Boom! After hearing a loud noise, Tanjiro's head grew rapidly at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and a big bag that was still emitting heat. As for Yuming, he was naturally aware of this murderous big bag. The fist dodged in an instant, but Tanjiro, the iron-headed kid, was hit with a big bump on his head. If it hit his head, his skull would probably be cracked. Have you two guys had enough trouble? I saw Tomioka Jiuo looking at the two people in front of me with a murderous look on her face. It was obviously a major event that could affect the direction of the world, but she was actually talked about the relationship between children. This is Yuming. Why is the guy so powerful when he is serious, but he is like a child when he is not serious? Then why did you hit me? My head hurts so much it's about to burst, hiss. Tanjiro, who was given a chestnut so hard, hugged the big bag on his head with tears of pain. He gasped in pain, as the toughest kid in the village, his head was never broken, unexpectedly it was swollen from being knocked out today. Yuming, who had escaped the catastrophe, also slowly breathed a sigh of relief and accused, "That's right, how can Kyu hit people indiscriminately, and it's no wonder you are hated by other pillars. With such attributes of bad temper and facial paralysis. Although it is related to his inner self-blame for the past, it is no wonder that the relationship with other pillars is not harmonious." Sure enough, when he heard Yuming's questioning from the depths of his soul, Tomioka Jiuo suddenly had a well-shaped vein on his head, and said to Yuming coldly, "You should be younger than me. And I don't have any disliked by other pillars." If he hadn't considered that the man in front of him had mastered the method of transforming ghosts, he might have fought with a knife on Yuming's neck. However, Yuming suddenly turned around and pointed the axe in his hand at the shade of a tree beside him. "Sure enough, you didn't realize that you were hated at all, what a pity. But before I fight with you, I think it is necessary to deal with the eavesdropper next to me first." From just now, he has been vaguely aware of an inexplicable sense of peeping coming from the shade, and there is only one person who will appear in this area at this point in time. Clap clap. A sound of applause gradually came from under the shade of a tree, a black figure gradually appeared in the shade and walked out, and the monstrous coercion instantly swept over the two people in front of them. "Handsome pigeon, code wording. Come here for all the money. Don't take pity on me just because I'm handsome, oh Omega." Chapter 5 Kibutsuji Muzan and number 039, Sphere, asking for flowers, asking for votes. I saw Kibutsuji Muzan stepping out of the shade gracefully, looking at Yuming with admiring eyes. It's really a keen feeling. I was still wondering why a ghost individual escaped from my control. It turns out that you are playing tricks. You are really naughty. I thought you died yesterday, but unexpectedly, such a wonderful change occurred. Do you know? My cells are constantly telling me that as long as I swallow you, I can become the most perfect in the world existence. I never imagined that I had been looking for the blue bana flower that I hadn't found for thousands of years, but I had a perfect antibody in your body. The fate is really ingenious. As Kibutsuji Muzan approached step by step, the face he looked at Yuming gradually became distorted with ecstasy. He never thought that the opportunity of real immortality that he had been looking for thousands of years would appear so vividly at this moment in front of him. Then, for my eternal life, can you please die? Kibutsuji Muzan put away his smile, and the aura of his body reached a peak again. At the same time, his body grew rapidly, inflated into a huge wriggling giant, attacking Heiyuming's reverse with endless coercion. As Kibutsuji Muzan approached, Tomioka Jiyu's sword hand trembled slightly, as if every cell in his body was reminding him, "Run, run, don't resist, run. Impossible to win." However, something unexpected happened to Tomioka Jiyu. Before he could break free from the enormous pressure of Kibutsuji Muzan, a figure holding an axe rushed towards the giant in front of him. Holding the logging axe in his hand, Heiyuming rushed to Kibutsuji Muzan's side without any fear, and sneered again, "You came here before I looked for you? If that's the case, then you stay here, Kibutsuji Muzan." Then he made a big jump and swung the axe in his hand towards Kibutsuji Muzan's neck. I saw Kibutsuji Muzan looking at Heiyuming, who was like a mantis holding a car, with a sneering smile on the corner of his mouth. "What a disobedient child, even Nichiren blades can't kill me now, what can you do? Become a part of my eternal life." Looking at Heiyuming flying towards his neck, Kibutsuji Muzan didn't care at all. Such a weak attack would not have any effect on him even if he slashed at him for a day and a night, and at the same time he also manipulated several tentacles on the belly wanted to devour Heiyuming directly. A huge sonic boom was produced from the tip of the axe. The axe was fired at a speed that had surpassed the limit of physical vision, like a giant cannonball being fired, and instantly opened a hole in Kibutsuji Muzan's neck that almost penetrated the entire body. There was a big hole in his neck, and through this terrifying hole, he could even see the countless squirming muscles inside, like the endless souls of the dead that had been swallowed by him were constantly churning in his body. The huge shock wave knocked away all the tentacles that wanted to wrap around Heiyuming's body. For a moment, Heiyuming, who was so small compared to Kibutsuji Muzan, was shining like a god of war, shining with endless light. However, even after suffering such an attack, Kibutsuji Muzan was not fatally hit by a single blow. Instead, the ferocious and mad look on his face became more intense, and the ghost blood sprinkled all over his body was like a ghost crawling out of the abyss. "Do you think this kind of attack will have any effect on an existence that is close to a god like me? Ha ha ha, I have to admit that your strength is indeed completely beyond my imagination, and you even have the basic conditions to become me. But the more you struggle like this, the more my cells are urging me to swallow you up. Just let you see, the difference between my foundation accumulated over thousands of years and a half-assed like you, what a difference there is. Really? Is my attack really useless?" Listening to Heiyuming's questioning, Kibutsuji Muzan laughed even more wildly, as if the fruit of eternal life was close at hand. No matter how strong his attack power was, he was struggling weakly under his monster-like resilience, and the more he struggled, the more excited he became. "Do you still need to ask? With an attack like yours, my body will recover automatically in less than 10 seconds, but you should have no weapons now, right?" In the astonishing blow just now, the iron axe with a wooden handle brought by Heiyuming from Tanjiro's house has long been scrapped, and the wooden handle turned into dust like fireworks in the terrifying blow. In other words, in the eyes of Kibutsuji Muzan, the current Kuroba is almost like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and has lost the ability to resist him. As long as he rushed up again, the endless tentacles would completely devour him. To Kibutsuji Muzan's surprise, what he saw in Kuroba's eyes was not panic. It was a calm look that made him feel deeply uncomfortable. This kind of look gradually repeated with Ji Koyuan's indifferent look in his memory that almost beheaded him. A bone-deep chill rushed from Kibutsuji Muzan's body to his brain, and the fear that originated in his bones resurfaced in his heart again. Looking at Kibutsuji Muzan, who was stunned for no reason, Kuroba said jokingly, "If you can recover, then you can restore it to me." "You? What did you do to me? Damn it, something cut off the connection between my cells." With Kuroba's voice, Kibutsuji Muzan was awakened from memory. He was surprised to find that the cell activity in the tissue damaged by Hae-yumming seemed to be suppressed, and it didn't recover at all even after several breaths. This is a situation he has never encountered in thousands of years, and the unknown fear suddenly occupied his whole body. Those who read books, remember to take a nap. Thank you Seikol for your great reward, and Blue City for your monthly pass. Grateful. Update the rules, ask for flowers, ask for tickets. The new book is released, thank you for your strong support. Pigeons will definitely write books to repay the society, but pigeons are a college student, so they are really unable to update 20,000 to 30,000 words a day like a full-time writer, and can only guarantee 3 chapters a day during the new book period. However, in order to repay everyone's strong support, liver is also not required, and an update rule is set here. During the new book period, 500 flowers will be added every day and a new chapter will be added. 500 evaluation votes plus a new chapter. Add a new chapter for every 1,000 rewards. The pigeon kneels and begs for your great support, thank you very much. Chapter 6 Cut. Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. Compared to Hae-yumming who was not suppressed by Kibutsuji Muzan at all, Tomioka Jiyuu's side seemed a bit powerless. The huge pressure from the huge gap in the biological level made all the cells in his body tremble constantly, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. If Tomioka Jiyuu's attribute panel can be digitized, there will definitely be a fear, all attributes minus 80% debuff. Tanjiro also seemed powerless. And he was constantly attacked by the weird scarlet tentacles emerging from the ground from time to time. If it wasn't for the assistance of Nezuko, he might have fallen to the ground with injuries at this time. There is really no way to do this. Facing the terrible sense of oppression released by the monsters that have preyed on humans for thousands of years, if there is no firm willpower, they would have been paralyzed on the ground and could not move. But Tomioka Jiyuu's ability to withstand this instinctive fear and resist has almost proved his willpower. In contrast, Nezuko, who has been reborn and possessed Hae-yumming's blood, is like unrivaled Wushuan. He has gained terrifying power, like kicking a carrot, and kicked all the tentacles attacking them tens of meters into the air. Above. Tomioka Jiyuu's proud heart couldn't accept the huge contrast from the kid who was easily killed by him at the beginning to the two who were basically out of combat. Hey, these tentacles stopped moving. Just when Tomioka Jiyuu was exhausted from fighting with the tentacles, he was surprised to find that these tentacles stopped all their movements as if they had been cast with the technique of time suspension. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Tomioka Jiyuu also temporarily stopped the movements in his hands, and looked up at the battlefield between Hae-yumming and Kibutsuji Muzan. This battle was simply a shameful battle in his life. The members of the killing team attracted the attention of the enemy, and they were even protected by the ghost he thought at first. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, he was shocked when he saw Hae-yumming, who he thought he could only drag the enemy in front of him, opened several meters on the neck of the tens of meters high monster. Long hole. This monster, whose unconscious tentacles had already made him feel a trace of despair, was seriously injured by this man who was younger than him in front of him. At the same time, while Kibutsuji Muzan was rolling on the ground in pain, Hae-yumming also shook the arm whose bones had burst from overexertion, allowing him to recover instantly, and then turned around and jumped to the tentacles that had temporarily stopped beside Tomioka Jiyuu, who is fighting wits and courage, and looks dull. Seeing Hae-yumming recover quickly with his arm bones cracking like firecrackers, Tomioka Jiyuu couldn't help murmuring subconsciously, "What the hell is this monster?" "Oh, you said him, he is Kibutsuji Muzan, didn't I tell you?" Hae-yumming walked to the side of Tomioka Jiyuu with a face of course and replied, "Now that he has no weapons, he will not be so stupid hand-to-hand combat with an old coin that is thousands of years old. The successful attack just now can be said to be a pure coincidence. If Kibutsuji Muzan hadn't had any defense against his attack, he probably wouldn't have gotten the chance to hit him hard with one blow so easily, not to mention that Kibutsuji Muzan would definitely he didn't expect that the self-healing method he was proud of would encounter Waterloo in this place. But to be honest, judging from the fight just now, Kibutsuji Muzan's real combat power is not as high as he imagined. The real combat power can even be said to be much weaker than some winding ghosts, but these are only through animation judged by the circumstances. The real situation is uncertain until which ghosts he encounters, but now is definitely the best time to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. The monster I'm talking about is you, bastard. Tomioka Jiyuu's heart is about to collapse. He feels that the experience of these years is probably not as much as what he came in this afternoon, and the person opposite him is Kibutsuji Muzan, the fateful enemy of our Ghost Slayer team for generations. Why did you beat you half to death in one shot? You are the monster. By the way, let's not talk about this for now. Let me borrow your Nichiren blades for fun. My axe is broken. Yumming didn't care about Tomioka Jiyuu, who was sluggishly standing there, and snatched the Nichiren blades from him directly. Puff! A heavy knife cut Yumming's left hand artery, and the red blood was as dazzling as if it had coated the Nichiren blades with a layer of ruby, and it also shone with a soul-stirring light in the daytime covered by dark clouds. This is a great opportunity to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, a bastard, and he will never miss this opportunity. The aura of Yumming, who got the Nichiren blades, instantly became extremely sharp, and the monstrous sword intent began to spread outwards from the center of Nichiren blades, and the terrifying sword intent carved out tiny swords on the surrounding stones. The scars, like rocks that have been eroded by the wind for hundreds of years, covered the surrounding air with a layer of white dust. When the momentum climbed to the extreme, everything seemed to stand still, the clouds stopped moving, the wind stopped, the leaves stopped shaking, and everything became extremely slow. There was only an unpretentious slash, with a small blade cutting towards Kibutsuji Muzan's huge head. Basic swordsmanship, slash. In an instant, the wind stopped and the water stopped. There seems to be only one sword left between the sky and the earth. I don't care, Kibutsuji Muzan is a bastard who starts off with a punch. After that, I have to pull it out to bask in the sun every day. Resentment from the Demon Slayer party. Thank you Seikol again for your big reward, I love you Rua. Chapter 7 Kokusei Man? Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. Snowflakes are like palms, and it is difficult to cover your eyes, and the wind is like a knife, and you can't stop worrying. The fluttering snow swept across the vast land with the wind like a knife, and the whole land was dotted with snow-like coldness and cleanliness. The once lush forest is also so small and surrendered under the snow cover, blending with the snow and being covered by the snow. In this snow-white snow mountain forest picture, a touch of bright scarlet is like a finishing touch, it looks so bright. A young man leaped into the air with a blood-like sharp blade in his hand. Compared with the huge enemy in front of him, the young man seemed extremely small, but he exuded endless majesty like an ancient god of war. In contrast, the small metal blade in his hand showed endless power at this time. After Kibutsuji Muzan turned into a huge monster, the tens of meters wide neck seemed to be displaced by space in an instant, and the extremely smooth cutting plane like glass exuded a hazy red reflection light like the most beautiful artwork. Boom! The huge head, without the support of the neck, slowly fell to the ground, raising endless dust and snowflakes. The Nichiren sword in Yumming's hand was also destroyed along with the monster's head. After the blood-red sword body was swept by a gust of wind, it turned into blood-red particles and drifted with the wind in the endless cold wind. Kibutsuji Muzan, is he dead? Tomioka Jiyuu saw this amazing scene, and was so frightened that he couldn't keep his peace of mind anymore. The expression of disbelief finally appeared on his paralyzed face that hadn't changed for thousands of years. I also hoped that he died, but obviously he didn't. At the last moment his body had escaped. Yumming said helplessly, and kicked Kibutsuji Muzan's head hard at the same time. As the head rolled, an obvious vacancy appeared in everyone's sight, and it could be clearly seen that the most important part of the head had been removed. Yumming, who is well aware of the plot, can guess it even with his eyes closed. The fluctuations he felt at the last moment and the faint sound of the piano just now are definitely what Nakame did. He didn't make any achievements in the vampire technique in space, so naturally he couldn't make any effective attacks on Kibutsuji Muzan. But after this time, even if Kibutsuji Muzan did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Just kidding about his basic swordsmanship, coupled with the terrifying power of the ghost body, the power of that sword is almost comparable to that of the X-Curry stick, a siege-level weapon. I am a little excited thinking about it. What? Not dead yet? Tomioka Jiyuo heard Hae-Yuming's words, and sat down on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Even after suffering such a terrifying attack, he still couldn't kill Kibutsuji Muzan, and he had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood, but he couldn't even touch Kibutsuji Muzan's real body. Am I really not worthy to be a pillar? If you were the one who survived Sabato, you must be able to do better than me. No, if it was you, you might have killed Kibutsuji Muzan. Thinking of his embarrassing performance just now, even the flustered behavior of breathing, Tomioka Jiyuo couldn't help but think of the genius swordsman of the same class as him, Sabato. That one was also like the Hae-Yuming in front of him, who stood in front of him without hesitation at the critical moment of the swordsman's trial, the one who protected the lives of all the swordsmen who participated in the trial but was finally exhausted and was killed by a ghost man. Watching Hae-Yuming's back gradually merge with the little figure who once guarded him in his memory, Tomioka Jiyuo murmured, I thought I had grown up, but I finally came. I'm still that lowly swordsman, and I still want you to protect me in the end, if only I was the one who died. The tears in the corners of his eyes gradually slid down his face like water overflowing from a pond. Hae-Yuming, who noticed this scene, turned around and almost lost his waist in fright. Although, I am very handsome, and I have some insignificant advantages such as handsome, suave, elegant, brave, and invincible, but seeing my heroic appearance shouldn't be so exciting. You are a big man, how can you be moved to tears when you see other handsome men? Has my charm attribute increased again? What to do, how to coax a man? Wait online. But after hearing Tomioka Jiyuo's murmur, Hae-Yuming immediately realized that this silly boy definitely thought of himself and Sabato together. Hae-Yuming also admires Sabato very much. The genius swordsman who lost his life in the place of trial in order to protect others. Even though the brilliance of his life withered before it bloomed at its peak, the lives of the other swordsmen he guarded during the trial also continued his life, and even bloomed far beyond his life. Firelight. Tomioka Jiyuo in front of him is the best proof of his choice. Thinking of facing Tomioka Jiyuo who was still in tears, Hae-Yuming turned around and said with a smile. You have done a good job. Haven't you already realized what Sabato wants to pass on to you? That means he has blocked the life that is maintained by his life and the future entrusted to him, although this time Kibutsuji Muzan didn't die, but didn't you protect Tanjiro's life? Listening to Hae-Yuming's words, the face of a boy with orange hair and a scar on his face gradually appeared in Tomioka Jiyuo's mind. It's so familiar, it seems that someone told me this before. What is the clear pain of being slapped hard on the cheek? Why did I forget the conversation that Sabato said to me? I can't think of it, because the tears will not stop flowing, and I feel very sad when I think of it. But now, when I think about it, it's incredible that there is a boy who speaks the same words as you. Sabato, sorry, please forgive my immature thinking. The story about Tomioka Jiyuo and Sabato appeared in the late period of the manga, and the animation has not yet been broadcast. Sabato is a real macho. Interested students can refer to Comic 131. At the same time, I would like to sincerely thank A_Sin for your reward. I wish you a brighter and more handsome heart. Oh. Chapter 8 In the name of a gentleman, ask for flowers. Ask for votes. Seeing Tomioka Jiyuo's emotions gradually calm down, Hae-Yume let out a sigh of relief. It's okay to coax girls, but he really has no experience in coaxing boys. If I didn't know the plot, I'm afraid Tomioka Jiyuo would really turn from a paralyzed face to an autistic boy after returning this time. Young man, just can't bear the pressure, no wonder he is so handsome but still doesn't have a girlfriend. Sure enough, mature and stable men like me are more popular with girls. Thank you. But why do you know about Sabato? Tomioka Jiyu, who had calmed down, sincerely expressed his gratitude to Hae-yuming. Ding, the current level of favorability between the host and Tomioka Jiyu is admiration. The guilt over Sabato's death weighed on his chest like a mountain. After several years of repression, it has even become his inner demon, hindering his further growth. Today, Hae-yuming's words finally relieved him from this heavy burden. But even though he had put down his guard against Hae-yuming, Tomioka Jiyu still had a lot of doubts about why he knew about Sabato. Why did Hae-yuming, who was neither a pre-selection member who trained with them nor an official member of the Demon Slayer squad, know the secret between them? Now it's Hae-yuming's turn to be confused. How do I know your story? Do you want me to say that the world you live in is actually just a fantasy world created by a cartoonist? Concerned about Kao or he only remembered now that he is neither a member of the Demon Slayer squad nor a student of Urokadaka Seikanji. What can I do? I can only edit it. Hae-yuming folded his arms around his chest, looked up at the setting sun at a 45-degree angle, and said with reminiscence and emotion. Once upon a time, I was on Saho Mountain, and I came across a strange boulder, where a boy with orange hair and a scar on his face taught me how to use swordsmanship correctly. Hearing Hae-yuming's description, Tomioka Jiyu's face showed a hint of surprise, and finally understood where Hae-yuming's news came from. In the eyes of Tomioka Jiyu, Hae-yuming, who is an outsider, is indeed the only way to know about Sabato, so what he saw on Mount Sajiri is not false. It turned out that he had never left on Saho Mountain. Ku. The huge sound from the stomach broke the silence at this moment. Listening to the loud noise coming from Tomioka Jiyu's stomach, Hae-yuming joked, "Haha, you are hungry, your body is much more honest than yours." Goo, goo, goo. The following three stomach cries echoed in the empty forest again. But this time it's not Tomioka Jiyu's, it's coming out of himself and Nezuko and Tanjiro's belly. You're hungry too? Tomioka Jiyu, who seized the opportunity, retorted immediately, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this guy would also feel hungry. And Tanjiro, who just woke up from a faint, also lowered his head with a blushing face. Cousin Ming, I'm hungry too. And of course the cute Nezuko's stomach is already empty. Hungry. Thinking about it this way, it seems that he hasn't eaten anything since time travel. If it wasn't for the high-intensity battle that made him ignore the feeling of hunger, he might have already been so hungry that he had no energy left. Although the almost invincible healing ability brought by the perfect ghost body can also be immune to the sun's rays. But the energy required for recovery and action is completely beyond the imagination of normal people. And the consequence of all this is an unparalleled appetite. It is no exaggeration to say that according to Hae-yuming's current appetite, the appetite thrown into One Piece world is definitely 2 Luffy levels. However, since everyone is hungry, and the battle is over, the most urgent task now is to fill the stomach. Nezuko is so cute, how can I make her hungry? Speaking of which, even though he was not a first-class super chef before time traveling, he has also developed extraordinary cooking skills after living alone for several years after his parents passed away. Although it has not been displayed on the character panel here, it must be because the original owner of this body does not know how to cook. But once he starts cooking, the system panel will definitely rate his cooking skills directly. At that time, once the skill points are added, it's not just that the skill points can be whatever you want, and you can directly upgrade him to the full level, so that these 3 people who have never experienced the ultimate delicacy will know what is really delicious. Good sister, my cousin will cook something delicious for you later, I saw Hae-yuming after hearing Nezuko's stomach gurgling. Immediately, I felt energetic all over my body, jumping up instantly like turning into a bolt of lightning. Nezuko, who is hungry, is also super cute today. As a gentleman, when any pretty lady encounters difficulties, she should bet on the name of a gentleman and dedicate her heart to the beautiful ladies. But where do you get the ingredients in this winter? There is a sports meeting in school today, and I just want to write something about my daily life for no reason. Afraid of being stewed, the pigeon slipped away first. Ku. Chapter 9 Dawaguo round-faced fat chicken, ask for flowers. Ask for your tickets. Plop plop. A sound of flapping wings gradually came from the sky, which involuntarily attracted the attention of everyone present. I saw a round and fat pigeon like a meatball, holding a huge envelope on its feet and flying towards the crowd. After seeing Tomioka Jiu, its eyes lit up and then it flew towards him quickly. The small wings of the meat pigeon form a sharp contrast with its round body with a radius of nearly half a meter, which makes people worry whether its wings can really bear the unbearable weight of this kind of life. I saw that at the last half-meter distance from Tomioka Jiu, the wings of the meat pigeon were finally unable to support its huge weight. After Yang Tian let out a long cry, it made an emergency landing to the nearest hay on Yumming's head. As Tomioka Jiu took the envelope on the meat pigeon's leg into his hand with a paralyzed smile, the round meat pigeon suddenly found that his wings seemed to be held. Just now I was thinking about where the ingredients are, but I didn't expect it to be delivered so soon. I saw Hei Yumming's face was black, and his white hands were like iron tongs, firmly grasping the wings of the meat pigeon, and it was pulled from the head. He has never experienced the humiliation of being sat on the head by a pigeon, let alone being a rectal animal like a pigeon, a creature that never knows how to clean the back door. Seeing the murderous look in Hei Yumming's eyes, Tomioka Jiu knew that the pigeon was about to suffer, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Mr. Ming, this is a special carrier pigeon for the ghost-killing squad, not food. Even he himself didn't realize that after seeing Hei Yumming's astonishing strength, he couldn't help but forget the fact that the man in front of him was actually younger than him, and instead regarded him as his senior by default. However, Tomioka Jiu's persuasion did not have any explaining effect on Hei Yumming, who was aroused by the ingredients. Hei Yumming said kindly to Tomioka Jiu, "What carrier pigeon? Did you read it wrong? I only have a big fat chicken with a round face? Didn't the pigeon fly away a long time ago?" While holding the meat pigeon with one hand, the other hand pointed to the other side of the sky, indicating that the pigeon had flown away. "Am I right, Tanjiro?" As he spoke, Hei Yumming asked Tanjiro, who was eating melons, with a smile on his face and murderous eyes. Tanjiro, who was threatened by Hei Yumming's size, couldn't help but reply, "No, that's right." His face was flushed red from the great guilt brought by lying. "Cousin Ming is so scary, Mom, I want to go home." Hei Yumming, who was affirmed, had a brighter smile on his face, and quietly pinched the pigeon's spine with his hand. Big round-faced fat chicken has high protein content, high digestibility, and low fat content. It is the most suitable for human consumption among animal meat. In addition, the calcium, iron, copper, and other elements contained in it and vitamin A, B vitamins, vitamin E, etc. are higher than chicken, fish, beef, and mutton. It is most suitable for soup. Just turn it around your neck gently, and you can quickly end your short life. Hearing this, the big meat pigeon realized that the devilish man in front of him, the big round face fat chicken in his mouth, was referring to him, and immediately turned pale with fright. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the cooking skill, current level, 35, a small peek into the door. Sure enough, as Hei Yumming expected, the system automatically unlocked his cooking skills when he was about to start cooking. That being the case, what else is there to consider? Give me a blast. Ding! The cooking level has been raised to LV36. Ding! The cooking level has been raised to LV58. Ding! The cooking level has been raised to LV99. Ding! The culinary level has been upgraded to LVMAX, and an additional reward, Gourmet cells. Gourmet cells, you who have reached the pinnacle of culinary skills, in order to truly experience the feeling of ingredients from the cellular level, injected the Gourmet cells from the mysterious creatures in the deep-sea phantom jellyfish. With the Gourmet cells, you get a physique that can be infinitely strengthened by devouring gourmet food, and an unparalleled insight into gourmet food. Hey, Gourmet cell, isn't this the strongest bug among the captives of gourmet food? Hei Yumming couldn't help being a little surprised when he felt the sudden increase in the ability in his body and the hundreds of years of cooking experience in his heart. Now that he has been implanted with Gourmet cells, won't he be able to grow stronger even if he just eats every day? And as long as the food is better, the increase in strength will be greater, and it can even breed Gourmet cell demons. This is a bug similar to the domineering color in the early stage. After Hei Yumming raised his culinary skills to the fullest level, he analyzed the quality of the ingredients of the meat pigeon in an instant with his terrifying insight. Oh, I don't know if you don't see it, no wonder your big round-faced fat chicken can grow so fat. It turned out to be grown from the leftover herbs from Yubayashiki Kagaya, so I can't let you go. If he let go of such a plump pigeon, he himself would not forgive himself, not to mention that after accepting the Gourmet cell, his hunger has been raised to a higher level now. Surrender your body for mine to become stronger. This sentence sounds so weird, forget it. Nezuko, light the fire and eat roasted pigeon tonight. Ku. Chapter 10. The sky is about to change. The half-crescent moon hangs quietly on the quiet snowy night, and the soft moonlight casts a pure white light on the snow-white deep forest. Compared with the soft moonlight and the tight environment, a bonfire in the forest is extremely dazzling, and the warm atmosphere among the four people and a fat bird beside the bonfire is like honey that is about to overflow, exuding sweet smell. Pulling the distance closer again, the smell of honey became even more like it was about to come out of the air, exuding a stomach-sick sweetness. Beside the bonfire is a bear skeleton that has been eaten to the bone, and the four people and one bird next to the bonfire are full of food, and their stomachs look like pregnant women who are 8 months pregnant. As for why the fat pigeon has not been used as food by the four, of course it is because Nezuko likes this fluffy and fleshy pigeon. What's more, because of the howl of ghosts and wolves before the fat pigeon died, it knocked a honeycomb off the tree, and successfully smashed it on the head of a hungry bear that had just woken up from hibernation. And the ending is obvious. The bear, blinded by honey, naturally became the fat pigeon's scapegoat. He selflessly dedicated his life and turned it into a delicacy among the four of them. Naturally, Hei Yumming, who has obtained full-level culinary skills, did not let everyone down. Even under Tanjiro's question of "Cousin Ming, did you really know how to cook before?" he still made delicious dishes that made everyone's tongues almost swallowed. As for Tanjiro's questioning, it was not without reason. He still vaguely remembered the bento that their cousin Ming had prepared for them. As if recalling that terrible black mosaic substance again, Tanjiro's body unconsciously shivered. However, even though the stomachs of the remaining 3 people have been stretched out, everyone's eyes still haven't moved away from the top of the campfire. There is no other reason. At this time, 2 bear paws covered with honey are being roasted on the bonfire. Under the roasting of the flame, the collagen-rich epidermis of the bear paws shrinks slightly. Under Hei Yumming's superb grilling technique, the dripping fat dances perfectly with the flame, heating every part of the bear's paw evenly. At the same time, the wild honey from the mountains is an excellent flavor-locking seasoning, which firmly locks the full juice in the tender roasted bear meat, making the taste of bear's paws even more delicious. After the honey was evaporated by the flame, the soft, glutinous and sweet taste made the eyes of the 3 people and 1 bird who were completely foodies around them stare straight. Don't grab anyone, this honey bear paw belongs to Nezuko, and this one belongs to me. As the bear paws were officially baked, the whereabouts of the 2 bear paws was decided instantly by Hei Yumming. Ku. The fat pigeon hiding in Nezuko's arms immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, and groaned at Hei Yumming. Do you have any comments? Hei Yumming immediately looked at the pigeon with murderous intent in his eyes and a sneer on his face. Although he was spared by the dead pigeon, it didn't mean that he had let it go. Pigeons. In his mind, this pigeon has already been labeled as a spare food by him. Cuckoo. The pigeon threatened by Hei Yumming's eyes finally recalled the experience that he was almost stewed into a perfect tonic soup, and immediately shook his head frantically in shock. The funny look made the three of them laugh for a while. And Nezuko even took a slight bite, and was completely overwhelmed by the incomparable taste, and began to open his mouth, happily enjoying Brother Ming's supper of love. And Hei Yumming also took advantage of this hard-won leisure time to taste the delicacies he cooked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating, top honey bear paw strength +5, physical strength +5, acquired characteristic, Seong Julie. Great power of the bear, strength +15%. The prompt of the system instantly made Hei Yumming's smiling eyes narrow. He had thought that his gourmet cells would improve himself, but he never thought that such a simple dish of game could actually bring him such a terrifying strength bonus. However, what he didn't know was that if he hadn't raised his culinary skills to the full level, how could the cooking method that hadn't reached perfection like among the captives of gourmet food improve so quickly? Feeling, the power in the body seems to be vented, this feeling of becoming stronger is simply too addictive. Have you become stronger again? Tomioka Jiyu, who noticed the change in Hei Yumming, asked in disbelief. At the moment just now, he could clearly feel the terrifying coercion coming from Hei Yumming's body, which was a new realm that he had never felt in the previous him. Well, I had an epiphany just now. By the way, what did you write in that letter? In order not to hit Tomioka Jiyu, Hei Yumming once again made up a reason to make him feel better, and tried to pay attention to Tomioka Jiyu. However, Hei Yumming's lies didn't make Tomioka Jiyu feel any good, but after seeing the huge gap, he couldn't feel any more comparability, and couldn't help but sighed. A talent like yours, it is estimated that only the young man who became a pillar in 2 months can be compared with you. But after saying this, his eyes obviously became extremely serious, and he handed the letter in Hei Yumming's hand. It's going to change. I don't care, I just like to write and eat when I'm hungry. Cuckoo. Chapter 11 Migration of 100 Ghosts. Long time no see, I miss you very much. I don't know if Mr. Jiyu is all right, because there is an emergency, I have to inform you as soon as possible. Judging from the information given by the investigation team, starting this afternoon, all the ghosts within the investigation range have moved on a large scale. At present, it has caused huge casualties and panic among the people. This phenomenon is something we have never encountered in the past, so after my bold inference, there is a high probability that it is related to some changes of Kibutsuji Muzan. Although this is a change, it may also be an opportunity for us. At present, I have dispatched most of the combat forces in the ghost killing squad to various regions to calm the situation and investigate the cause. Although there are many inconveniences, I hope Mr. Jiyu will be present at the Hashirama meeting in 2 days' time. Have a nice trip. Pen to paper, Yubayashiki Kagaya. Like Tomioka Jiyu, Hei Yumming frowned tightly after reading the contents of the letter. His intuition told him that the event of the Haki migration was definitely related to the fact that he seriously injured Kibutsuji Muzan this afternoon. But he really couldn't figure out why Kibutsuji Muzan would do such a behavior that would expose himself with a high probability. If it is followed, the way most people think of normal people after being seriously injured should be to find a wonderful shelter and never let their identity information be stolen again until their injuries are recovered. Those who have the ability to kill him should know. And Kibutsuji Muzan's behavior is completely opposite to the thinking of ordinary people. This kind of thing will never happen to this old coin that has lived for thousands of years. There must be something happening that he doesn't know. Misfortune. Could it be that Tamayo used the drug he had developed to sneak up next to the seriously injured Kibutsuji Muzan and kill him, and then replaced him as the Ghost King? In addition to being replaced as the Ghost King, why did all the ghosts behave in such an abnormal way? But it's not right. Although Tamayo has the ability to replace Kibutsuji Muzan and can also create ghosts, but Tamayo and his little followers are not close to Kibutsuji Muzan, one winding can make them unable to eat. What's more, with Tamayo's character, it is impossible for those ghosts to do such a collective behavior that will seriously endanger society. Forget it, forget it. What really bothered him was not what happened to Kibutsuji Muzan in front of him, but the situation after the change was completely different from the plot he said he was familiar with. This deep uneasiness that he could not grasp the direction of the world made him feel extremely discomfort. You must know that all these changes are brought about by him, a character who appeared out of thin air. If the plot is changed because of this, those ghosts will cause more people to suffer misfortune in the plot that he does not know. Then he will definitely have a sense of guilt. And the only way now is to try his best to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, the source of the disaster, as soon as possible, and all problems will be solved by then. What Kibutsuji Muzan is doing now will undoubtedly gradually expose his position to the Ghost Slayer team over time. And now he needs to do his best to become stronger so that he can completely kill Kibutsuji Muzan the next time he meets him. Thinking of this, Hae-yuming decided not to evade anymore. He will take the initiative to attack, and the next time he sees Kibutsuji Muzan will be the time when he really dies. But now the fastest way to improve strength is to join the ghost killing squad, learn various skills, and create your own exclusive weapons. I think there is a high probability that this change is caused by our behavior this afternoon. After pondering for a moment, Hae-yuming put forward his guess to Tomioka Jiyu. After hearing Hae-yuming's guess, Tomioka Jiyu also nodded in agreement. Then he solemnly said to Hae-yuming and Nezuko, "But before that, Mr. Ming, I would like to invite you and Nezuko to the meeting between the pillars. You can be said to be our most important force against Kibutsuji Muzan. As the pillar of the top strength of the demon-killing team, during this battle with Kibutsuji Muzan, he has deeply realized his own lack of strength. In contrast, whether it is Hae-yuming or Nezuko said his strength far exceeds the fighting power he showed when he met Kibutsuji Muzan. But in fact, under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for Tomioka Jiyu to behave as badly as he did when he met Kibutsuji Muzan this time. If his real strength is shown, he will definitely be able to crush Nezuko, and even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hae-yuming, just because at this time he has neither broken his heart knot, nor has the markings to fight against Kibutsuji Muzan's aura. It can be said that the hero who has been stacked with dozens of debuffs directly fights the final boss, so it is no wonder that he is not hit. But for Hae-yuming, Tomioka Jiyu's proposal was simply to sleep, so he sent a pillow to cushion it, not to be too comfortable. He, Ms. Kocho Shinobu and Ms. Kanroji Mitsurai. I'm coming. The pigeon is too miserable. Last night, I was arranged to cut the video and add special effects all night, and there is still class today. So the update time is a little late. I'm really sorry everyone, sorry. But today's guaranteed chapter will definitely be published on time. Please rest assured, there will be more updates on National Day. Chapter 12. Am I winding up? Ask for flowers. Ask for tickets. Thinking of the two beautiful ladies who will meet at the meeting between the pillars, Hae-yuming feels his bones are shattered. Hae-yuming immediately agreed to Tomioka Jiyu's request with a look of excitement. Okay, then let's go now. Don't worry, the Hashirama meeting is 2 days later. It's too late tonight, so let's rest. Tomorrow, I want to send Tanjiro to my teacher, Urokadaka Seikanji, and teach him how to breathe water, and then let's go again. After Tomioka Jiyu let go of the burden in his heart, he rarely said so many words to reject Hae-yuming's idea of starting now. However, his real thought at this moment is, it's not that I want to eat 2 meals cooked by Mr. Ming. It's for the sake of Tanjiro's safety, yes, that's right. After hearing Tomioka Jiyu's righteous refusal, Hae-yuming also knew that his plan to visit the beautiful young lady at the Demon Slayer squad headquarters tomorrow had failed, so he had no choice but to reply, okay then, let's go to Sagiri Mountain first. But there are quite a lot of guests today, you say yes, the one hiding in the grass. As he spoke, Hae-yuming gently picked up a small stone on the ground, tossed it twice in his hands to test the weight, and then threw it heavily towards the grass next to Tanjiro. Huge sonic booms came from Hae-Yuming's throwing hands, and the blasting sound of the sound barrier caused by rounds was like exploding grenades, causing ripples in the air, and the small stones in his hands were like battery rails like a cannon. It flew out quickly at a speed that was far invisible to the naked eye, and the airflow it set off even blew away the displaced snowflakes. The originally small stone was endowed with endless lethality at this time. It passed through Tanjiro's hair in an instant and penetrated into the grass. The sharp breath even cut off a section of Tanjiro's red hair. Boom! There was only a loud noise, accompanied by the sound of stones hitting the body, coming from Tanjiro's head. And Tanjiro, who hadn't realized it at all and was happily gnawing on the skeleton just now, seemed to be frightened out of his soul at this time, and turned into a soft white paper and collapsed on the ground. I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. Cousin Ming is too scary. Tanjiro, who fell on the ground, felt cold sweat when he thought of the terrible attack just now, let alone his head. Even steel can definitely penetrate. As the rolled up smoke and dust scattered, the person hiding in the grass was completely exposed. A low-level ghost with only half of his body left appeared in everyone's sight, but now he was obviously a ghost, but he looked at Hae-Yuming with a face of fear. What kind of monster are you? When accepting Mr. Kibutsuji Muzan to go to the gathering place, he still felt that today must be his lucky day. He must be endowed with stronger strength by Mr. Muzan, and even became a leader in one fell swoop to let the reputation of fear be passed on to the world. Even this good mood lasted until he saw 4 young boys and girls having a picnic in the snowy forest late at night when he was hungry. Especially the red headgear, which is still on the list of people who must be killed as requested by Master Kibutsuji Muzan. This opportunity is simply a gift from heaven. If the head of the young man in front of him is handed over to Mr. Muzan, he will definitely get more rewards. However, this good mood completely turned into fear after the black-haired smiling boy just shot. Just a small stone easily smashed the remaining half of his body into 2 pieces like piercing a window paper. This kind of terrifying power is definitely not something that normal people can use, and the young man in front of him is absolutely impossible to be human. Just now his attention was completely attracted by Tanjiro, only now did he realize that the aura emanating from the boy in front of him was almost the same as that of Master Kibutsuji Muzan. There is no mistake, this lord is definitely a top-notch type, and he is the type with extremely top strength. I am definitely disturbing this lord's mealtime. Thinking of this, a few drops of cold sweat instantly flowed from the head of the junior ghost, and he knocked his head hard in the direction of Hae-Yuming. This lord is petty and unreasonable. I don't know that this is a place for adults to eat. Please forgive me. Tanjiro and Tomioka Gyuo were so frightened that their jaws almost dropped when they saw the low-level ghosts who turned their backs in an instant, and even Hae-Yuming was a little dazed. Is this a new tactic of surrender? First sow dissension from the enemy and then flee in disorder. But looking at the lower-level ghost with a look of fear in front of him, who didn't dare to do anything wrong, he didn't look like a liar at all. Could it be that this guy recognized me as a string? Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared in Hae-Yuming's eyes and asked the subordinate ghost who didn't even dare to lift his head, "Do you know who I am?" How dare the hairy low-level ghost stared at by Hae-Yuming lie. Immediately, he kowtowed again and said, "I only know that you are the supreme winding ghost. It's so offensive to disturb me this time. Please spare my life. You must know that the punishment of ghosts to ghosts may be far more serious than the punishment of ghosts from the ghost-killing team. Ghosts basically have no effect on harming ghosts, but powerful ghosts can completely restrain weak ghosts to act recklessly and even throw them out to bask in the sun. The world of ghosts is the most complete world of the weak and the strong, which is one of the reasons why countless ghosts continue to kill and become stronger even in the face of the threat of the ghost-killing team. Stronger strength in the world of ghosts means a more comfortable life, more adequate food, and a safer environment. Hearing the subordinate ghost's words, the corners of Hae-Yuming's mouth curved slightly again. It seems that some have played, and it is true that the gods are not willing to let Kibutsuji Muzan live longer. Chapter 13 Sister Control Tanjiro. Looking at the honest, low-level ghost, he didn't even dare to lift his head and lay on the ground tremblingly, daring not to move. How could Hei Yumming let go of this excellent source of information? If this ghost doesn't make good use of it, it would be disrespectful to the person who was eaten by this guy. I saw Hei Yumming's face darkened, and he said coldly to the subordinate ghost, "Since you know that I am a stringer, you dare to disturb me to eat, you are so brave." As soon as this sentence came out, not only the lower-level ghost on the ground began to tremble uncontrollably, but Tanjiro on the side seemed to have lost his soul, and lost his color in fright. With the character of this silly boy, he must have taken his words seriously. Why can't this silly boy be as clever as Nezuko? Compared to Tanjiro, Tomioka Gyuhu seemed much calmer, and he must have guessed Hei Yumming's intention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning a new skill, Fraud, LV15, a small peek into the door. The sudden system prompt made Hei Yumming stunned for a moment, and then there was a look of surprise on his face. Hey? Why did you activate a skill? He. It came just in time, and the system fully loaded me. But why is the initial level of this skill so high? I am the most honest person. Sure enough, the previous owner of this body must be a big liar. Yes, that's right. Fraud. The current level is raised to LV15. Fraud. The current level is raised to LV56. Fraud. The current level is raised to LV99. Fraud. The current level is raised to LVMAX, Charm plus 10, and additional rewards, Slick Tongue. Slick Tongue, after countless experiences, you have become a master of deception. Every word you say has been able to touch the deepest trust of people, making it easy for others to believe your words. The so-called fake to the extreme is true. As long as it doesn't exceed the bottom line of other people's hearts, your words can easily get anything you want. Looking at the newly added skills, Hei Yumming's face gradually became joyful. This is a magical skill. As long as there is no lower limit to integrity, then there is absolutely no upper limit to the power of this skill in his hands. Hehe, let's take this poor low-level ghost as an experiment now. Hei Yumming, who got the skill, stopped talking nonsense, and directly activated the skill to ask the subordinate ghost, "Hey, Junior, do you know where Kibutsuji Muzan is now?" Strange, how could Master Shangxian not know where His Excellency Kibutsuji Muzan is? But if he looks so reliable, there will be absolutely no problem. After a little struggle in the subordinate's heart, he succumbed to Hei Yumming's charm without hesitation. "Your Excellency Kibutsuji Muzan sent me a voice transmission to tell us to go to Flower Street, where there will be Nakame to pick us up and meet him." "My lord, didn't you hear that voice?" However, the subordinate ghost has not finished speaking, a ferocious arm has already stretched out from his mouth and pinched his head fiercely. Boom! With a sound like a watermelon cracking, the underling ghost ended his sinful life under the curse of Kibutsuji Muzan. Looking at the remains of the ghost's head that was crushed by the cursed arm and still making its final struggle, Tanjiro also had a look of unbearable expression on his face. "Cousin Ming, what are these arms? Look at the ghost when it dies. It sounds like it's painful. Why do you want to be like this?" These are the curses of Kibutsuji Muzan. As long as there are other ghosts who betray him, they will be killed by these arms. Although this lower-level ghost did misidentify me, he has already revealed the location of Kibutsuji Muzan to us. Although this ghost was very painful when he died, he is not worthy of sympathy at all. His blood is definitely not something that can be obtained by killing one or two people. There are countless families that were destroyed by these scum just like you. Sometimes they don't sympathize with humans. Looking at the unbearable Tanjiro, although he knew that he was indeed a good person, Hei Yumming felt that he should expose the darkness in this world to him. "I know Cousin Ming, and I will try my best to be a person like you." Perhaps thinking of what happened at home, the unbearable light in Tanjiro's eyes also faded slightly. Although he really can't understand Kibutsuji Muzan's method, which is extremely painful even if it makes people die, but he has to admit that what He Yuming said is indeed true. The ghost in front of him really didn't have any sympathy for him. In the future, I will also try my best to become a person like Cousin Ming. Gentleness should only be reserved for people in the world. Seeing that Tanjiro understood what he said, He Yuming patted his head in relief. Okay, hurry up and rest. Starting tomorrow you will officially start learning how to become a member of the Demon Slayer squad. Your talent will surely make you an excellent member of the ghost killing squad. Okay Cousin Ming. I will definitely work hard. By the way, can I marry Nezuko now? Of course you can. Cousin Ming, what are you talking about? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Damn it. Still can't do it, you hopeless sister-in-law. Chapter 14 The Eternal Realm, Ask for Flowers. Ask for votes. The rest time always flies by quickly, and the time of the night is fleeting. The first ray of dawn in the morning soon followed, and the best expectations of the people who were busy in the world enveloped the whole earth together. If the most painful childbirth in the world can rank the pain level to 10, then for He Yuming, the pain level of getting up early is definitely 100. He Yuming, who was devastated by the early rising system of collective schools on the original Earth, vowed from an early age that if he could grow up one day, he would definitely live a happy life of getting up and eating lunch every day. However, he was transmigrated into this cruel different world just after finishing college. Obviously he didn't have many opportunities to enjoy enough sleep. Those who have been brainwashing students since high school, you will be relaxed when you go to college, and you can play carefree in college. He Yuming didn't find out until he actually went to college. All of these damn things are the malicious lies of the teachers. After going to college, there are still countless trivial matters overwhelming him every day, and the early sign in every day is the daily sleep terminator. In terms of annoying levels, college life is definitely 100 times as high as high school. Fortunately, he has finally traveled to another world now, and he no longer has to get up early to break free from the shackles of the bed, yo-ho. However, is this really the case? Obviously, along with the first ray of sunlight, there is a certain energetic red-haired iron-headed baby. I saw that, like a precise biological clock, when the weak sunlight hit Tanjiro's face, he jumped up like a spring that was stretched and then suddenly relaxed, shouting in the direction of He Yuming habitually. Cousin Ming, get up quickly, it's already morning, if you don't get up again, the sun will dry your ass. How could He Yuming, who was still wandering in a sweet dream, get up so easily? He immediately turned to the side with his back to Tanjiro, and unconsciously murmured, "No, I think I'm going to die. Sleep a little longer." Seeing that he couldn't call He Yuming up at all, Tanjiro called for off-field assistance with a serious face. As a hard-working family, how can we sleep late? Nezuko, look at Cousin Min lying in bed again, this is not acceptable. No, no, no. Well, today's Nezuko is also very cute. However, sleep is the number one thing a person needs to survive. So I'm sorry Nezuko, your dark cousin will go back to sleep first. Mr. Ming, it's time to go. Tomioka Jiu, who was woken up, saw that it was impossible to go back to sleep, and it was almost time, so he began to try to wake He Yuming up. Ah! Don't I just want to sleep for a while? He Yuming, who was forcibly awakened, obviously began to get up a little bit. This group of hateful guys actually don't even understand the truth that the only things in the world that can't be let down are food and sleep. No, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. I must teach these three guys a lesson, who don't know the value of sleep. The three of you scramble around each other, and you don't stop until I tell you to stop. Wait, Nezuko, let me come. He Yuming turned to the three who didn't know how precious sleep was before him, and started directly the skill of glib tongue. Well, why make us go around the creek nest? It's so strange. Oh, I know, it must be to let us move our bodies, so that the circulation of qi and blood will be smoother. It is indeed Mr. Ming. After a reasonable period of brainstorming, Tomioka Jiyu and Tanjiro looked suddenly enlightened. Obviously they had made up a suitable explanation in their own minds. Looking at Tomioka Jiyu, who is suffocating in front of his eyes, with blue veins on his face, flushed and still trying to maintain his facial paralysis, and Nezuko, who has a cute face and smiles with small tiger teeth, Hei Yuming's mood is obviously much happier. See if you dare to let me get up early. Hey! But this skill is really easy to use, there is still a lot of potential to be developed. When I get to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad, I will try to ask Yubayashiki Kagaya to give me a year's salary in advance. In the small village at the foot of Saho Mountain, the smell of blood seemed to permeate, and the huge village couldn't hear the slightest sound. In a small house in the village, a white-faced man with black hair, slightly pink at the tip, and a string engraved in one eye was standing in the middle of the room with an obsessive expression on his face. Everyone around him seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, unable to move, and everyone turned into his spare rations. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the man's heart. In Mu, I want you to lead the other 5 to go to Mount Sagiri immediately to kill a young black-haired swordsman, do you understand? Yes, Master Kibutsuji Muzan. It is my honor to serve you. Very well, I have already touched the realm of eternity. If you succeed this time, I will also give you true eternity. I will fulfill my mission. The eternal realm? Sagiri Mountain? Interesting, then I really have to deal with it here, but I can't finish it. What should I do? Looking at the dozens of villagers who were still alive, Inmu's eyes shone with a cruel light. Or you all go to die. The smell of blood permeated the village again, and everything became quiet again. It was as if nothing had happened. Ah, it's National Day. The Dove explosion is officially launched. Rua. Motherland Mother, I love you. Chapter 15 An Ordinary Punch. After a morning of rushing, Hei Yuming and his group finally arrived at the foot of Saho Mountain, but the ghost who killed people at the foot of the mountain in the original book was nowhere to be seen. Originally, Hei Yuming wanted to use this ghost to make Tanjiro practice courage. Who told this guy to disturb people's dreams this morning? It is an unforgivable crime. But since this ghost didn't appear, it means that the plot has gradually started to change in some aspects that he doesn't know, which is definitely not a good thing for Hei Yuming. Therefore, Hei Yuming, who felt a sense of uneasiness, asked Tomioka Jiyu to give him the introduction method of water breathing after arriving at Mount Sagiri. However, at this moment, a person with silver white hair and a red Tengu mask appeared quietly in front of the group, startling the unsuspecting Tanjiro. Mr. Ming, I promised you that I would teach you the basic method of breathing water. I will ask my master trainer Urokodaka Seikanji to teach you. Seeing that his master had arrived, Tomioka Jiyu threw the blame directly to Urokodaka Seikanji. To be honest, the previous bet, if he was to teach, would definitely make him extremely embarrassed. For his own teaching level, he is still a bit close. Are you two the ones that Jiyu said in the letter that he wants to learn the way of the swordsman? It's good to see if you can keep up with me. Urokodaka Seikanji said to the two people in front of him with great anger. Next to the Tengu mask, the deep wrinkles like the heels of an old tree can tell at a glance that Urokodaka Seikanji is already very old. Mr. Urokodaka Seikanji, I'm not here to learn how to be a swordsman. I just want to learn the basics of water breathing and 10 postures. Hearing that Urokodaka Seikanji seemed to regard him and Tanjiro on the same level, Hei Yuming explained again and again. Just kidding, he is a man who wants to save the world, how can he waste his time practicing with Tanjiro? As far as his current strength is more than enough to be a pillar directly, it is estimated that as long as he learns the technique of breathing, then his strength can definitely be improved to a higher level. Oh, arrogant brat. I've seen a lot of brats like you who want to run before they learn how to walk. But let me tell you that if you don't have a strong body to support you, everything is empty talk. If you don't see you have a lot of potential for advancement, otherwise I would have let you leave the shop a long time ago. Hearing Hei Yuming's words, Urokodakase Kanji's impression of Hei Yuming immediately dropped to a new level. Originally, he saw a bit of piercing sword energy in Hei Yuming's body, but he was also an impatient person. Master, please shut up. This man is no ordinary young man, even Kibutsuji Muzan was almost blown away by him. Tomioka Jiua was listening in a cold sweat. Originally, he wrote in the letter that he found someone who might save the world. Obviously, Urokodakase Kanji misunderstood consciousness. What he meant was that he was about to save the world, not a peerless genius who had to start from scratch again. This guy was a powerful evildoer. However, before Tomioka Jiua had time to explain, Hei Yuming had already answered Urokodakase Kanji's words in advance. Then as long as my strength is strong enough, you can teach me how to use water breathing, right? Urokodakase Kanji shook his head when he heard that Hei Yuming was so tenacious, and sighed. It seems that Jiu also has misjudged eyes sometimes. How can he achieve a big career with such an impetuous mind? Well, if you can show the strength that makes me feel like passing the test, I will teach you. Hearing this, the corner of Hei Yuming's mouth curled into a smile. How could he not know what Urokodakase Kanji was thinking? If he doesn't come up with something now, this notoriety of being so ambitious may be buckled on his head. But fortunately, Hei Yuming has never been inferior to anyone in terms of strength. I just hope that this bad old man won't be scared off his jaw after a while. I saw that Hei Yuming took a deep breath, fastened the horse's gait, and the muscles all over his body were bulging. The blue veins were constantly swimming on his right hand like a dragon, and the terrifying breath enveloped the audience for a long time. A normal punch. Boom. I only heard a sound like thunder exploded in everyone's ears in an instant. A powerful shock wave with Hei Yuming as the center released endless power crazily outwards, and the ground could no longer withstand this terrifying attack. A huge hole was punched out abruptly. The four people around were so frightened that their mouths dropped. Is this the power that humans can possess? Among them, Urokodakase Kanji, who had never seen the strength of Hei Yuming, even trembled slightly with an expression of seeing a ghost. This is more than a power that makes him feel satisfied. If this punch hits the ghost's head, it can make his head fly around the world for 2.5 circles. Hey, what the hell is lying under the trough? Chapter 16 Appetizers, Ask for flowers. Ask for your tickets. How did you find me? I hate it so much. In the deep pit that was punched by Hei Yuming, there was a ghost with a string carved on his right eye and a pattern like an eye-shaped pattern on his face. He was paralyzed in the hole with all his bones crushed and fractured by Hei Yuming's powerful punch. The motionless ghost gradually dissipated under the sunlight. Kamanu, who is the sixth of the last string, feels that he has never been wronged like this since he became a ghost. Originally received the order of Master Kibutsuji Muzan, go to Sajiri Mountain to obey one of the lower strings, and Muse command is going to kill a black-haired child to complete the order. Before all the lower strings were concentrated, he, who had the ability to escape from the ground, was dispatched first to become a scout. As a result, just as he descended to the foot of the mountain, he was blown out of the ground by this sudden blow inexplicably. This is simply dead inexplicable. Like Kamanu, there are 4 people around me who eat melons. They were shocked by Hei Yuming's increasingly terrifying strange power, but now they are so scared that their jaws are about to drop. Killing a dead ghost with one fist, this kind of terrifying record is simply a feat that even Zhu could not possibly achieve. Well, if I said that I didn't know you were down here, would you feel better if you died? Seeing the commotion he caused, Hei Yuming scratched his handsome little head in embarrassment. In fact, he didn't expect that there would be such a ghost hidden below, but he simply felt something moving under his feet. At first he thought it was a mole or something, and it happened to be lunchtime. Unexpectedly, a big mouse actually exploded out, which is really a surprise. You bastard! Hearing Hei Yuming's explanation, Kamanu obviously didn't feel any better. Instead, he spit out another mouthful of old blood angrily, and the speed of dissipating in the sun became faster again. Don't think that you won by killing me. My death is just an appetizer. I believe you will come down to accompany me soon. Kamanu, who had dissipated and only had his head left, glared fiercely at Hae-Yumming with his last bit of strength, as if he wanted to keep his appearance firmly in his heart, and cursed him even if he went to hell. You are an appetizer? Please don't disgust me even if you die. Even though he was cursed by Kamanu's meaningless words before he died, Hae-Yumming didn't panic at all. For this kind of creature that relies on killing people to grow its strength, let's kill a few of them. As for what he said before he died that he was about to go down to accompany him, to be honest, he still had some ideas. This shows that Kibutsuji Muzan has launched a plan to kill him, and it is estimated that he is very close to him. It seems that the improvement of strength must be caught up as soon as possible. The only thing is that Kibutsuji Muzan really took the wrong medicine. If you give him a winding family bucket, then he will probably be hammered to death. But, now that they know that there is an ambush waiting for him in front of them, it means that their strength will definitely not be top string. So now after I have learned the breathing of water, I will go and chop them all up. Hey, it doesn't seem right, I don't have Nichiren blades now either. Forget it, Urokadakase Kanji has a big deal anyway, he. Thinking of this, Hae-Yumming immediately looked in the direction of Urokadakase Kanji with a sly look on his face. Senior Urokadakase Kanji, look at my physical fitness is not bad. Can you teach me the introductory pose of water breathing now? Although he was shocked by Hae-Yumming's strength, Urokadakase Kanji was well informed and quickly recovered his calm. Well, it's okay, but you passed the test. But how does he feel? Hae-Yumming is in a Nichiren blade staring at him, is it an illusion? Then since your physical fitness has reached the standard, I will teach you the entry method of water breathing and the knack of posture. Long hours of hard work. Even knowing that Hae-Yumming already possesses extremely terrifying strength, Urokadakase Kanji still doesn't want him to be proud. But even he is looking forward to it, if the man in front of him, what kind of strength he will have after learning to breathe. But Tomioka Gyuhu did say something right, this child may indeed be the key to saving the world. Chapter 17 Breath of Water, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. Listen up, breathe consciously, let the oxygen spread throughout the body's cells, this can significantly improve the body's natural healing power, relax the upper body, stabilize the lower body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Breath of Water, current level, LV1, entry level. Here we come. Seeing that he activated his skills after only listening to it once, Hae-Yumming couldn't help calling himself a genius in his heart. System, give Saji-Amon a lot. Water breathing the current level is upgraded to LV15. Water breathing the current level is raised to LV56. Water breathing the current level is increased to LV99. Water breathing the current level is upgraded to LVMAX, stamina plus 50%, strength plus 50%, charisma plus 10, and an additional reward, water control. Water control technique. You who have been able to use water breath proficiently have not only mastered the use of water shape, but also gradually discovered that your affinity with water is getting stronger and stronger. Finally, you find that one day water breath has become your servant, completely obeying your command. A powerful force instantly enveloped Hae-Yumming's whole body, and countless memories flowed into Hae-Yumming's memory like a torrent. Seeing that Hae-Yumming fell into a slight sluggishness after seeing his demonstration before trying it, Urokadakase Kanji thought that he was still too strict with this child, and it was too reluctant to start teaching from breathing at the beginning, so he comforted him. This action may be difficult at first, but you should be able to master it after practicing for a while. What do you mean? Hearing Urokadakase Kanji's comfort, Hae-Yumming subconsciously thought that Urokadakase Kanji wanted to see what he had learned. So the backhand is a water shape. Water breath 2 shapes change water windmill. I saw that with He Yuming's thoughts, a sense of familiarity from the deepest part of the muscles came to my heart, completely without the memory in my head, just like Wang Ru, a swordsman who has been practicing for hundreds of years generally, every move exudes a natural momentum. Trembling slightly, a large amount of air was stored in He Yuming's body like the gas being rushed into a balloon. Blue tendons gradually rose from his head, and the moisture in the air gradually gathered together. Even if He Yuming didn't hold a knife in his hand, there was a monstrous sword intent that gathered the water molecules into the shape of a knife. Then I saw He Yuming jumping up, exuding endless coercion all over his body. The water knife in his hand was reaching its limit, turning into an afterimage in the air, leaving dark blue trails on the retina middle. Boom! Hearing a loud bang, the water knife, which is the softest thing in the world and also the hardest thing, hit a row of trees around at once. Afterwards, He Yuming turned his body upside down, turned the water in his hands into steam and dissipated naturally, put his hands down naturally, and exhaled slowly. It was this breath that slowly blew towards the surrounding trees, and then I saw an astonishing change in the trees that were originally safe. I saw that as He Yuming exhaled in one breath, mirror-like smooth-cut surfaces appeared on the bodies of several trees. Count's upper body was not affected at all, and it just slowly slid down the smooth tree surface and fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. The sound of a series of trees falling to the ground sounded one after another, and with it fell the heart of Urokodaka Seikanji. This kid doesn't look like he doesn't know how to breathe water, this dam is even better than him. And according to his observations, He Yuming has definitely reached the realm he dreamed of, and he has already said that everything in the world is ready for use. This kind of realm that can only appear in legends, unexpectedly, in Urokodaka Seikanji's life, Xin was able to glimpse it once. This is simply how lucky, but even so, this kid must not be allowed to do this kind of behavior to deceive the old man. When he saw the scene of He Yuming absorbing water from the air and turning into a knife, his heart almost stopped beating. If someone told him that it was the first time he learned to breathe, he would not believe it even if he died of. "You stinky boy, why did you know how to breathe long ago and still put on a show? You almost frightened me to death." I saw Urokodaka Seikanji covered his chest with one hand and hammered heavily a few times, while complaining to He Yuming with resentful eyes. "What? Senior Urokodaka Seikanji, this is indeed my first time learning water breathing. If you don't believe me, ask Tomioka Jiu." After being scolded for a while, He Yuming felt aggrieved and pointed in the direction of Tomioka Jiu. As Urokodaka Seikanji's incredible eyes turned to Tomioka Jiu had no choice but to nod helplessly. When he saw the fight between He Yuming and Kibutsuji Muzan, he really saw that he didn't know how to breathe. Even the tricks used are all the most basic sword skills, although it is unbelievable but after the demonstration just now, it seems that He Yuming has indeed mastered the 10 types of water breathing, which is simply unbelievable. But after considering the various evil deeds of this guy before, it doesn't seem to be anything strange. Adapting can be a scary thing sometimes. Sure enough, after Tomioka Jiu reconfirmed that He Yuming was learning water breathing for the first time, Urokodaka Seikanji's smile gradually froze. "What, is this the first time you've learned to breathe? Is it true?" Looking at He Yuming's casual response with disapproval, and then recalling that when he first saw He Yuming, his breathing was indeed a little disturbed. However, one now seems to have fully mastered the complete collection Chongzhong, practicing breathing all the time. Urokodaka Seikanji can only believe it even if he doesn't want to believe it anymore. Seeing this monstrous existence, Urokodaka Seikanji couldn't help but look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, whispering softly, "Tomioka Jiu, where did you find this yukai?" Chapter 18 Macho Wine, asking for flowers, asking for tickets. After running around all morning, everyone was already exhausted. But now that he has reached the foot of Sahu Mountain, if he wants to enter the mountain, it will take another half of the afternoon. This was a nightmare for He Yuming, who did not have enough morning sleep, so before entering the mountain, everyone decided to take a short rest in the only village at the foot of the mountain. By the way, let Urokadakase Kanji satisfy his curiosity. What kind of food can make his apprentice, who has been paralyzed for several years, have a happy expression on his face when he mentions it? Cousin Ming, by the way, have you smelled a strange smell since just now? Compared with the excitement of the delicious food that everyone is about to eat, Tanjiro always feels that he has been smelling something strange. Seeing that Tanjiro was a little nervous, Urokadakase Kanji smiled slightly and explained to everyone, there will be no problem. This is a training place where a large number of wisterias are planted around. If a ghost wants to enter, it will definitely cause a strong sense of discomfort. Is it really? He Yuming silently kept an eye out in his heart. Knowing the original plot, he knew the power of Tanjiro's nose. Since there is a strange smell, although it may not necessarily be the breath of ghosts, there is always nothing wrong with paying more attention to it. Just when everyone was about to enter the village and find a place to rest for a while, a figure appeared in front of them. I saw an old woman dressed in red linen casual clothing, holding a washtub in her hand. Seeing the dusty people along the way, she immediately waved to them enthusiastically, "Everyone, are you tired from traveling here? Come on. Come and rest in the village." As he spoke, he walked up to the crowd and greeted them warmly. "Today is the day when our village celebrates the coming of spring. It's very lively. You guys are lucky to come here." Hearing what the old woman said, He Yuming looked into the village. As expected, in the middle of the village, a group of people gathered all kinds of interesting food, and the small village seemed very lively at this time. However, looking at it this way, it always feels like something is missing. He Yuming looked at the happy smiles on the faces of the busy villagers in front of him, and always felt a little strange, but he couldn't put it into words. "Cousin Ming, let's go, it seems very lively here." Seeing that He Yuming was in a daze, Tanjiro immediately called out and walked towards the place of the celebration, who was already trotting. Speaking of which, the current Tanjiro has not experienced too much tempering, and he is still relatively simple and cute mentally. Naturally, he does not have as much as He Yuming. Seeing that Tanjiro was getting along with the villagers in full swing, and even started to help carry things, Tomioka Chiyu also knew that his plan to eat He Yuming's lunch at noon today should be in vain. He had to shake his head slightly, and walk slowly towards Tanjiro while talking helplessly. "It seems that I missed Mr. Ming's delicious food at noon, but I must make up for it at night." Seeing that everyone had already passed by, He Yuming didn't see why, so he had no choice but to give up, holding Nezuko's soft and boneless hands and walking past. "Let's go, Nezuko, Cousin Ming will take you to eat delicious food. Everyone should eat more. This is the special product of our Daniazai village, cowhide balls and real cow wine. This real cow wine is also called macho wine in our village. You can't drink it anymore after passing this village." Thanks to Tanjiro's enthusiastic help, the villagers quickly established a good relationship with these foreign tourists. Even though it was already a cloudy afternoon, he still brought out the delicious food and wine from his village to entertain everyone. "Ha ha ha, good wine, come and have a sip when He Yuming comes. Wine is good wine. If it was brought to the previous earth, it would definitely be comparable to Mutai." Even after a few glasses of Urokadakase Kanji, he was already a little drunk, and his personality changed from calm to enthusiastic, and he began to drink constantly. Persuade He Yuming to drink. Although it was a good wine, he felt a little bit off when he saw a few slightly curly hairs floating in the wine, whether it was cow hair or some other creature, floating up and down in the wine glass along with the muddy sediment. To be honest, why does this hair look more and more like carved hair? The more He Yuming thinks about it, the more he doesn't want to drink him. Facing the persuasion of everyone, he can only temporarily shirk on the grounds that he is under 16. Seeing this, the villagers sighed regretfully and stopped pressing, "Oh, what a pity, Xiao Ming, when you grow up, you must come to our village to taste our matcha wine. This is made after fermentation. The fine hair of the most powerful men in the village is brewed after 99 and 81 days of further fermentation. Open 2 cages, it's a pity that you don't have such a good fortune this year." Puff. After hearing the explanations from the villagers, Tomioka Jiyuho couldn't hold back a sip and sprayed the real beef wine on the face of Tanjiro, who was facing him, and his face instantly became extremely weird. "Fortunately, I didn't drink it. It seems that my intuition is still very accurate." Hei Yuming was very grateful to think of it, but he felt that his double eyelids started to fight, and a sense of sleepiness gradually came to his heart. Sure enough, he was woken up too early in the morning by that bastard Tanjiro. No, I can't hold it anymore, let's go to sleep first." Chapter 19 Hallucination. In the small village, the previously bustling celebration scene gradually became quieter. There was a strange smell in the air, and the smiles on the faces of the villagers who had been full of smiles gradually disappeared at this time. Hei Yuming and his group, who were sitting in the middle, were all trapped in the fragrance of dreams without exception, sleeping peacefully. The middle-aged village head, who was toasting to everyone with a smile on his face, now had no smile on his face, and shouted at the surrounding air. "We did what you said, can we release the old people in our village now?" Nourish. I saw a white filament shooting out from the shadow of the nearby house in an instant, piercing the village chief's arm in an instant. "Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. We said we would let them go if we let them go. But now that your mission has not been completed, what face do you have to make such a request? It's not the same as what you said, as long as we pour them the wine." The village head, who heard this voice, also ignored the serious injury in his hand, and yelled loudly at the shadow. "Really? How do I remember that Enmugai asked you to go to their spiritual world to destroy their spiritual core?" A voice gradually came from the shadow of the room again, and one could see a child sitting inside the room after careful observation. White hair, a strange red face like 7 stars, and white skin that reveals a strange aura. If Hei Yuming was still alive now, he would be able to recognize it immediately. The ghost in front of him is the tiredness of the 5th. Seeing the tiredness of reneging on promises, the village head turned red instantly, and the veins on his forehead and arms burst out, realizing that he and others were just tools used by ghosts. This morning, this group of ghosts swept across the village and occupied the village in an instant, and took all the old people in the village as captives and asked them to give the wine and food that they had given the vampire magic to the village. A group of tourists eat and promised to let all the people in their village go after the group of travelers were all unconscious, but when they finished, they found that these abominable ghosts obviously backtracked and no longer planned to let them go. "No, I won't trust you anymore, you man-eating ghosts definitely have no intention of letting us go. Humph, you have a lot of backbone." A silk thread invisible to the naked eye was instantly drawn across the neck of the bulging village chief. All of a sudden, blood gushed up and sprinkled on the surrounding land. "So is there anyone among you who doesn't want to fulfill our promise now?" Seeing the village chief's extremely strange death, everyone in the village felt a chill welling up in their hearts, but what followed was endless anger. "We don't have a coward in Daniazai village. Brothers, even if we die, we can't let the village chief die in vain." As they spoke, they rushed forward with all kinds of weapons around them. Humans are such strange creatures. Even though they were terrified at first, they still want to resist after death. "I am so envious of your fetters. If that's the case, you all go with this nasty fetter. Die." Sitting in the room, Lei looked at the villagers who gradually surrounded him, with a teasing smile on his lips. It's because these villagers didn't cooperate. It seems that it's impossible to bring them to Lord Kibutsuji Muzan intact. Since it's so hidden, it doesn't make any sense. Now let the remaining 4 people come to finish all right. Originally, after listening to Master Kibutsuji Muzan, the 6 of them thought that this black-haired kid had such terrifying strength, but now it seemed that it was boring, and it was enough for him to come alone. Sure enough, you are more interesting. Looking at the surrounding villagers, the tired eyes flashed with joy again. The gentle sunlight shines on the face, the familiar simple room, the familiar Simmons bed, and the promotional poster of Luoziya Heizanji just released on the wall. Everything is the original appearance in memory. There is no doubt that this is He Yuming's original home. What, is it all a dream? He Yuming sat up from the bed and smiled self-deprecatingly. He had a very strange dream last night. He actually dreamed that he had crossed into the world of Demon Slayer and became Tanjiro's cousin, and even had a system with a bug. It's ridiculous to think about it now. How could there be a system like this with stuck bugs and unlimited skill points? It's unreal no matter how you think about it. You say yes to the system. He Yuming laughed at himself and thought silently in his heart, if there is really a system, wouldn't it prove that the world he only exists is a fiction? Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill illusion LV1, beginner. There is really a system. Wait, now I seem to be in an illusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the comment area has been sluggish these 2 days, and the pigeons are panicking. Is the pigeon going to be cold? If you are reading this book, can you give a 1 in the comment area? Pigeon is really grateful. Chapter 20 Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. Watching the system remind him of the skills he had acquired, He Yuming gradually recalled his memory, as if he was drinking just now. Then it seems that there is no more. He finally remembered what the strangeness he noticed in the village was. In this village, apart from the old woman he saw at the beginning, the huge village chief didn't see a single elderly person. Moreover, the villagers' enthusiasm for them is obviously too much. Even with the help of Tanjiro, they will not open 2 cages of wine in a year and various delicacies that are relatively rare for this kind of village. Give them this kind of first-time traveler to eat. Thinking of this, He Yuming probably guessed in his heart what the general course of the matter was like. In this world, Inmu is the only one who can drag people into dreams and kill people in their sleep. It is estimated that the village where they are located has already been set up by Inmu to kill them as a trap, and the food is obviously given the vampire technique by Inmu. Thinking of this, He Yuming sighed helplessly. It seems that I was too careless. He should have noticed something wrong earlier. Those old villagers should be held hostage by ghosts now. And now they are the only ones who can restrain those ghosts. I am afraid that they have all fallen into fantasy. If the rest of the ghosts want to kill them at this time, it is a breeze. Thinking that his partners might be in danger now, He Yuming frowned tightly. Fortunately, since I already know that this is an illusion, I can get rid of it now as long as I commit suicide, but this method of getting rid of is obviously the next choice. I remember that I seem to have learned illusion just now, so in Mu, I will let you see who is the master in this dream world. Illusion. The current level is raised to LV2. Illusion. The current level is raised to LV18. Illusion. The current level is raised to LV53. Illusion. The current level is increased to LV99. Illusion. The current level is increased to max, charm plus 10, intelligence plus 50, get an extra reward, Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. After countless experiences and practice, you have learned all the illusions and have stood at the top of the illusion world, but you are still not satisfied. Finally one day you broke through the limit of illusions. As if it has become a part of your body, it has merged into your eyes with strange power. From then on, your eyes are the nemesis of all illusions. An ability called chakra extracted from the cells of your body allows your eyes to perform various powerful and strange moves. Accompanied by a strange feeling, a tingling feeling spread through He Yuming's eyes, and when he came back to his senses, everything in front of me seems to have become completely different, the dust floating in the air, the Tyndall effect channel produced by sunlight shining on the air full of impurities, and the spatial fluctuations with a ghostly breath. Under He Yuming's gaze, a black passage gradually appeared in front of him, and the cold aura was even more incompatible with the surrounding environment. No ability is invincible, since it has the blood ghost technique that pulls others into the illusion and destroys the spiritual core of others. Then in the illusion, there must be a passage to the ghost's spiritual world, and that is wherein Mu's weakness lies. Same as human beings, as long as the spiritual core is destroyed, the ghost's consciousness will completely disappear, turning into an empty shell without any emotion. Seeing the world in front of him become completely different, and the countless knowledge about illusion suddenly appearing in his mind, the corner of Hei Yumming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Hey, I found you." Chapter 21 Broken Dreams. Ask for flowers. Ask for your tickets. Black. The boundless black, like the endless void, seems to be able to arouse the deepest fear in people's hearts. I really didn't expect you to find this place. You are indeed a difficult person in the mouth of Kibutsuji Muzan. The voice of Nightmare with a playful smile gradually appeared beside Hei Yumming, causing endless ripples. And his figure appeared in front of Hei Yumming while applauding. Is this your spiritual core? It's really ugly. Seeing a small ball exuding a strange aura hovering beside Mu, surrounded by countless ominous auras, one does not need to think about it to know that this dark thing is the spiritual core of Mu. Each person's spiritual core and surrounding subconscious environment are symbols of his innermost thoughts. At this time, the only thing Hei Yumming could feel from the spiritual core of Mu in front of him was the endless nausea. This ghost had already started to rot from the deepest part of his heart. Don't say that, I will be sad. Mu wiped the corners of his eyes pretending to be sad, and then the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. However, it's really beyond my expectation that you can come here, but this is also your biggest challenge failure. Because, this is my dreamland. With the sound of Mu ending, the environment around Hei Yumming changed drastically instantly, and the boundless black mist seemed to appear out of thin air, instantly surrounding Hei Yumming. However, Hei Yumming didn't panic at all. Instead, he closed his eyes and said to himself, "Really? But I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry now, so please die first." "How is it possible? What have you done?" Obviously, it should be in Mu's home field, but at this moment, he feels that he is bound by a strong pressure, and he has no way to move for a moment. And Hei Yumming, who should have been easily eroded by the black mist produced by his dream, did not suffer any damage at this time, but stood in it intact. No, where did that bastard go? In a split second, Mu was completely panicked. He has the ability to dominate his own dreams, since he can't find Hei Yumming who was originally shrouded in black mist. The unknown fear instantly filled his heart. Not good, very bad, this person has a problem. Let me wake up, or I will die, I will die. Something happened that made Mu completely desperate. He found that he had completely lost control of his dreams. In other words, the current him, like those under his control, has no other way to escape the control of the dream except suicide. Are you looking for me? Did you find that you suddenly couldn't control your dreams? Hei Yumming's voice gradually came from his ears. What on earth have you done? Mu cried out in despair. He knew that he might have kicked the iron plate this time. You can save this kind of boring question and ask Hades, of course, if he still accepts you. Hei Yumming, who knew well that no matter whether he was a decent guy or a villain, would have accidents and die from talking too much, he naturally didn't talk nonsense with Mu. He held his hand towards the void, and a long sword burning with purple flames appeared in his hand instantly. Boom! With the seemingly inadvertent slash, the black spiritual core beside Mu was instantly full of cracks. With a crisp sound, it turned into powder and disappeared into the black space. Disappeared with him was Mu, who was bound and unable to move. This poor little guy never figured out how he was killed by Hei Yumming until his death. A guy who only knows how to use blood ghosts, how can he be qualified to truly understand the core of illusion? The red eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in Hei Yumming's eyes gradually receded. The surrounding environment is still filled with boundless black space. Inmu is still standing there, just like when he first saw Hei Yumming, but his eyes have completely lost their luster, and the spiritual core beside him has also lost its luster. Still intact. A little brat who was crushed by a small illusion, dared to bark in front of me. Saying that, Hei Yumming walked forward slowly, smashing the ugly spiritual core with a casual punch. Thank you Dao Yefen for your big reward and monthly ticket. Swear an oath here. If the pigeon is not doing well today, I will swing my sword from the palace. I also want to be productive like a sow. Chapter 22 Muzan is a good man, ask for flowers. Ask for votes. In Daniazai village, outside the dilapidated wooden hut, dozens of dark-skinned, tall, and mighty men were holding sticks and looking angrily into the house. Compared to the tired faces in the house with a relaxed and smiling face, the villagers outside the house are all holding the sticks in their hands tightly, with cold sweat dripping down their faces from time to time, and the veins on their arms are even more like rising up like blue dragons. They were obviously extremely nervous. However, if the situation remains stalemate like this, it is not a solution. Everyone, come on, he's only one person. I saw the roar of the villagers who took the lead, completely igniting the fuse of this war. Go! Avenge the village chief! Isn't it just a ghost? Watch me beat you to death! Come on! Looking at the villagers coming from the shop, the smile on Tired's face grew stronger. It seems that you also like to fight, so let you fight for a while. Dozens of white silk threads flew out of Tired's hands in an instant, wrapping around a dozen or so villagers. Ah! Why is my body out of my control? Guzi, why did you hit me? It's not me, my body is out of control, it must be this ghost. Almost in an instant, the originally uniformed team was instantly destroyed by the Tired blood ghost technique. The villagers who were controlled and the villagers who rushed up later became a ball in an instant. Seeing everyone wrestling together, the funny look in Tired eyes gradually receded, and his brows gradually frowned. Cut, it's boring. People are people, it's boring and noisy, you should all die. I saw a white spider silk like a horizontal iron wire, flashing a sharp luster and scratching towards the necks of all the villagers in an instant. A deadly sense of danger surged into everyone's hearts in an instant, and a look of despair gradually appeared in the eyes of the villagers. It's over, I'm going to die. Hey, call here. Suddenly an abrupt voice appeared in everyone's ears, and Hei Yumming, who was still in a coma before, stood up leisurely at this time. And the spider silk shot by Lei suddenly deviated from the original trajectory, passed by the villagers, and shot towards Hei Yumming in the opposite direction. What's going on here? Is it a vampire technique? Tired after hearing the sound of beating, his body seemed to be out of control. The only thought in his mind was that this voice was too beating, and his master had to be killed. When I came back to my senses, I thought about it again and found something weird. However, this has no effect on his plan. No one can take his attack head-on. The strength of the spider silk he spit out has definitely surpassed that of ordinary metal. Although this vampire technique that can control human behavior is very strange, but it is absolutely impossible for this person to receive his attack head-on. Boom! A loud sound resounded from the place where the silk thread collided with Hei Yumming, and the huge impact instantly raised the dust above the ground, blocking everyone's sight. Humph! Are you dead? The corners of Tired's mouth turned up slightly, but he didn't avoid it. What an idiot! An idiot is not worthy of living in this world. However, just when everyone thought that Hei Yumming had died at Tired's hands, there was a sound in the smoke. Oh, it hurts so much, you little spider is so irritable, it seems that it is necessary to teach you a good lesson for your parents. As the smoke dissipated, Hei Yumming grinned and touched the bloodstains on his neck caused by Lei's attack, and soon the only trace of that attack disappeared on his neck. This is impossible. How could someone be able to take my attack? Tired eyes were full of astonishment and looked at Hei Yumming, but after listening to Hei Yuming's words, the whole person instantly became murderous as if a taboo switch had been turned on, and the veins on his forehead suddenly burst out. How dare you provoke me, who is at the bottom of the string? I will make your death miserable. Isn't it amazing to play the strings? How do I remember that I accidentally killed one in the morning? Facing the tiredness of being furious, Hei Yuming raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Come and try. If he didn't get it wrong when he used the kaleidoscope Sharingan just now, besides Inmu, who he played into a vegetative state, there are still 3 ghosts ambushing around the village, and judging from the breath, they should also be among the bottom line. Zheng Zhou just finished learning the breath of water and didn't have anyone to practice with. Unexpectedly, Kibutsuji Muzan sent him here. Kibutsuji Muzan is such a kind person. I haven't seen him for a long time and I can't help but want to give him a gift package for newbies. For the sake of how friendly he is, I will reward him with 2 more days of sunshine when we catch him in the future. Well, I'm such a nice guy. Chapter 23 Nezuko Crisis. Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. In the usual noisy village, at this time, it was as if a static button had been pressed, revealing a strange feeling. In the middle of the village, as if being bombarded by shells, all the villagers who arrived stared at the 2 figures, one big and one small, standing in the middle without daring to take a breath. Die! I saw that he shot out tiredly, and the muscles in his hands instantly released and flung towards Hei Yuming. If you look carefully, you can find that what is attacking Hei Yuming are dozens of extremely hard spider threads. Different from just now, dozens of blood-red silk threads are like bullets, and instantly hit Hei Yuming's direction with an unstoppable force. The power contained in them is as different as the white silk threads just now. Get out of here! The surrounding villagers watched the blood-red silk thread approaching Hei Yuming's direction helplessly. They had no time to cry out and could only keep shouting in their hearts. But Hei Yuming looked at the silk thread flying fast, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Walking forward leisurely, as if strolling in the garden, he slapped his hand to the right as if casually, and actually slapped all the silk threads towards the direction of the palm. This is impossible. Seeing that the man in front of him turned his powerful blow into a weak attack like a joke with such a random blow, a look of astonishment appeared in Tired's eyes again, and then a look of madness appeared in his eyes again, and he slammed his palms together. Grib! In an instant, hundreds of red silk threads were like a cage, rushing towards Hei Yuming like a net with extremely sharp luster. What a naughty child! Seeing the net-like silk threads rushing towards him, the corners of Hei Yuming's mouth gradually curved upwards, and he clenched his hands in the air. Blood drops instantly seeped from Hei Yuming's arms as if through delicate silk, and the precipitated blood also gradually, they converged into the shape of a knife in Hei Yuming's hands. This is an idea he had after mastering water control. Since he can control all kinds of water, more than 90% of the blood is composed of water. Then he who can control water can also control blood, but this is entirely because there is no Nichiren blades. The hardness of the knife made of blood is too low, but now these low-string fluttering boys are completely enough. Breath of blood, one type blood destroying slash. I saw that the air in Hei Yuming's mouth condensed into mist as if it had been compressed, and his feet were firmly planted on the ground in the shape of a horse. The powerful pressure instantly shattered the ground, and the right hand holding the knife instantly veins popped up, and a terrifying aura swept across the audience for a moment. Swish! Clang! Almost in an instant, the red blood light pierced through the net laid by Lei like lightning, so fast that even the sound of the sonic boom couldn't keep up. When everyone heard the sound of sword drawing and collision, the figure of Hei Yuming had already appeared behind Tired. However, Lei seemed to be unaware of it and whispered in a low voice, "It's really a beautiful knife. It's so gorgeous that I've never seen it in my life. It's as beautiful as the feathers of family members. Let's go, your parents are still waiting for you." Hei Yuming put the blood sword in his hand into his body, looked at Tired silently, and didn't know what he was thinking. Really? Thank you then. After a trace of liberation appeared in Tired's eyes, his body gradually turned into ashes starting from his neck, and gradually disappeared between the sky and the earth. Maybe they didn't blame you from the beginning. Hei Yumming seemed to be talking to himself and said towards the direction where tiredness disappeared. In the dark, there seemed to be a couple holding their children and bowing in his direction, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Okay, so where are the other 3 little mice? Hei Yumming opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan again, but found that one of the remaining 3 ghosts had approached Tanjiro and his party who had just woken up, while the other 2 had completely disappeared at this time. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the remaining 2 ghosts have escaped his detection range, and the other possibility is that the vampire technique in the remaining 2 ghosts has a means to prevent his detection. However, at this moment, Hei Yumming keenly noticed that the old woman he met when he entered the village had gradually approached Nezuko. You must know that all the old people in this village have been arrested and taken as prisoners, so how did this old woman appear here? There is a problem, there is definitely a problem. Nezuko, get out of the way. Realizing something was wrong, Hei Yumming immediately yelled at Nezuko, but even so, it was too late. A ghost sprang out of the old woman's mouth in an instant, pressing its sharp nails on Nezuko's neck, and the mark of the next 3 in his right eye has completely exposed his identity to everyone's sight. GGG, if you don't want to have some strange scars on this beautiful lady, don't act irrationally. Seeing that Hei Yumming finally stopped what he was doing, a smug smile appeared in the eyes of the third of the strings. What's the use of being strong? You don't have to rely on me in the end. GGG. Watching Nezuko being held hostage, a tyrannical red light flashed in Hei Yumming's eyes. Don't blame me for not reminding you, you are courting death. Chapter 24 Black Dragon Flame, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. I can warn you not to move around. GGG. On the sick night of the 3rd episode, Hei Yumming looked at him with a murderous look on his face, and the sick smile on his face became stronger. What a beautiful girl, I really want to cut her blood vessels to see how sweet her blood is. Speaking of sick night, the long nails in Nezuko's neck unconsciously gripped even tighter, and 5 shallow bloodstains appeared on Nezuko's neck like a swan's neck. A few drops of blood flowed down Nezuko's neck and into Sikyi's hand, shining like a ruby. But Sikyi noticed the blood in his hand, and said hypocritically, I'm sorry, I haven't seen such a pure girl for a long time, so I can't help being a little excited. However, at this moment, a scene completely beyond his comprehension happened. I saw that the few drops of pure blood that appeared on his fingertips started to burn like a flame. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a few small drops of blood instantly turned into a huge flame that enveloped Sikyi in it. Naturally, Hei Yumming also saw this good opportunity, and instantly opened the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes to stare at Sikyi's eyes. As the black pupils in his eyes, like Fuma shurikens, began to turn, Sikyi's expression gradually became full of confusion, and even the sharp claws on Nezuko's neck gradually loosened. Seeing this rare opportunity, Tomioka Jiyu, who was frantically playing soy sauce, finally reacted, pulled out the Nichiren blades from Urokodakase Kanji's waist with his backhand, and rushed towards the sick knight in an instant. Breath of water Hachi-shaped Takitsubo. I saw Tomioka Jiyu jumping up high, with a heavy knife accompanied by high-frequency vibration like a waterfall, cutting towards Sikyi's neck in an instant with overwhelming momentum. Seeing that the blade was about to appear on Sikyi's neck, Rokuro, the last player on the sidelines, couldn't sit still anymore. An air bomb mixed with a violent breath instantly appeared on Tomioka Jiyu's attack track and blocked the fatal blow. Seeing the second ghost appear, Sikyi is about to escape from Hei Yumming's control. At this time, Hei Yumming finally started his action. Finally can't hide it. You dare to hurt the lady in front of me, then you will die here together. Breath of Blood 2 Type Black Dragon Flame. I saw Hei Yumming comparing his hand to a gun posture, the blood seeping out of the skin gradually condensed and compressed on his fingertips, the terrifying coercion seemed to distort the surrounding space. One after another the flickering black electric light surrounded Hae-Yuming's fingers. What seemed like a long period of time was actually less than a second. Boom! The sound like an electromagnetic cannon fired almost shattered the eardrums of everyone present. A bloody ray beyond the limit of what everyone could see with naked eyes instantly penetrated the heads of Sikye and Rokuro. Ah 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 ah! When they were pulled back from the state of tinnitus with a scream, they realized that the two ghosts who were aggressive before were constantly being burned by the flames seeping from their heads. Originally, the most obvious advantage of the ghosts in the confrontation with the swordsman, regeneration, now became the source of their pain. However, even so, their regeneration speed couldn't match the speed of burning their limbs. After less than a minute of burning, the two ghosts still ended their sinful lives in pain. The shocked people were left behind, looking at the place where the ghost had turned into ashes, in a daze. Only left with full of doubts, are they really from the same world? In the forest outside Daniazai village, the fourth Mukago is running away from Daniazai village with a terrified expression on his face. Run, run! That demon is definitely not something we can deal with right now. Unlike the rest of the lower strings, her vampire technique is more of a detective type, and one of its functions is to be able to judge a person's true strength based on a person's aura. If the general combat power of the lower string is compared to 10, then the combat power of the black-haired boy that Kibutsuji Muzan asked them to kill is definitely close to 500, 600, or even 1000. Moreover, what frightened her even more was that the entire Daniazai village was actually within the perception range of that terrifying black-haired boy. That is to say, if she hadn't been running fast, it would probably have been reduced to ashes by now. And it turns out that her judgment was absolutely correct. Just a second ago, all the rest of the breath of the lower string had disappeared, and if her analysis was correct, she was now the only survivor among the lower strings. Run! Run! However, at this moment, several hands slowly stretched out from her mouth, pinching her head in an orderly manner. Boom! The watermelon burst in an instant, and the juice escaped. It's really useless. I can't even complete the procrastinating task, and it will take some time before I get real immortality. Is Hae-Yuming? Just wait for me. Chapter 25 Shinazugawa Sanamai, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. After being attacked by Lu Xiaxian, Tomioka Jiyu and his team also realized Kibutsuji Muzan's abnormal behavior. And the previous fat pigeon, after telling Tomioka Jiyu about Nezuko and Tanjiro's situation to Yabayashiki Kagaya, rushed to the crowd again with his letter. To Black Feather. Listen to Jiyu Yanjun's heroic deeds, with a superhuman attitude, and do good deeds in the world. Shijo-kun and Miss Nezuko are the key to fight against Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan's whereabouts have changed drastically again today. I hope you can come to the headquarters of the ghost killing team to discuss the plan to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Looking forward to your arrival. Pen to paper, Yabayashiki Kagaya. Although the content of this letter is not much, the information contained in it is very huge. First of all, Yabayashiki Kagaya has almost initially recognized the identities of Hae-Yuming and Nezuko. If he did not trust them, he would never have done such a thing that might give away the location information of the Demon Slayer Squad headquarters. From this point of view, even Hae-Yuming feels a little admiration for Yabayashiki Kagaya's courage. Being able to rely on the description of his subordinates, he can comfort his life with a stranger he has never met. With this kind of courage, it is not surprising that he has been able to control the Ghost Slayer Squad and struggle with Kibutsuji Muzan for so many years with an ordinary person who has no power to restrain the chicken. The second news is that Kibutsuji Muzan has almost started to act after realizing that his position was exposed in advance, and this is probably one of the reasons why Yabayashiki Kagaya is so eager to see him. Feeling that the current situation has changed, after comforting and dealing with the affairs in the village, Tomioka Jiyu decided to speed up the trip, and left Tanjiro directly at Urokadakase Kanji, and then prepared to take Hae-Yuming and Nezuko away. At the time of parting, everyone bid farewell to the group of them with tears in their eyes. Grandpa, you should come to Dania's village often to play. Next time you come, benefactor, you must try our matcha wine. Woohoo! I'm so touched. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, Mr. Benedict, we will remember your kindness forever. Ding! The favorability of the villagers of Dania village has been upgraded to love. Seeing this weird system prompt, Hei Yumming suddenly felt a chill, and couldn't help but move back a few steps when looking at the villagers' sincere eyes. Cousin Ming, Nezuko, you guys must come back safely. Looking at the crying Tanjiro, Hei Yumming touched his head with a gentle smile. You have to learn swordsmanship well, cousin, I will take good care of Nezuko, don't worry. Then he took Nezuko's little hand and waved goodbye to everyone. Hey hey hey! Nezuko is finally mine. The process of going to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad, which was considered very troublesome in the animation, became even more troublesome in reality. One by one, the girls in the logistics team, wearing black ninja costumes and black masks, covered their eyes and mouths and carried them behind their backs. After passing around for half a day, Hei Yumming almost fainted before arriving at the ghost-killing squad. Base camp. Recalling this unbearable experience, his throat would subconsciously wriggle as if he was about to spit it out. He will never experience this kind of experience a second time. It was even more painful than fighting Kibutsuji Muzan. Compared to the pale Hei Yumming, Nezuko's reaction was much more normal. Seeing that his cousin Ming was not feeling well, he gently touched Hei Yumming's back with his hand. Okay, cousin Ming, don't be uncomfortable, it won't be uncomfortable if you touch it. Seeing Nezuko's serious face, cute Hei Yumming's heart almost melted. Sure enough, Nezuko is the best. However, when Hei Yumming, who was enjoying Nezuko's loving touch, was indulging in Nezuko's ultimate cuteness, an inappropriate voice sounded from behind the two. Where did you come from, little brat? Go away, don't block my way. I saw a man wearing a white dress with a black collar showing his chest, a white hedgehog head, a huge X-shaped scar on his face, and a hand on the Nichiren blades around his waist at all times. He is not as tall as Hei Yumming. The man was standing impatiently behind Hei Yumming and the other two. As soon as Hei Yumming heard the sound of beating, Hei Yumming immediately knew the identity of this little man, Shinazugawa Sanamai, the pillar of the ghost-killing squad. This is the bastard who dared to stab my lovely Nezuko in the original plot. Although it was later forcibly whitewashed in the comics, but the fact that Nezuko was hurt by others, Hei Yumming absolutely has no way to tolerate it. Hei Yumming didn't back down if Shinazugawa Sanamai asked them to make way. Short, can't you walk beside me? Hey? Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Chapter 26 A Serious Punch, Ask for Flowers, Ask for Votes. Who's the kid's name? Hei Yumming narrowed his eyes slightly, and met Shinazugawa Sanamai's big eyes that stared like a lantern. It was as if two currents collided in the air, making a crackling sound. Is there any brat here besides you? He actually yelled at a pillar, Tomioka Jiyu. Is this a relative you brought? How can you deserve a beating like you? Shinazugawa Sanamai glanced at Hei Yumming with a look of disdain and turned his head in the direction of Tomioka Jiyu. He couldn't think of any reason other than being a relative of Tomioka Jiyu who was brought to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad at such a young age. However, in the face of Shinazugawa Sanamai's question, Tomioka Jiyu chose to keep his face paralyzed, and moved his eyes to other places, obviously trying to pretend he didn't hear it. He definitely doesn't like Shinazugawa Sanamai's irritable and defiant temper, and it just so happens that this time he can use Hei Yumming's hand to teach this self-righteous guy a little bit, so why not do it? Forget it, I'll find you bastard later, will you get out of the way, you little brat? Seeing that Tomioka Jiyu didn't pay attention to him, Shinazugawa Sanamai only felt angry, and his temper came up in an instant, but before he taught Tomioka Jiyu a lesson, he had to beat the little devil in front of him who exuded the same annoying aura as Tomioka Gyuu. A harsh lesson. Want to do it? Then try it. Facing the threat of Shinazugawa Sanamai, how could Heiyuming still stand in the same place, stroking the head of Nezuko, who was a little frightened with one hand, and ticking provocatively in the direction of Shinazugawa Sanamai with the other hand. Asshole! How could it be possible for Shinazugawa Sanamai, who was so provocative, to bear the irritable mood in his heart, and immediately kicked his legs back with a bruised head, and punched Heiyuming hard in the stomach. Boom! Just hearing a loud punch to the flesh, Shinazugawa Sanamai's fist instantly hit Heiyuming's stomach. However, a scene that shocked him happened. He felt as if his fist had hit Gambang, and Heiyuming still looked at him with a slight smile on his face like a normal person, as if it's like laughing at his weak blow. Didn't you eat in the morning? Since you can't even punch, let me teach you what a real punch is. I saw that Heiyuming had already taken his action while Shinazugawa Sanamai stopped on the spot with a dull expression on his face. A normal punch. Then he waved his fist upwards casually. Boom! It was such a casual punch that instantly made Shinazugawa Sanamai feel as if he had been hit by a train. His whole body curled up like a prawn and flew several meters away. It has to be said that it seems that the Shinazugawa family seems to be quite resistant to blows. Even after suffering such a terrifying blow, Shinazugawa Sanamai regained consciousness a short while after the brain went down for an instant. After touching the bloodshot eyes overflowing from the corner of his mouth in disbelief, monstrous anger instantly ignited. You bastard! Clang! In an instant Shinazugawa Sanamai pulled out his Nichiren blades and charged again in Heiyuming's direction. This time he would show no mercy. Breath of the wind, one-shaped dust whirlwind, slash! I saw that Shinazugawa Sanamai, as if transformed into an electric drill, quickly launched an assault towards Heiyuming, and the violent shock wave hit Heiyuming in an instant like a tornado. The terrifying shock wave instantly crushed the ground into powder, but even so, there was no trace of panic on Heiyuming's face. Since you have drawn your sword, you must make up your mind. Looking at the approaching Shinazugawa Sanamai, Heiyuming finally stopped smiling. On the contrary, there was a serious look. Slowly took a deep breath, almost evacuating the surrounding air, and then slowly raised his right hand. A serious punch. Almost beyond the speed limit visible to the naked eye, at the moment when Shinazugawa Sanamai was about to appear in front of Heiyuming, a fist the size of a sandbag instantly escaped his attack and appeared in front of him. Boom! The duel between masters is often at such a moment. Shinazugawa Sanamai rushed up and flew out in such a hurry, turning into a shooting star in the sky. Pooh! Let's see if you dare to touch my Nezuko in the future. Chapter 27 Tomioka Gyuu and number 039, Fear, ask for flowers, ask for votes. Heiyu-kun is indeed a handsome boy. As Shinazugawa Sanamai was punched flying by Heiyuming, a sound of chatting slowly came from the grass behind him. Yeah, hey! Mitsurai-chan, your eyes are almost heart-shaped. As the eyes of the people were suddenly attracted by the chatting between the two, they saw two beautiful ladies on the high wall behind them eating the delicious bento in their hands while happily watching the actions of the people just now. One was wearing the classic black and white cloak of the ghost-killing squad, and a black jumpsuit with a thin waist perfectly highlighted his exquisite figure. The girl's heart contained in the three long pink twisted poops seemed to rush towards her face. A pair of big light green eyes looked at Heiyuming from a distance as if they had turned into love hearts. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. The tear mole adds a touch of seduction to it. Black single ponytail with long collarbone hairstyle, the tail is slightly purple and mature, revealing a touch of cuteness, wearing a mint-colored kocho hair clip with dark purple edges. The feathers are like kocho's wings, and the purple pupil reveals a hint of intellectual beauty. The other one is even more sweet-looking, wearing a snow-white haori, and the open-chested team uniform and short skirt perfectly show off the proud figure. Two beautiful young ladies are sitting on the wall, and their green calves seem to shake Heiyuming's heart, which is sultry. Hei Yumming, who is a big fan of Demon Slayer, can't know who he is meeting. The two people in front of them are obviously Kocho Shinobu and Kanroji Mitsurai, who are the three most handsome in Demon Slayer besides Nezuko. Looking at the eyes of Ganluyi Meili beside him, who has almost completely become loving and locked on Hei Yumming tightly, Kocho Shinobu shook his head with a smile on his face, and then said to the people in front of him, "Hei Yumming Yukun and Nezuko-chan, hello, I'm Kocho Shinobu, and the nympho-looking man next to me is Kanroji Mitsurai. The Hashirama meeting is about to start, let's go." Looking at Ganluyi Meili beside him, his eyes have almost completely become loving. He locked on Hei Yumming tightly, and murmured unconsciously, "Hei Yukun with a serious face is so handsome too. This is the ideal type of appearance and figure that I like. Ah, Kocho Shinobu, my spring is here." Kocho Shinobu still had a gentle smile on his face, with several blue veins popping out. He punched Kanroji Mitsurai on the head, knocking him unconscious and dragging him away. "Everyone, Mitsurai doesn't seem to be feeling well today, so let's take a step ahead and see you at Hashirama later." Hearing that the meeting between the pillars was about to start, Hei Yumming suddenly remembered that he seemed to have beaten away a guy who needed to be beaten just now, and that guy seemed to be a pillar too. Thinking of this, Hei Yumming scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, "What about that guy Shinazugawa Sanamai? I seem to have accidentally beaten him up just now." Hearing Hei Yumming's worry, Kocho Shinobu was slightly taken aback, and then laughed like a silver bell. "Haha, you are such an interesting kid. It's okay. We have seen what happened just now. It is true that Shinazugawa Sanamai made the mistake first. But you don't have to worry, that guy is quite durable. He shouldn't be able to fight just now. If there is any major problem, the meeting between the pillars will definitely be held as scheduled. Is it really okay?" Knowing how terrifying Hei Yumming's strange power is, Tomioka Jiyuu's head slowly dripped 3 drops of cold sweat. Being hit on the head by that terrifying force doesn't seem to be going to be all right. He knew that Kocho Shinobu was the leader of Choya who was in charge of healing, so it was impossible for him not to see how seriously injured Shinazugawa Sanamai was just now. It seems that Shinazugawa Sanamai has definitely offended this woman before. Thinking of this, Tomioka Jiyuu suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He remembered that Hei Yumming seemed to have said that the other pillars didn't seem to like him very much. Is it too late to start remediation now? He didn't want to be diagnosed as fine after being stabbed in the head that day. This is absolutely dead. What a horrible creature women are. At this moment, Tomioka Jiyuu, who was imagining various remedies in his mind, suddenly heard the voice of Kocho Shinobu. "Mr. Jiyuu, let's go and don't stand still. Are you feeling a little uncomfortable? Well, let's go. After this inter-column meeting is over, you must ask Mr. Ming how to eliminate the misunderstanding with the female pillars. He is very experienced." Looking at Hei Yumming, who told a joke or two from time to time and made all the girls laugh, Tomioka Jiyuu secretly made a decision in his heart. Chapter 28 Ghost Killing Squad Headquarters. Ask for flowers. Ask for tickets. It has to be said that the environment of the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad can be described as extravagant. From the time Hei Yumming followed Kocho Shinobu to Yabayashiki Kagaya's residence, he walked for nearly 10 minutes. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants along the way, as well as all kinds of captive animals, made his eyes straight. Muscular deer fed Ganoderma since he was a child, and giant chickens that only ate rice irrigated with wine and other animals with a penchant for curiosity made him feel bad. I know that the Ghost Killing Squad is rich, but it shouldn't be so rich. Compared with the animals here, the A5 grade Wagyu beef outside is simply rubbish. Well, if you have the chance, you must visit here often. Yabayashiki Kagaya's good intentions are in vain. If you eat all these animals, his combat effectiveness will probably increase by several percentage points. Yes, all of this is for the peace of the world. How could it be for my own appetite? For some reason, the corners of Hei Yumming's mouth almost drool at the thought of this. Grilled steak, roasted thighs, roasted kidneys, roasted butter. The animals around felt that they seemed to have been put on the dining table, trembling with fright, and their usually perverse characters, under the threat of hay yumming at this time, they all behaved like kittens, with a sense of atmosphere. Don't dare to take a breath. A unique courtyard gradually appeared in front of the group of people. Kocho Shinobu was also impressed when he saw it, and then reflected that the surrounding environment today is always a bit too quiet. Hey, these animals are so good today. By the way, in front of Mr. Heiyu is the owner's residence. After hearing Kocho Shinobu's words, Heiyuming turned his eyes away from the surrounding animals. I don't know if it's his illusion. It seems that since he got the gourmet cell and his cooking skills reached the full level, he is familiar with all kinds of delicious ingredients, and his resistance to those delicious foods seems to have dropped slightly. This is not a good sign. It only shows that the abilities he acquired have not been fully grasped by him, and even have had some influence on himself, although these influences are still under control, but with the abilities he acquired more and more will inevitably have many adverse effects, which is definitely not the result he wants to see. But now is obviously not the time to consider this issue, because they have already entered the residence of Yubayashiki Kagaya. As the crowd filed in, they realized that they were not the first to arrive. A brown cassock with the words Namo Amitabha draped over the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad, a huge monk with a very long scar on his forehead and white eyes, and a long yellow and red hair, with a facing the man with heroic sword eyebrows and a pair of eyes that seem to be able to pierce the sky. It is obvious that the two have been talking with Yubayashiki Kagaya cross-legged for a while. With such obvious physical signs, Heiyuming naturally recognized them at a glance. These two are definitely the strongest Zuyanzu Haimjima Kume and the real man Yanzu Rengoku Kyujura. And sitting across from them, the young man with extremely weak signs of life but exuding a reassuring aura should be Yubayashiki Kagaya himself. There is nothing wrong with that. Seeing Heiyuming and his group walk into his house, Yubayashiki Kagaya showed a kind smile on his face, and waved to everyone. Is it Kurobakun and Nezuko? You came just in time. We happened to talk about you just now. The Hashirama meeting hasn't started yet. Let's sit down for a while. After Yubayashiki Kagaya's friendly waving, Haimjima Kume also noticed the two fresh faces of Heiyuming and Nezuko, and Doda's tears instantly gushed out of his eyes like a flood breaking a bank. Are you Heiyuming? You are indeed a good-looking talent. The future of the Demon Slayer squad depends on you. Hey, is there really nothing wrong with the lacrimal glands in this guy's eyes? Even though I already knew the character of this rock pillar in the animation, when I met Heiyuming for the first time, I was a little bit taken aback by his sudden tears. This is because a normal person does not have such a large amount of water output. Ha ha ha, did it scare you? I'm really sorry. We old guys have some minor problems more or less. I hope you don't mind. Come and drink tea. On the other hand, Rengoku Kyujura was still as heroic as shown in the anime. Seeing Heiyuming and Nezuko seem to be frightened by Haimjima Kume, he smiled loudly and called Heiyuming and others to come over and have a few sips of tea. The enthusiastic and unpretentious attitude instantly made Heiyuming's favorability for him rise sharply. The eldest brother is indeed the most attractive male character in this comic. It is precisely because of this daring character that he was able to save the lives of Tanjiro Xiaoqiang trio with his own life. Now that he has come to this world, he will never let this tragedy happen again. Chapter 29 Try My Hunk Wine. Compared with the domestic turmoil at this time, the headquarters of the ghost killing squad has a strange silence at this time. The tea is really good tea. The moment Heiyuming got the teacup, when the long fragrance wafted into his nose, he knew that it was definitely taken from the moment he just grew up and matured. The top quality Dahongbao made with the first drop of dew in the morning is estimated to be rare even for today's extreme powerful people. With a sip of micro tea, a strong fragrance seems to be transformed into a substance, and it flows down its throat in an instant, leaving a mouthful of fragrance that makes people have endless aftertaste. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eating Extreme Dahongbao, Intelligence +3, Endurance +3. The top-level ingredients are instantly digested by the gourmet cells and transformed into the power of Hei Yumming, only the mouthful is full of fragrance. Seeing Hei Yumming enjoying his face, Yabayashiki Kagaya also smiled slightly. How about it, Mr. Hei Yu? This is the top specialty produced by our ghost-killing team only once a year. It is taken from the mysterious red clay, equipped with special fertilizers, and it was collected for the first time this year after several years of cultivation. It's really destined to be with you. Even Hei Yumming had expected that this tea was extremely precious, but he did not expect that Yabayashiki Kagaya would treat him to this first collection, and even Hei Yumming couldn't hold back. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up suddenly, he put his hand into his pocket and pretended to fumble around, but in fact he secretly took out the drink that he didn't dare to drink in Dania village in the space backpack. The macho wine finally showed a gratified smile on his face. Since this is the case, I can't let you suffer. This is the macho wine from Dania village. It is very delicious and can strengthen the body, nourish yin, and tonify the kidney. I will share it with the master today. Seeing the unknown turbid object Hei Yumming took out, Tomioka Jiyu's eyes froze instantly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Hei Yu is an interesting person. Although someone is unwell, since Mr. Hei Yu produced such a good wine, I naturally want to have a drink. Yabayashiki Kagaya handed the glass to Hei Yumming with a contented face, and Hei Yumming naturally filled the glass for him. No, you must stop him. Tomioka Jiyu, who knew the making process of this macho wine, rushed to Yabayashiki Kagaya's side with a look of despair, but it was almost too late. Yabayashiki Kagaya's wine glass was already empty, and without knowing it, he pursed his lips with an intoxicated expression, only then noticed Tomioka Jiyu who suddenly stood beside him, and asked curiously. Mr. Jiyu, what's wrong with you? You're sweating profusely. Did you catch a cold? Seeing that things have happened, and Yabayashiki Kagaya seems to be quite satisfied with the taste of this wine, Tomioka Jiyu did not have the courage to tell him that the raw material of this wine is made from the fine hair of the macho men in Dania village. He replied as uncomfortable as eating a fly, no. Seeing Hei Yumming looking at him with a smile on his face, Tomioka Jiyu knew that this guy definitely did it on purpose. How could such vulgar food be eaten by the master? However, just as Tomioka Jiyu made eye contact with Hei Yumming, Yabayashiki Kagaya waved to the rest of the people, signaling them to go out for a while. The rest of the people saw Yabayashiki Kagaya's gesture and naturally walked out obediently. Even Tomioka Jiyu temporarily ended the eye contact with Hei Yumming, gritted his teeth angrily, and finally walked out helplessly, guarding the door. Now it was Hei Yumming's turn to be curious. He really didn't want to understand why Yabayashiki Kagaya left him alone in the house. If it is about Kibutsuji Muzan, it can be reserved for discussion at the Hashirama meeting later. But leaving him alone in the house now obviously has other things to talk about. Could it be that he is coveting his beauty? Thinking of this, Hei Yumming's complexion changed instantly. It seems that this is the only possibility. After all, his handsome face is simply a model for all men and women. No wonder Tomioka Jiyu looked at him with envy just now. So I was jealous of my exquisite face. This old man didn't expect to be this kind of person, I misread you. I feel that the mental state of the pigeon is not right for the past 2 days. After chasing One Piece overnight, I found that the style of writing is getting worse day by day. How to do? I beg you to recommend a few shows with high IQ protagonists, so that the pigeon's writing style can return to normal again. Goo. Thank you LZCZLJY for your big monthly ticket, I love you. Chapter 30 Eternal Life, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. After everyone left the room, Yabayashiki Kagaya changed his previous leisurely expression and asked Hei Yumming with a serious face. Kuraba-kun, I heard from Jiyu that you have the power to transform ghosts into humans and give them more powerful powers, is this true? Hey, it turns out that you are not greedy for my beauty. Thinking of this, Heiyuming breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment and replied seriously, "It is indeed so. Regarding the transformation of Nezuko into a ghost with a perfect body, Heiyuming thinks that he did absolutely nothing wrong, but now that it is exposed, there is really no way to do it. Then what is the relationship between Black Feathercon and Kibutsuji Muzan before? After all, the ability of Black Feathercon is really hard to let people not think of the way Kibutsuji Muzan transforms people into ghosts, and also transforms people through blood." Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya finally asked his own question, and the surrounding aura suddenly became dignified. However, after thinking for so long, Heiyuming has long thought of a lie about dealing with this kind of problem. You can't tell Yubayashiki Kagaya that there is a system in his body that directly makes him an existence beyond Kibutsuji Muzan. Everything in the world has natural enemies. The natural enemies of animals are humans, and the natural enemies of human beings are ghosts. So what are the natural enemies of ghosts? Have you ever thought about this problem? I saw Heiyuming sitting upright in an instant, turning on the master level flickering state, and Yubayashiki Kagaya was stunned for a moment by every word under the full level deception skill. I really haven't thought about this question. In my impression, the only things that can restrain ghosts instinctively are wisteria flowers and the sun. Does Kurobakun have an answer? I would like to hear more about it. Ghosts naturally have natural enemies. Although Kibutsuji Muzan is a monster that was accidentally produced by a pharmacist thousands of years ago, he has gradually devastated the life of this continent for thousands of years. God sees you, so he gave my ancestors the power of gods to help mortals fight against ghosts, but the power of gods has never really awakened before, and it will only improve their talents when it is reflected in normal people, and give them markings that can enhance the strength of their companions. And I am the son of gods of this generation and also ours, the only person in the family who has truly awakened the power of God. Heiyuming uttered a large piece of lies without blushing and heartbeat, and Yubayashiki Kagaya's expression changed instantly, apparently thinking of something. Wait, this is the son of God of this generation. I remembered that in the Warring States period, there was a legendary swordsman with flame-like markings on his face. It was even rumored that he almost killed Kibutsuji Muzan completely. If I'm not wrong, the legendary swordsman Ji Koyuan is your ancestor, so that's how it is. Seeing that Yubayashiki Kagaya was lost in thought, the light in his eyes that were about to go blind became brighter and brighter. Obviously he was frantically trying to make up for Heiyuming's words. And Heiyuming also happily took a sip of tea leisurely, boasting in his heart that he is really a little genius. At this moment, Yubayashiki Kagaya finally ended his crazy brainstorming, raised his head and said to Heiyuming, "Kuroyukun made you laugh. I am really shocked by the truth of this history, but Heiyuming, do you know the curse of our maternity family?" Heiyuming nodded slightly when he heard Yubayashiki Kagaya's words. He had heard a little about the short-lived curse of the maternity house family. It can be said that Yubayashiki Kagaya, who is not yet 30, looks like he is about to die. Thanks to this curse. Because of the scum like Kibutsuji Muzan in their clan, the entire race is cursed so that almost all descendants die in their 20s. This is one of the reasons why the maternity family has been fighting against Kibutsuji Muzan for generations. I can feel that my time is running out, but my dog has not yet been able to take on the important task of being the master in my opinion. Although my eyes are about to go blind, as far as I can the future you see is bright. Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya paused slightly, as if waiting for Heiyuming's reaction. Heiyuming, who was drinking the big red robe leisurely before, heard what Yubayashiki Kagaya said. How could he not know what he was going to say next, and spit out all the tea in his mouth in shock. Why did this bad old man want to throw the heavy burden of the Ghost Slayer squad to him the first time we met? Is it true that he has the ability to predict the future? Isn't it appropriate? We just met for the first time, and isn't it fun to end your mission in your own hands? Hearing Heiyuming's persuasion, Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled detachedly and explained to him. It's not that I don't want to solve it myself, but that time one is really not allowed. To be honest, Mr. Heiyu, I can feel that my lifespan will definitely not exceed 1 year, and within this year, I think I can. The possibility of killing the current Kibutsuji Muzan is even slimmer, and your appearance is simply the only possibility to break the current situation and kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Although it is the first time we meet, I can feel the kindness and persistence in your heart. But at the same time, you definitely have a greater yearning in your heart, and I am very relieved to entrust the ghost-killing squad to you. Stop, stop. What if I can give you real eternal life? Chapter 31 Miracles, Asking for Flowers, Asking for Tickets. The air in the room suddenly froze, as if a needle could be heard falling on the ground, it was so quiet. Yubayashiki Kagaya, who was sitting in front of Heiyuming, stared at the boy in front of him who looked much smaller than him. His eyes were full of astonishment. If it wasn't that there was something wrong with his head just now, Mr. Heiyu really said that he has the ability to give him eternal life. Is what you said true? In case there was a problem with his ears and he misheard, Yubayashiki Kagaya asked again tremblingly. Well, it's true, not only can you obtain eternal life, but you can also obtain power beyond human beings. Heiyuming was like a devil, with a smile on his mouth, seducing the lord who was not long in front of him. For him, the benefits of converting Yubayashiki Kagaya into his own ghost are far greater than the cost-effectiveness of waiting for Yubayashiki Kagaya to become the new leader of the ghost-killing team after Yubayashiki Kagaya's death. First of all, if he is allowed to be the leader of the ghost-killing team, this kind of every move will affect the life and death of the members of the ghost-killing team, and he feels very uncomfortable about establishing the lives of others under his orders. I like it, so it is a burden for him to be a bigger part of the leader of the ghost-killing squad. However, if Yubayashiki Kagaya is transformed into one's own ghost, it is equivalent to indirectly controlling the ghost-killing team, and has an existence that only enjoys rights but walks outside of obligations, which is equivalent to the emperor of the ghost-killing team. This identity is quite acceptable to Heiyuming. What's more, Yubayashiki Kagaya also has many cute little lowly daughters. If he dies, these cute little sisters will be sad. Yubayashiki Kagaya on the opposite side, after thinking for a while, seemed to have made a decision, and solemnly said to Heiyuming. If Black Feather-kun can make my broken body last until I kill Kibutsuji Muzan and fulfill our family's destiny, then I am willing to dedicate everything to Black Feather-kun. Hearing this sentence, the corners of Heiyuming's mouth slightly raised. Good. Compared with the harmonious conversation inside the house, the pillars outside the house who were kneeling on the ground waiting for Yubayashiki Kagaya to appear were even more nervous, each of them holding their weapons tightly, as if they would instantly panic if they heard any disturbance in the house. Break in. For them, Yubayashiki Kagaya is not only the leader, but also their benefactor. No matter who it is, they all admire him from the bottom of their hearts. If something happened to Yubayashiki Kagaya in front of them, they would definitely have no shame in continuing to live. Of course, Tomioka Jiyu and Nezuko seemed a lot more relaxed than the rest of the pillars who looked nervous. Ah! I saw Tomioka Jiyu holding a long cat's tail grass, dangling in front of Nezuko, who looked like I was super fierce, like teasing a kitten. Looking at the quiet room, Tomioka Jiyu didn't feel any worry in his heart. He still knew Heiyuming's character. Although he had a bad personality and liked to play tricks on people, he never disappointed him once in business. I just don't know why, Heiyuming has such a bad personality, but his cousin is so innocent and cute. At this time, the sound of footsteps from inside the house attracted everyone's attention, and everyone clenched the knife in their hands with a bit of a bad expression. Because there were 2 footsteps coming from the house, and at this time, no one in the house except Heiyuming should be able to move around, and Yubayashiki Kagaya's curse has deprived him of his ability to move. As the footsteps gradually stopped at the door, everyone's expressions became more and more unnatural. Even Hajime Kume, who had the strongest concentration, had a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Even Tomioka Jiyu finally stopped what he was doing, and looked towards the door in shock. Hey Yumming, what kind of fool did he do again? What happened in the house? After everyone guessed countless possibilities in their hearts, the door of the room finally opened. However, the scene in front of them completely shocked them. I saw Yubayashiki Kagaya, who had been diagnosed as unable to walk, stood with Hey Yumming with a refreshed face. The markings on the face caused by the curse disappeared even more at this time. Such a huge change made Zuman at the door so shocked that even his mouth dropped. It turns out that there are really miracles in this world. What the hell happened in the house? Chapter 32. The situation has changed. At the door, Yubayashiki Kagaya came out slowly behind Hey Yumming, with a smile on his face, and the fluttering long clothes seemed to have a dusty atmosphere at this time. Seeing the changes in Yubayashiki Kagaya, everyone was very surprised, and they could all clearly notice that Yubayashiki Kagaya's state was much better than before. You must know that before entering, it was just a dying patient who was almost blind and almost lost the mobility of his lower body, but now he was able to move around freely, which is simply unbelievable. Could it be that Hey Yumming did something? As if aware of everyone's doubts, Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled and said to everyone, "Just now, Mr. Kuroba gave me a little treatment, and now I feel that my body is much better. Not only is it much better, if it weren't for the large number of people now, he would have asked his wife to move 2 bricks for him to chop to vent his vigorous strength. Hey Yu-kun is worthy of being recommended by Jiu. Whether it is sword skills, medical skills, or even psychological aspects, I feel great admiration. Now I completely believe why Jiu will call Hey Yu-kun the hope of the new era." Ding! The host's current favorability with Yubayashiki Kagaya has been upgraded to friendship between monarch and minister. After realizing that Hey Yumming does not want to be the new leader for the time being, Yubayashiki Kagaya felt a little regretful but did not insist. But since Hey Yumming will become his lord after Kibutsuji Muzan is killed, Yubayashiki Kagaya naturally wants to create momentum for him in the ghost-killing team first. Therefore, during the period of time when Kibutsuji Muzan was killed, Hey Yumming's prestige must be recognized in the ghost-killing team, and this is indeed what the current Hey Yumming needs most. Sure enough, Yubayashiki Kagaya can become the leader of the ghost-killing team, relying not only on his own extremely high charisma, but also on this monster-like EQ. Sure enough, after listening to Yubayashiki Kagaya's words, all the pillars looked at Hey Yumming with gratitude and a sense of astonishment in their eyes. Unexpectedly, such a young person can have so many achievements in so many aspects. I am afraid that this person started to practice in the womb. But even being surprised by Hey Yumming's ability didn't affect everyone's approval of his behavior this time. Almost instantly, Hey Yumming's mind was like swiping the screen, and a large series of information instantly filled his mind. Ding! The favorability between the current host and Kocho Shinobu has been increased to trust. Ding! The favorability between the current host and Himejima Kume has been increased to trust. Ding! The favorability between the current host and Kenroji Mitsurai has been increased to secret love. Ding! The favorability between the current host and Shinazugawa Sanamai has been increased to trust. There seems to be some strange favorability mixed in the middle. But watching Kenroji Mitsurai look at him at this time, his eyes have completely turned into a heart shape. How can Hey Yumming not know what happened? But what surprised him was that Shinazugawa Sanamai's favorability for him had directly increased to trust. Sure enough, this guy is very resistant to beatings, and he will continue if he has a chance next time. Thinking of this, Hey Yumming glanced at Shinazugawa Sanamai, who was half kneeling on the ground, with a devilish smile on his lips. In an instant, Shinazugawa Sanamai, who had a big bag almost as big as his head on his head, seemed to be targeted by a poisonous snake, and a coldness that penetrated into the marrow of his bones instantly spread throughout his body. "Hey, what's the matter, do you have a cold?" Shinazugawa Sanamai, who didn't notice Hey Yumming's harmonious eyes, thought something strange. But at this moment, Yubayashiki Kagaya also clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention again. The pillar meeting has officially begun. Okay everyone, although today is a happy event, the world is undergoing the biggest change in history. Just got the news that Kibutsuji Muzan seems to have almost obtained the path to immortality, and now he is turning powerful ordinary people into ghosts, and now we have completely lost the news of Kibutsuji Muzan's location. In other words, we have completely lost control of the current situation. Thank you LZCZLJY for the big monthly ticket, he he he. Chapter 33 Special Lecturer, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. The expressions of the people around all changed drastically after hearing Yubayashiki Kagaya's words. At first they thought that the situation would become extremely bad, but they never imagined that in just a few days, the trace of Kibutsuji Muzan has been lost again, and what's worse is that he actually started to attack ordinary people action. No matter how you think about it, this is not a good thing, and it is even more terrifying that Kibutsuji Muzan may have found a way to immortality. But upon hearing this speculation, Hae-Yuming couldn't help but drip cold sweat on his forehead. No matter how you think about it, this news seems to be related to him. During the turmoil this time, I also noticed that the combat power among us, except Zhu, was extremely fragile in front of ghosts. This is very bad. Therefore, I decided to further increase the intensity of training. Advance the selection of the ghost-killing team to next month, and increase the training intensity of the ghost-killing team members. Speaking of this, the rest of the pillars couldn't help but nodded. What Yubayashiki Kagaya said is indeed true. The main combat power of the current ghost-killing team is basically supported by a few pillars. Once something happens to the pillars, the combat effectiveness of the demon-killing team will be greatly damaged. But before talking about this matter, I must introduce to you this Kurobakun and his cousin Nezuko, who you should all know. Now, Kurobakun has seriously injured Kibutsuji Muzan and killed 6 offsprings at the same time. Great military exploits, even if he is named a pillar, it is more than enough, and Nezuko is the only existence transformed from a ghost by Kurobakun into a human being, and after being transformed into a human, he still retains the fighting power of a ghost. I suspect that Kibutsuji Muzan's recent changes are the same as Nezuko related. After Yubayashiki Kagaya revealed the identities of Hae-Yuming and Nezuko, the eyes of everyone present at them changed instantly. Leaving aside that Nezuko is Hae-Yuming transformed from a ghost into a human being, Hae-Yuming's record alone has made all of them's eyes pop out of fear. In their original impression, Hae-Yuming is a miracle doctor who can help Yubayashiki Kagaya recover. As for Yubayashiki Kagaya's extraordinary swordsmanship, it is more like an absurd praise. However, the image of Hae-Yuming in their minds has completely changed now. This doctor was able to kill 6 of them at the same time. This is simply an unbelievable achievement. You must know that even the strongest Hime-Jima Kume can only be confident that he can get away from the simultaneous attack of 6 players at the same time, and he doesn't even have to think about killing. The record of almost killing Kibutsuji Muzan is even more astonishing. Although they have not had direct contact with Kibutsuji Muzan, they still have a deep understanding of the horror of winding. And Kibutsuji Muzan's combat power is definitely above the upper string, which means that the young guy in front of him actually has a combat power far exceeding that of the upper string. It's so scary. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Hae-Yuming with a lot of awe instantly. Ah, Hae-Yu-kun is really strong and handsome. Well, my cousin is the best. Nezuko and Kanroji Mitsurai, 2 little fans of Hae-Yuming, did not know when, they had already gathered together, staring at Hae-Yuming leaning against the tree with eyes full of admiration. Mr. Hae-Yu still has a hidden identity, and I won't tell you for the time being, but it is obviously inappropriate for Xianyi to commit himself to Mr. Hae-Yu's current strength. Regarding the news that Hae-Yuming is the son of God, he can't tell everyone yet, for fear of causing unnecessary reactions. Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Kagaya paused for a while to observe the reactions of the lower poles. Sure enough, everyone was shocked by Hae-Yuming's terrifying record, and then he smiled and said his decision. So when we were talking in the room just now, we decided to give Mr. Heiyu the status of a special lecturer with a level higher than that of Zhu, and he will be responsible for the promotion training of Zhu after he returns from Zhujiantun. Do you have any opinions? If they want to completely have majesty in the demon-killing team, contact with the pillars is obviously inevitable, and now that Kibutsuji Muzan's position has not been found, the best way for them is to raise their fighting power to the highest level. Only at the best level can we respond to all changes with the same. And letting Hei Yuming train the pillars is also the most likely way to let the pillars train their stripes. By then, the combat effectiveness of the ghost-killing team will definitely usher in a peak again. Although Kibutsuji Muzan now targets those with power, casualties caused by ghosts are minimal now that all the old ghosts have been brought back. This situation is like the calm before the storm. Once the balance breaks, the short-term balance will disappear completely, and the ghost-killing team may usher in their true fate. Chapter 34 Idon and number 039, T accept, ask for flowers, ask for votes. Seeing Kenroji Mitsurai looking at Hei Yuming with a look of admiration, Iguro Obanai, who was half kneeling beside her, curled his lips and cut his lips in dissatisfaction. This scene was naturally seen by Hei Yuming, who was leaning against the tree. As expected, this smoldering kid had some special thoughts about Kenroji Mitsurai. But now that he has attracted all of Kenroji Mitsurai's attention as soon as he appears, it's no wonder that this kid is very fond of it. Thinking of Iguro Obanai's childlike character in the animation, this guy will never be in his position before he learns his lesson. Sure enough, right after Yubayashiki Kagaya finished speaking, Iguro Obanai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with Hei Yuming being their teacher. I don't agree. He agrees with Hei Yuming's strength and superb medical skills, but if he wants to be their teacher just like that, he will not accept the order given by the Lord himself. Anything. Right. It doesn't matter, it's just to confirm whether he has this strength. Unless he can beat me, I won't be like him. Iguro Obanai said to Hei Yuming with a dissatisfied face. After hearing Iguro Obanai's words, Himejima Kyume and Rengoku Kyujuro looked at each other with a gleam of interest, smiled and raised their hands to express their reconsideration of Hei Yuming's proposal. I offended little friend Hei Yuming, but the poor monk really wanted to experience for himself the power to defeat Kibutsuji Muzan. Ha 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 ha. Yes, a man should have a fight before our relationship can become more trustworthy. Seeing that Himejima Kyume and Rengoku Kyujuro chose to fight Hei Yuming, Shinazugawa Sanamai's eyes were shaken. Why, isn't a bag on your head enough? Seemingly seeing through what Shinazugawa Sanamai was thinking, Hei Yuming suddenly appeared beside Shinazugawa Sanamai at some point and whispered into his ear. I saw Shinazugawa Sanamai as if being stared at by a poisonous snake, and a chill pierced his body again. This feeling of being stared at by a beast made his skin crawl all over. Only then did he finally know. I wonder where the source of the chill that came to my heart when the meeting between the pillars came from. Feeling the almost terrifying pressure, Shinazugawa Sanamai only felt that the big bag on his head became more and more painful, and the experience of being hit by Hei Yuming's punch resurfaced in front of him again. Thinking of the almost terrifying strength, his hands gradually softened down. Sure enough, this kind of brat just wanted to be beaten up, so he would be obedient if he was beaten up. Anyone else want to challenge me? As Hei Yuming's eyes slowly swept across the crowd, no one raised their hands anymore. Hei Yuming nodded in satisfaction. To Hei Yuming's surprise, Uzui Tenjin unexpectedly did not challenge him. Don't you want to challenge me? Hei Yuming asked curiously. Uzui Tenjin, who was called, was a little surprised, and then said indifferently, I'm not like that kid, but I already have a wife who is as beautiful as a flower, and you can see you can analyze your strength in battles. Why should I fight with you? This is not gorgeous at all. Hearing Uzui Tenjin's nonchalant answer, Hei Yuming's forehead burst out with veins on the spot. Good guy, I almost missed this winner in life. No, I can't afford him so cheaply. No, How can strength without personal experience be used as experience in future battles? Come and join me. After hearing Uzui Tenjin's description, Hae-Yuming immediately pulled Uzui Tenjin up from the ground with a kind face and a force he couldn't resist. Then why don't you care about Kocho Shinobu and Kanroji Mitsurai and Tomioka Jiyu? Uzui Tenjin, who was forced to open his business, immediately reported to Hae-Yuming the melon eaters. Nice weather today. Hey, you bastard listens to people. What? Then you guys go to bed together. Ah. You nasty guy, I must smash your corpse into thousands of pieces in a gorgeous way. Chapter 35 Fighting the Four Pillars. I'm sorry, Mr. Kuroba, is what I understand what you said. Hajime Kume said in disbelief after seeing Hae-Yuming look confidently at the words they said together. At the same time, his hands were clasped together and his eyes were filled with tears again, big tears kept sliding down his face. No wonder Hajime Kume is dubbed a column of tears, and this terrifying water output is indeed well deserved. Well, it's true that you all want to go up together, or do you still want to challenge me one by one? I don't have that leisure time. After hearing Hajime Kume's question, Hae-Yuming made his own answer as a matter of course. For the four people in front of him who wanted to challenge him, it wasn't that he looked down on them, but that they, who hadn't awakened their stripes, might not be able to beat him even if they fought together. Now Hae-Yuming's judgment of his own combat power, even if it does not exceed the top one, is probably almost the same. Moreover, he still has unlimited room to become stronger. If he learns all the breathing, he will definitely be able to wind up the string he can't beat him with one hand. By the way, if I beat you, you should stop approaching Kanroji Mitsurai with ill intentions. With Hae-Yuming casually mentioning Kanroji Mitsurai in the direction of Iguro Obanai seemingly inadvertently, the atmosphere on the court instantly became dignified. Hey, why did Iguro-kun approach me with malicious intentions? But, Kuroba-kun said my name, so happy. I saw Kanroji Mitsurai, who was eating melon happily, was stunned suddenly when Hae-Yuming mentioned it, and then realized that this was the first time Hae-Yuming called her name, and his face was covered with a shy blush again. What nonsense are you, bastard? I'm going to kill you. Seeing that his little thoughts were exposed by Hae-Yuming in public, Iguro Obanai immediately revealed an angry look on his face, and drew out his Nichiren sword to announce the beginning of this battle. Little friend Hae-Yu, how offended you are. Seeing Iguro Obanai's action, Hajime Kume glanced at the other two and took out his weapon to attack Hae-Yuming. The breath of the snake the shape of two the venomous fangs of the narrow head. Iguro Obanai, who took the lead to resist Hae-Yuming's side, decisively used his breath sword skill, and instantly circled behind Hae-Yuming. The two curved Nichiren blades were like two snakes winding forward. Aiming at Hae-Yuming's neck, he opened his terrifying fangs. And the three who came from behind also cooperated with Iguro Obanai's surprise attack to attack Hae-Yuming from the front. Breath of rock one shape serpentine bipolar. Breath of flame one shape shiranui. Breath of sound one shape boom. I saw Hajime Kume quickly throwing his meteor hammer and broad axe to attack Hae-Yuming in the opposite direction. The hurricane created by the huge weapon was one with incomparable destructive power, accompanied by Rengoku Kyujuro like a flame burst with such momentum, he launched a slash beyond the speed of sound in the direction of Hae-Yuming at high speed. And Uzui Tenjin's double swords slashed at the same time and instantly caused an explosion on the ground where Hae-Yuming was. Seeing the endless power of the four attacks that came towards him quickly, Hae-Yuming's face did not show any fluctuations, and even the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Breath of blood type of 3 blood god armor. I saw countless tiny blood shots seep out of Hae-Yuming's body in an instant, covering his body in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, a pair of ferocious armor with a dazzling luster like rubies appeared on his body in an instant, wrapped Hae-Yuming's whole body in the defense range. Then let's start with you. Looking at Iguro Obanai's eerily curved Nichiren blades that was about to appear on his neck, Hae-Yuming's eyes flashed a dangerous gleam. Call out. Boom. He Yuming seemed to have disappeared in place in an instant, leaving only the cracked ground that was stepped on by a foot. Where is this guy? Watching the enemy in front of him disappear in an instant, Iguro Obanai's eyes instantly became astonished. The news in his mind kept sending dangerous messages to him, but it was too late. Everything seemed to happen in an instant. He Yuming had already turned around and appeared behind Iguro Obanai. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he punched Iguro Obanai hard at the back. Boom! Hearing a loud noise, Iguro Obanai was already embedded in the wall by He Yuming's punch like a mural on the wall. Iguro Obanai, Han. However, although one person was eliminated, the attacks of the remaining 3 pillars have blocked all He Yuming's escape routes. In an instant, like setting off fireworks, colorful attacks struck He Yuming in an instant. Boom! Chapter 36 Meet the Teacher. Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. The terrifying attack of the pillars struck instantly, covering He Yuming's whole body like a burst of fireworks. The dust kicked up by the terrifying attack covered He Yuming's figure even more. Did you win? The 3 of them thought without confidence in their hearts. However, according to the texture of the weapons, their attacks were indeed close to hitting the target. Even Kibutsuji Muzan would never be able to retreat completely in the face of such a siege. However, just when everyone's eyes were focused on He Yuming who was covered by the smoke, a voice gradually came out from the smoke. Haven't you guys eaten breakfast? He Yuming, who was covered in blood armor like a miniature Gundam, came out of the smoke unscathed, as if those fierce attacks just now didn't exist in this world. This is impossible. Seeing He Yuming who was unharmed, Uzui Tenjin who was closest to him exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Why, do you think you can hurt me just by attacking you like a mosquito scratching an itch? Is this the strength of Zhu? It really makes me feel a little disappointed. Seeing Uzui Tenjin's disbelief, He Yuming mocked mercilessly. If the level of the main fighting power of the ghost-killing team is only at this level, let alone Kibutsuji Muzan, he can't even pull out 2 of the lower strings to fight them one-on-one. In the face of He Yuming's ridicule, Uzui Tenjin rarely made any excuses, but clarified his thoughts with practical actions. Breath of sound Wu Ji Sha chorus of harmony. I saw that Uzui Tenjin's arms instantly became like 2 inflated pythons, full of violent beauty. The 2 short-edged Nichiren blades began to spin at a high speed, charging towards He Yuming, and the 2 strangely shaped Nichiren blades were accompanied by violent explosions every time they rotated, raising the power of the blade skills to the extreme. You noticed it so soon, I take back what I just said. Looking at Uzui Tenjin rushing towards him, only then did He Yuming have a look of appreciation in his eyes. The reason why even though all the attacks had hit his blood armor just now, but failed to cause any damage to him was the vibration. With the ability to control water, he can easily control the armor made of blood on his body to produce high-frequency vibrations. And what this high-frequency vibration brings is that it endows the original semi-liquid blood armor with a huge defense force as if a non-Newtonian liquid is impacted when it is subjected to a severe impact. Uzui Tenjin, who possesses the breath of sound, obviously sensed the strange vibrations in the air, and then chose the method of serial explosions to counteract He Yuming's vibration defense. But even so, Uzui Tenjin, who had sensed the principle of He Yuming's defense, still had no way to cause any damage to He Yuming. There is no other reason, the gap in strength is too obvious, even his strongest attack moves can't keep up with He Yuming's moving speed. Uzui Tenjin finally showed a sign of exhaustion after releasing high-intensity slashes continuously, and the trajectory of the knife in his hand was slightly deviated in one direction. Oops! Uzui Tenjin secretly thought in his heart, all the slight mistakes in the master's fight may expand the defeat in an instant. Sure enough, He Yuming, who had been leisurely defending before, noticed Uzui Tenjin's mistake and immediately stopped his defensive posture like a shark smelling fishy, and slightly raised his right hand. A serious punch. It is still a familiar move, but it is still very effective. After a loud bang, another mural appeared on the wall in the courtyard of Yubayashiki Kagaya. Uzui Tenjin, Hon. Seeing the miserable state of Uzui Tenjin Zaguro Obanai, the only remaining Haimjim Akume and Rengoku Kyujuro looked at each other with helpless looks on their faces. What's the point of fighting? My side one almost used all their strength when they came up, but they couldn't even force the opponent's full strength. If they continue to fight, wouldn't they be humiliating themselves? Do you still fight? Looking at the two people who looked at each other, smiled and remained motionless, Hae-Yuming shook his fist inadvertently and asked them. Seeing such an obvious threat, both of them had a few drops of cold sweat on their foreheads, and knelt down on one knee in the direction of Hae-Yuming. Disciple pays homage to teacher. Hey, you're so good, I'll take you to dinner tonight. Looking at the pillars who were finally tamed, Hae-Yuming was also in a good mood. I just don't know how many rare and exotic beasts will be left in the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad after tonight. Thanks to the little girl for making me, 3, a big monthly pass, hehe. Chapter 37 It and number 039, Nice to be young. The happy time is always the fastest in the past, and everyone in the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Squad finally had a deep understanding of this tonight. Not for anything else, but for one reason. That is, the food cooked by Hae-Yuming is so delicious that it has completely transcended the scope of the mundane world. This can be seen from the soup pots that were drunk at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad without a single drop of soup, and the bone remains in the center of the production area that still exude an extremely attractive fragrance. Almost all of them put satisfied smiles on their faces and began to express to Hae-Yuming the perfect dinner. Even Hae-Yuming himself got a lot of benefits from this dinner. It can only be said that the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad is indeed an extremely rich place. Hae-Yuming has also successfully acquired 2 new skills from the medicinal sheep used to make tan roasted whole lamb just now and the various Ganoderma herbs used to make broth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tasting the delicacies, roasted whole lamb with elixir, physical strength +5. Strength +5, skill acquired, leg strengthening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tasting the delicacies, elixir soup, charm +5, acquired skill, resistance physique. After acquiring these 2 skills, Hae-Yuming immediately gained jumping power and leg explosive power far surpassing before, and also gained initial resistance to poison. I just don't know why drinking a soup can awaken the poison resistance. Could it be that the system judged the delicacies he cooked as poison? Although I don't want to bring up such a disappointing thing at this time, but I think it is necessary for Mr. Hayu to remind you before you leave. Seeing that the happy dinner time was about to pass, Yubayashiki Kagaya said to Hae-Yuming before everyone left. There seems to be traces of stringing activities near the village of the former swordsmith, but there is no news after the change of Kibutsuji Muzan. Just in case, we decided to carry out the village of the swordsmith after you forged the sword. Migration, of course we will send Daizu to assist you in this relocation. If something really happens, I hope that Lord Blackfeather can preserve the comfort of the swordsmiths. After hearing Yubayashiki Kagaya's words, Kocho Shinobu's expression became serious immediately. She also knew about the migration plan, but she didn't expect that the cause of the matter had something to do with winding. Naturally, Hae-Yuming also noticed the unnatural expression on Kocho Shinobu's face. Even with his toes, he knew that this silly girl must have taken the ghost mentioned by Yubayashiki Kagaya as Doma. Perhaps thinking of his sister's appearance in the last scene, Kocho Shinobu stood aside, holding his hands tightly together unconsciously. In the past few years, she has been thinking about what to do to defeat the child model with her weak figure, but now when the information that may be related to Doma appeared in front of her, she realized that it was nothing had changed, and he was still powerless. At this moment, a hand slowly stretched out, and gently stroked her head a few times. Kocho Shinobu's thinking was interrupted. He raised his head in astonishment, only to see Hae-Yuming's face with a slight smile. "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I will support you." Yuming did not repeat the mistake he made when talking with Tomioka Gyuho before, and did not ask further what Kocho Shinobu was worried about. He didn't even ask her what she wanted to say to him. He knows that what girls need is that when they really need it, the boy's upright back and broad shoulders can be relied on by them, and that's enough. Looking at the man in front of her who was obviously smaller than her but was trying to support a world in her heart like a giant, Kocho Shinobu didn't know why, but felt a slight soreness in the nose and a slight redness in the eye sockets. Soon she calmed down and reached out to remove Yuming's claws on her head. As a pillar, she does not allow herself to become so weak. If she is weak, then what should those people who still need her to save do? However, Yuming's hand directly grabbed her hand, and then met her flustered eyes that had just been raised with a firm face. I didn't know before, but I will definitely protect you in the future, trust me. Listening to Yuming's words, Kocho Shinobu lowered her head in panic. Even she herself didn't realize that her face was as red as a ripe apple at this time. Ding! The current favorability between the host and Kocho Shinobu has been increased to favorability. Yabayashiki Kagaya, who was about to enter the house to rest, sat down with interest on his face. While drinking tea, he glanced at Yuming and Kocho Shinobu like a gossiping ant. If it wasn't for the fear of being beaten by Yuming afterwards, he might have called all the pillars back to hold an engagement party for their future lord. Seeing the gradually becoming subtle atmosphere, Yabayashiki Kagaya took another sip of tea leisurely. It's nice to be young. Chapter 38 Specific Uniforms, Ask for Flowers. Ask for your tickets. There was no words for a night, and the night passed quickly. Soon it was time to set off. As for the set-off people, Kocho Shinobu and Tomioka Gyuho, whose Nichiren blades were worn out by Yuming, also came along. I don't know why, it seems that since Tomioka Gyuho met him, this guy stuck to him like a dog's skin plaster, which made him embarrassed to develop a relationship with Nezuko cousin. But just before departure, the special clothing from Yuming was completed after one night of processing. The extremely high efficiency makes people have to admire the work of the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad, which is really reassuring. It is worth mentioning that Yuming's costume design is the old pervert Masao Maeda who helped Kenroji Mitsurai design the open chest suit. Looking at the low-key, luxurious, and connotative uniform in his hands, Yuming finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is a set of black swordsman uniform similar to that worn by Kiritani Kazuto and Sao in the Sword Realm. Because Yuming himself is a special lecturer of the ghost-killing team, his rights can even slightly exceed Zhu, and naturally he can design and change the style of the team uniform according to his own preferences just like Zhu. So after thinking about it for a while, Yuming simply provided the design drawing according to the style of Kiritani Kazuto's outfit in his mind. In terms of practicality, this set of costumes may not be any different from the costumes of the ghost-killing team itself, but in terms of aesthetics, it completely crushes the uniforms of the ghost-killing team. However, in order to let others recognize that he is a member of the ghost-killing squad, the classic Mii character is carved on the right chest just like the ghost-killing squad. Masao Maeda, who personally delivered the clothes, couldn't restrain his excitement when he saw Yuming. Did you design this dress? I have to say that your taste almost surpasses mine. After the clothes you designed, I feel completely enlightened. There will be similar elements added to many parts of the ghost-killing squad uniforms. I have to say that this dress is nothing but the work I made for the little girl in Ganlo Temple. This is the most satisfying work in my life. Boy, why don't you learn to be a tailor with me? You are a genius in this regard. Looking at Masao Maeda who was flushed and spitting all over his face excitedly, Yuming felt his head was getting bigger. So he shook his head lightly to signal his refusal. Seeing Yuming made a decision, Masao Maeda remembered the true identity of the man in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. The man in front of him can already become an existence beyond the column level at a young age. Master Blackfeather, I was a little impulsive just now, but if possible, please let me see how dazzling this dress can be on you. If you ask what a tailor wants most, it must be to see the clothes he makes shine the most dazzling light on his customers, and at this moment Masao Maeda also thinks so. Nezuko on the side also booed and acted coquettishly in the direction of Hei Yuming. Cousin Ming, I want to see it too. Nezuko was also very curious about what this handsome-looking outfit looked like on Cousin Ming's body. Even Kocho Shinobu, who was standing aside, smiled slightly, looking at Hei Yuming with curiosity in his eyes. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Hei Yuming didn't show any pretense, took his clothes back to the room, changed and walked out. The moment he stepped out of the room, Nezuko froze. For no other reason than to look good, perfectly complementing Hei Yuming's well-proportioned figure. Cousin Ming is so handsome. The original Hei Yuming feels like a lion with a lazy feeling, lazy but with a hint of domineering. However, after putting on the clothes, his whole temperament seemed to have changed. The lazy temperament is still there, but it adds a sense of sharpness. If it used to be a sleeping lion, it can definitely be called a crouching dragon now. Anyway, he is much more handsome than before. How does it look good? After getting an affirmative answer from Nezuko, Hei Yuming turned and asked Kocho Shinobu beside him. Unexpectedly, it suits you very well. Kocho Shinobu nodded in affirmation. It's more than suitable. It's like the clothes you are destined to wear. I've been in this industry for so many years, and I've never seen any clothes that match the temperament of the owner as well as this uniform. Seeing the impeccable perfection of his uniform on Hei Yuming's body, Masao Maeda felt that he could die without regret. Hearing this slightly exaggerated praise, Hei Yuming's mood was also good for a while. It is not a joke to joke about his aesthetics that is hundreds of years ahead of the world. No wonder the clothes designed for Zhu can survive until now. It seems that this Masao Maeda has a pair of clever mouth besides a pair of skillful hands. Chapter 39 Our Relationship, Ask for Flowers. Ask for Votes. After bidding farewell to Masao Maeda, it was time for the group to set off. But this time, instead of uncovering their faces and carrying them to the village of the swordsmith one by one, Kocho Shinobu personally led them to the destination. The main reason is that the village of the knife forger has been exposed, and the distance from the headquarters of the ghost-killing team is relatively close, less than half a day away. The more important reason is that even covering the eyes is basically useless to the current strength of Hei Yuming. Now his strength is fully capable of roughly judging the distance with his eyes closed based on the size of the footsteps and changes in various directions. Traveling to the mountains and rivers along the way can be said to be a joy, and soon the village of knife forgers also appeared in front of everyone. Mr. Ming, I'm going to find my exclusive knife forger first, let's go first. When he arrived at the destination, Tomioka Jiu, who wanted to get his new knife as soon as possible, went to find his knife blacksmith first. Considering that there might be Kagura and the trip in the village of swordsmiths would be a little boring, Hei Yuming asked Yubayashiki Kagaya to take care of Nezuko at the headquarters of the demon-killing squad temporarily, so the group of people at this time became only Hei Yuming and Kocho Shinobu. The two people who were left behind looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little inexplicably subtle again. Let's go. Hei Yuming spoke to Kocho Shinobu first, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. When he comforted Kocho Shinobu last night, he said that after knowing what she was thinking. But how could Kocho Shinobu know that Hei Yuming knew what she was thinking? In her eyes, Hei Yuming's words were like confessing to her, and they were very explicit. Although she doesn't hate that feeling. A sly smile appeared on Kocho Shinobu's face, and he brought his face closer to Hei Yuming. The little girl doesn't understand. If the words my husband said to me yesterday were put in our hometown, it would be a confession to the girl. Feeling the fragrance of the sweet girl in front of him, Hei Yuming didn't panic either, he had seen this kind of scene a lot in his previous life. Since Kocho Shinobu wants to catch him, let's see if he is even better. This is a war without gunpowder, and the loser is the prisoner in the war of love. This is a story told by a famous fan, his truth. Otherwise, what do you think? I think our relationship should have been confirmed yesterday. After hearing Hei Yuming's words, Kocho Shinobu was stunned in front of Hei Yuming on the spot. His face turned red instantly. Originally, she wanted to tease Hei Yuming a little bit, but she didn't expect him to say such a thing. It has long been determined. Confirmed. Thinking of this, Kocho Shinobu's face turned red instantly, and when he saw Hei Yuming, who was less than 10 centimeters away from his face in front of him, he quickly jumped back a step, and his footsteps became a little strange. You, what are you talking about? It doesn't matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host that the current favor ability with Kocho Shinobu has been upgraded to Love. Oh ho 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 ho. Young people are just right. I didn't know when a very small man with white hair wearing a fireman mask was already sitting behind the two of them, drinking tea with a relaxed expression on his face. This person is Tidy Heiwen Taisen, the village head of Foraging Knife Village. Kocho Shinobu, who was interrupted by Tidy Heiwen Taisen, remembered the purpose of his trip and regained his smile again. Wouldn't this dead old man watch the time and come out to disrupt the situation? But looking at the gloating expression on the old man's face, it can be seen at a glance that the old man is definitely doing it on purpose. Long time no see, Mr. Village Chief, I have something to talk to you first. Kocho Shinobu and Tidy Heiwen Taisen said something, and then left with a smile on their faces. Before leaving, they didn't even look at Hei Yuming. Looking at Kocho Shinobu going away, the corner of Hei Yuming's mouth moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. In the end, it still didn't come out. The relationship I want to talk about is the relationship between being your teacher. Why didn't you listen to my explanation and ran away first? Forget it, if I still say such things now, I'm afraid she will be beaten to death. Let this wonderful misunderstanding just exist. Chapter 40 Village Chief, I want to learn how to forge knives. Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. In fact, this time in the village of the swordsmith, what Hei Yuming wants is definitely more than just owning a Nichiren blades. More importantly, this is the Nichiren blades, which he wants to build himself. That's why he asked Yubayashiki Kagaya to go to the swordsmith's village in person. By the way, do you have any special requirements for the Nichiren blades you need? The village chief said to Hei Yuming politely, rubbing his hands together. This is a man who has crushed all the pillars in terms of talent. Helping such a man forge a suitable weapon can be said to be the wish of all the knife forgers in the village. After all, it would be a great honor for them to forge what they forged so that they might kill Kibutsuji Muzan in the hands of such a man. It's an exciting thing to be able to let those knife forging masters forge a knife for such a man. Well, the village chief actually wants to forge knives by himself. Hei Yuming watched the village chief make his request. He observed it when he came in, and all the people he saw here had a kind of aura of a master, which is only possessed by those who have reached a certain level in a certain field. That is to say, basically all the knife forgers here are masters among the knife forgers, and it is easiest to get started in the shortest time to learn techniques from these masters. Puff. Hearing Hei Yuming's request, the village chief of the swordsmith's village squirted out a mouthful of tea as expected. As if something like aura can be seen, he can easily see the blade-like aura of a master swordsman in Hei Yuming. But this does not mean that he can see in Hei Yuming that he has any experience in forging knives. Did I miss it? The village chief thought with some puzzlement in his heart that the fireman's mask on his face became tangled up, making him look even more ridiculous. Have you had forging experience before? The village chief asked cautiously. No, so this time I want to start with the most basic knowledge. Hei Yuming replied honestly, not caring at all that the face of the village chief on the opposite side gradually became ugly. Are you kidding me? Or do you think forging Nichiren blades is a very easy thing? Get lost. The village head was furious when he heard Hei Yuming's answer. For those of them who have dedicated their lives to forging Nichiren blades. Forging Nichiren blades to produce a good handle can be said to be their lifelong belief. However, at this time, Hae-Yuming said that he wanted to forge Nichiren blades for himself after teaching him the most basic forging knowledge. In the eyes of the village chief, this is not only irresponsible to himself, but also a blasphemy of their lifelong beliefs. Snapped. With a loud bang, the door of the village chief's room was instantly closed, and Hae-Yuming was naturally thrown out of the village chief's room. "You bastard who doesn't know what to do, give this old man a good reflection and come talk to this old man, otherwise you don't even think that a knife blacksmith will forge Nichiren blades for you." I only heard the village chief's furious voice coming from the room, and then there was no more news. Hae-Yuming, who was standing outside the door, touched his nose in embarrassment. In fact, he can understand the temper of the village chief, but he can't say that he has the system to upgrade the forging technology to the full level in one go. That way, it is estimated that not only will he be kicked out now, but he may also be given the title of a madman on his back. But now, the idea of learning the knife forging technique from the village chief was completely cut off. It is estimated that before the village chief really calmed down, the sentence that no knife forger would make Nichiren blades for him was indeed made according to their temper. For these knife forgers who regard forging as more important than their own lives. No one cares who you are as long as you insult their beliefs. It's difficult, forget it and do other things first. I saw Hae-Yuming scratching his head helplessly. He could sense that the village head behind the door was holding a knife and stabbing a hemp rope figure who should be himself. He was still cursing, "Obviously it's because I'm still angry. Since the knife forging technique cannot be learned for the time being, it can only be done slowly. You must know that in this village, he is not only interested in forging knives. A certain puppet that was rumored to be related to the breath of the sun also had an incomparable attraction to him. Now that the village head is still angry, let's get to know other things first." Chapter 41 The brat just wants to be beaten up. Hae-Yuming remembers very clearly that there was a puppet in the village of the swordsmith who was modeled after the user of the breath of the sun back then. Although this puppet has become broken, and its current strength may not even reach the pillar. But this is at least a puppet made by the model Sun's breath, and maybe it made him understand the swordsmanship of Sun's breath. That would be awesome. You must know that the breath of the sun is the source of all breaths, and its power is naturally the greatest among all breaths. It can be said that as long as one comprehends the breath of the sun, there is no need to learn more about other breaths. However, the problem now is obviously not how to learn the breath of the sun, but that he has lost his way. Originally, according to the picture in memory, the location of the puppet was Tanjiro walking along the direction of the village, and then met Tokaido Muchiro who was preparing the puppet to test the sword, and Zyouti, a child with a mouth. However, when he came to Hae-Yuming, he hadn't met the person he imagined he wanted to meet for a long time. Instead, I lost my way while wandering around, and it was almost afternoon. But the news of the imaginary puppet still did not appear. Hae-Yuming sighed helplessly seeing this. It seems that I am not like a pig's foot. I can meet opportunities whenever I go out and walk around. But why do I feel so bad today? I'd better have a meal first. Thinking that he would never meet Zyouti and the puppet for a while, Hae-Yuming took out his lunchbox and prepared to rest for a while. Anyway, it was still early in the evening, so I should still be able to find my way back. Maybe. Opening the bento, it contained the love bento specially prepared by Nezuko for him before he set off in the morning. The snow-white and crystal-clear rice is full of grains, and the tempting curry sauce is like a beautiful embellishment in the coloring, which makes the deliciousness of the rice even higher. Since it is placed in a special insulated box, even after a long time when it is taken out, it is still steaming and shining with an attractive luster. Looking at the rice in front of him, it was as if he saw Nezuko staring at him with a cute face, which relieved Hae-Yuming's depressed mood a lot. Sure enough, Nezuko is the best. I'm gonna start now. Hae-Yuming clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and recalled Nezuko's lovely face in his mind, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, ready to start eating. Ah! It's for food. But at this moment, a little boy wearing a fireman mask suddenly fell from the tree above Hei Yumming. Then, while Hei Yumming was still a little dazed, he took the bento in Hei Yumming's hand with lightning speed. Lie down on the ground and started to gobble it up. Even Hei Yumming didn't realize that there was a person hidden in the tree just now, and the little boy in front of him could be Xiao Tai. Ah! I'm full, I'm full. Although the taste of the bento is relatively bad. But I was finally saved. I was too devoted to studying puppetology before, and I fainted from hunger on the tree. I saw Xiao Tai scratching his head in embarrassment, but there was no embarrassment in his tone. Even the first sentence after being saved was to criticize Nezuko's love bento for Hei Yumming. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and then a big lump suddenly swelled up on Xiaoti's head. Wow! You damn muscular monster, what are you doing? It hurts. Xiao Tai immediately hugged his head in pain, squatted on the ground and began to criticize Hei Yumming's behavior. Listening to Xiao Tai's adjectives to himself, many hashtags appeared in Hei Yumming's head again. The muscles on my body are completely standard and fit, neither greasy nor skinny-skinned, just the best figure in a million, okay? The extent of this brat's beating was simply beyond his imagination. Stop talking nonsense, you have to pay me back if you eat my food, you know, brat. Hei Yumming pretended to be fierce and said to Xiao Tai. However, Xiao Tai buttoned his nose indifferently, dug out a black spherical object from his nostril, and bounced it on Hei Yumming's foot. You've already hit me, okay, and I don't have any money on me to give you anything in return. If you want boogers, I still have a lot left here. Boom. It's an eternal truth that the brat just wants to beat him up. After receiving Hei Yumming's loving fist again, Xiao Tai finally calmed down a bit and sat in front of Hei Yumming. Of course, it may also be because, after seeing the special lecturer's logo on Hei Yumming's chest after being punched. Knowing the identity of Hei Yumming, I realized that I couldn't provoke this boy who didn't look much older than him. I want to practice with your ancestral puppet, it should be fine. Seeing Xiao Tai who suddenly became obedient, Hei Yumming nodded in satisfaction and made his request to Xiao Tai. After hearing Hei Yumming's request, Xiao Tai's eyes flashed a trace of doubt, and then he answered truthfully. Of course you can if you want, but the puppet has been unable to move for a long time, and now I can't fix it. Hei Yumming frowned upon hearing Xiao Tai's words. Logically speaking, Tokaido Muchiro should not have competed with the puppet at this point in time. So logically speaking, the current puppet should still be usable normally. Suddenly, Hei Yumming thought of what Xiao Tai said when he fell from the tree. A bad premonition suddenly emerged. Are you about to master the skill of repairing the puppet? Hearing Hei Yumming's words, Xiao Tai became even more puzzled, and then nodded seriously. Good guy, it seems that I am here early now. Chapter 42 The 10 Guards of Kimatsu, Ask for flowers. Ask for your tickets. Actually, it's nothing, as long as you wait a month or two, maybe I'll fix it. Xiao Tai said, pretending not to care. But if the puppet is good at this time, he probably doesn't want to lend the puppet to Hei Yumming. After all, it was a puppet passed down from his ancestors, and it is almost impossible to restore it according to his current technology. But now that the puppet is broken, it happens to be the best excuse. Hey! I'm such a genius. Thinking of this, Xiao Tai's expression of wanting to be beaten appeared on his face again. As for a few months later, the ghost will know if this man still remembers to train with this puppet. Even if you remember, you can find other excuses to prevaricate. Just when Hei Yumming was at a loss, Xiao Tai's face was like a beacon, pointing him in the right direction. Wait, kid, is that book in your hand the repair method of puppetology? Hei Yumming's eyes lit up, and he noticed the book tightly held in Xiao Tai's hand. What a brat! My name is Xiaoti, and I am a man who wants to become the strongest blacksmith. Hearing Hei Yumming call him a brat, Xiao Tai immediately jumped up angrily, and the name of the book in his hand appeared in He Yuming's eyes. Puppet Repair Encyclopedia. The moment he saw the title of the book, He Yuming's eyes lit up. To say that his strongest skill now is his ability to learn. Since Xiaoti can't fix the puppet yet, shouldn't he fix it himself? Thinking of this, He Yuming took the opportunity to take the book from Xiaotai's hand. Okay, Xiaotai, lend me this book. Can you understand it with your brain full of muscles? This is an ancient book that only a genius like me can understand. Xiaotai didn't take the book away from He Yuming's hand, instead he mocked with disdain. As far as the knowledge in this book is concerned, he had studied it for several years before he dared to take out the ancestral puppet to try his hand. Unexpectedly, after waiting for the experiment, the main drive of the puppet would be scrapped. He Yuming was too lazy to be familiar with children, and immediately sat cross-legged and began to read books. The content in the book is somewhat related to the content of the ancient mechanism and props of the Celestial Dynasty. He Yuming was fascinated by it very quickly. Less than half an hour later, He Yuming suddenly regained his focus. Waking up in the state. There is no other reason, the system prompt finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Puppet Art, current level, LV1, beginner. Hey, it's finally here. Although this book is indeed very interesting, there is nothing so exciting about reading it. The system is full for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Puppet Art, skill level, the current level is, LV15. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Puppet Art, skill level, the current level is, LV53. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Puppet Art, skill level, the current level is, LV99. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Puppet Art, skill level upgrade, the current level is, LVMAX, intelligence plus 20, charisma plus 10 for additional rewards, Jinsong 10 people. 10 people from Kimatsu. After deepening your understanding of puppets, you who have fully mastered the art of puppets can not only operate puppets perfectly, but also master all kinds of puppets repair skills and successfully reach the pinnacle of the puppet world. Your 10 fingers seem to have broken through the limit of mortals, as if they each have their own consciousness, so your 10 fingers can control a powerful puppet. Looking at the countless knowledge about puppets in his mind, He Yuming showed a satisfied smile on his face. The system is still as powerful as ever. As for the skills of the Jinsong 10, He Yuming is also somewhat impressed. Among Naruto, Gran Macho is known as the #1 in the puppet world by virtue of this trick. The way he skillfully manipulated 10 terrifying puppets and Kai Wushuan on the battlefield still makes one's blood boil when he thinks about it. Speaking of which, he seems to have acquired 2 Naruto world skills so far. There is also the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which is also purely used by He Yuming as a tool for investigation. But that skill obviously has more advanced potential, just like the different Kaleidoscope Sharingan in Naruto have different abilities. He Yuming still hasn't grasped what is the unique skill of his Sharingan. But when I think about it, I really have a destiny with Naruto World, and I must go to Naruto World if I have the opportunity. But now, obviously, it should be shown to some ignorant brat. What a real genius in the world. The pigeon wants to change it today. Everyone, please send a wave of evaluation votes. Chapter 43 Devilish Man. Hey, have you given up yet? So soon? Xiaotai, who had been waiting boredly for half an hour, saw that He Yuming finally made a move, and cried out excitedly. I have already learned, let's go, where is the puppet and take me there. He Yuming said confidently. Now he is not to say that he is sure to repair the puppet. If he is given enough materials, let alone repair it, it is completely possible to rebuild it. TCH, the Cowhide King is blowing again. Although Xiaotai had a look of disbelief, he was still somewhat taken aback by He Yuming's confident look. Take He Yuming to the place where he usually puts the puppet. That's it. Hey, why are you not moving? Are you scared? No, no, I won't laugh at you. Seeing He Yuming froze on the spot the moment he saw the puppet, the smile in Xiao Tai's eyes could hardly be concealed and almost popped out of his eyes. Sure enough, no matter who it is, seeing his ancestral puppet will be so shocked. Looking at He Yuming's current appearance, Xiao Tai seemed to see the expression on his face when he saw this big guy with 6 arms for the first time. However, how did he know that the world He Yuming sees is not a picture at all? In He Yuming's eyes, although this pair of puppets is indeed a long time ago, they are well preserved. But the strange thing is that it is so completely preserved, and it is completely possible to act according to the reason. However, Xiaodi said that the puppet was broken, which meant that the puppet damaged the internal energy components, and the accessories in this place would never age. There is only one truth. What do I think of this puppet? It looks like some fool broke the main rod. I saw that he looked at Xiaodi's opposite side with a playful face. Even though he was wearing a mask, Xiao Tai's face could still be clearly seen to turn pale instantly through his eyes. Obviously the truth was told by He Yuming. You, what are you talking about? There is no main pole, ha 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 ha, the weather is really good today. If you don't believe me, I'll take it apart and show you. Seeing Xiao Tai gradually becoming incoherent, He Yuming finally put on a happy smile on his face, and kicked the switch on the back of the puppet. Boom! The shell of the puppet fell off in an instant, exposing the complex energy devices inside. Sure enough, a nearly cracked stick was exposed in the air. As far as I know, the device at this location is not so easily damaged by the outside world. It must have been broken by some unskilled brat when it was disassembled. I'm really curious. Who is this person? Saying that, the smile on He Yuming's face became more cheerful. Devil, this man is a devil. Xiao Tai suddenly felt like Rixiang who had been forcibly fed 3 times, trembling with anger. Unexpectedly, the last successor of his majestic puppet faction was spotted by a guy who read the book for half an hour. This is simply a disgrace. However, He Yuming, after bullying this cheap kid severely, did not continue his revenge. Although this child deserves a beating, it is obviously out of character to do this kind of bullying of children too much. Do you want to fix it? He Yuming asked in a rare and serious manner. And Xiao Tai was also slightly taken aback, then nodded. He's been living with guilt every day for months since he broke his ancestral puppet. But even if he wasted sleep and food to learn relevant knowledge, it would take several months of hard work to repair this main pole with his ability. But the man in front of him gave him a glimmer of hope again. By the way, can you forge? Then you wait a moment and teach me first. Hey? You don't know how to forge? He looked at He Yuming who had a natural look in front of him. Xiao Tai narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling like he was on a boat of thieves. There is no one who can repair iron even if he can't wrought iron. Chapter 44, Taigu 1 cut and 1 kill. Although he felt that He Yuming was unreliable, Xiao Tai led him to the public blacksmith shop in the village. There are many people working on the surrounding tables. The scorching breath is like gushing magma. As soon as you enter the blacksmith shop, you can clearly feel a heat wave hitting the pavement. Following the entry of the two, many people stopped what they were doing. But from the eyes of everyone looking at him, He Yuming could feel a kind of coldness. Obviously, the blacksmiths in the village already knew what He Yuming had done in the village chief's office. However, He Yuming didn't care at all, instead he smiled and nodded to the people around him. Regarding this misunderstanding, it is enough to prove it with actions. You look good, I'll demonstrate it again. I saw that Xiao Tai took out a lump of iron from nowhere. Looking at this posture, it was obvious that he wanted to forge this rough iron into refined iron. The moment Xiao Tai put the iron bump in his hand on the forging platform, his whole aura changed instantly. From the boy with a poisonous tongue, he became like a forging master in an instant. When the bellows at the foot were pulled, a large amount of hot air was blown into the furnace with the wind, and the flames in the furnace were blown straight. The most important thing in forging is to muster your energy. While sweating profusely forging iron bumps, Xiao Tai was earnestly teaching He Yuming. Hold a small hammer in your right hand and iron tongs in your left hand. During the forging process, you have to constantly turn the iron material by visual inspection, so that the square iron can be forged into various shapes. Following Xiaoti's teaching, He Yuming also imitated Xiaoti's movements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Forging, current level, LV1. No nonsense, as soon as He Yuming acquired the skill, he chose to fill it up directly. Ding! Congratulations to the upgrade of the host, Forging, skill level, the current level is, LV15. Ding! Congratulations to the upgrade of the host, Forging, skill level, the current level is, LV53. Ding! Congratulations to the upgrade of the host, Forging, skill level, the current level is, LV99. Ding! Congratulations to the upgrade of the host, Forging, skill level, the current level is, LVMAX, stamina plus 20, charisma plus 10 to get an extra reward, Taigu 1 cut kill forging method. Taigu 1 cut kills. If the legendary Taigu from the world of Jean Crimson Eyes is hit by this demon sword, the curse will spread from the wound. Even the tiniest, even a single wound can have fatal effects. I saw that He Yuming's forging skills gradually rose to the full level, and he hammered the hammer in his hand. An invisible momentum gradually permeated the entire blacksmith shop. Everyone involuntarily stopped what they were doing, and involuntarily looked in He Yuming's direction. Every hammer seems to be just right, hitting the most correct position of the iron block naturally. Even the blacksmith with the best blacksmithing skills in the village cannot reach this level of skill. Even just looking at He Yuming's forging techniques gave them a sense of enlightenment, and an idea that they could still forge in this way spread in the blacksmith shop. Soon, under this perfect forging technique, the shape of a columnar main rod was quickly forged by He Yuming. The several hours of forging that followed made all the knife forgers feel that they had lived in vain for so many years. Perfect forging techniques, hands without the slightest trembling, and a hearth that maintains the same firepower all the time. If there are still people who dare to stand up and say that He Yuming doesn't know how to forge, they will probably be beaten up by all the swordsmiths in the village. That's right, after hearing about He Yuming's astonishing forging technology, all the swordsmiths in the village gathered together, and the small blacksmith's shop was packed to the brim. Even the village chief, who thought He Yuming could not forge at first, admired He Yuming's forging techniques with a look of fascination. This kid is also terrified. How can he lie to others when he is clearly the top master? Soon, the movements in He Yuming's hands stopped. He has finished building the main pole of the puppet, but right now he is in a state of inspiration. In an instant, he threw the main pole in his hand to the ground, and conveniently held the ore beside him in his hand to start a new round of forging. Seeing He Yuming's movements, the village chief murmured unconsciously as if drunk. This life is worth it, it's worth it. If he guessed correctly, a fairy sword was about to be born in their village of swordsmiths. Chapter 45 Tomioka Jiu and number 039, S. Sorrow, Ask for Flowers. Ask for votes. Time always passes extremely quickly when you are focused. Even though most of the day had passed, the bright moonlight had completely replaced the warm sunshine in the morning. Under the moonlight, the village of the knife forger obviously seemed deserted and terrifying. Only the sound of rhythmic knocking on iron blocks came from time to time, which also showed that there were still living people in the village. After an afternoon of forging, none of the forging people who watched He Yuming chose to leave. Instead, all of them stared wide-eyed, and took notebooks in their hands to record He Yuming's every move. The young man in front of him has a wealth of forging knowledge in his mind, and even the most basic movements can benefit the knife forging people around him a lot. It took He Yuming a whole day and night to forge only the prototype of the blade of the sword. However, Even so, if the sword forgers in the village were to forge it, even the most experienced village chief can't guarantee that he can only create the prototype of the sword body that He Yuming built day and night in a month. Unlike forging normal Nichiren blades, the time and energy required to forge Taigu is definitely hundreds of times that of forging a single Nichiren blades. Not only does it have extremely high requirements for forging technology, but it also needs to add various rare treasures. Fortunately, this is the village of swordsmiths, which gathers all kinds of forging equipment that can be found in the entire island country, which saves He Yuming from the embarrassing situation of finding that the equipment is gone halfway through the forging. However, compared to these external factors, the biggest difficulty in forging Taigu is the test of the forger's energy. According to his own estimate, the time consuming required for the improved version of Taigu Yayadao that He Yuming wants to create is definitely more than tens of hours, and he needs to constantly add his blood essence to it. Guaranteed to further improve the advantages of one kill. At least such an improved demon sword, if he accidentally cuts his own people, he can control the blood poison attached to the sword himself, and he will not have the oolong behavior of killing his teammates. Moreover, after continuously adding He Yuming's own blood essence, it can also greatly improve the connection between one cut and one kill and himself, so that what he forges is more like his extended arm, rather than simply forging a weapon come out. Who? Looking at the sword embryo that finally took shape in his hand, it looked extremely dazzling under the moonlight. He Yuming felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. He had already compressed the density of this piece of sword embryo to the extreme. Even the famous sword among one piece is just a harder piece of iron than his sword embryo, which can perfectly crush it in terms of hardness and flexibility. Nourish. I saw that the sword forging people around were obsessively wanting to observe the sword embryo in He Yuming's hand for a while. He Yuming had already cut off the artery in his left hand, which was not holding the hammer, with his sword embryo. Blood seemed to be a bunch of money, pouring into the sword embryo, wrapping it in it. Although the blood from the body can be drawn out with the water control technique, but at this time He Yuming has devoted himself to forging with all his heart. How can he care so much? Now he seems to see a beautiful woman lying on the bed and posing, and he is still wearing several layers of clothes, so he has already stepped on her. However, the knife blacksmiths around had never seen such a scene before, and they were all terrified. Doctor, where is the doctor? You all calm down for me, and see for yourself that the wound has recovered. Looking at the blacksmith shop that became noisy in an instant, the village chief interrupted the noise of the people around him with a look of rage. Didn't you see that the master is seriously forging? It's inappropriate for everyone to make such a noise. What if the master is arguing? The village chief looked at the knife forgers around him with a look of disappointment, without realizing that he was the noisiest one in the group. Only then did the surrounding knife forgers realize that the wound on the artery of He Yuming's left hand had indeed healed, leaving only a white mark showing where the injury had been. As expected of a man beyond the column, this ability is strong. The village names looked at He Yuming with admiration on their faces, and they didn't feel that recovering from fatal injuries was such a big deal at all. In their eyes, maybe Zhu had already mastered this move. If Tomioka Jiu, who is also in the village of swordsmiths, knows what the swordsmiths think, I am afraid that she will leave disappointing tears to refute herself. Do you think everyone is the same as He Yuming? Chapter 46, Winding Attack, Ask for flowers. Ask for your tickets. You guys are too noisy. Yes, you, come and help me forge together. The noisy voices of the surrounding melon eaters naturally made He Yuming a little unbearable, but now he really needs someone to fight. Seeing a steel tomb firefly kneeling on the ground and watching He Yuming's forging with full concentration, He Yuming pointed to him and beckoned him to help him forge. He Yuming still has some impressions of this madman who only knows about forging. Of course, what impressed me the most was that in the original plot, Tanjiro broke the sword of Iron Tsukaka in the confrontation with the fifth Iron Tsukaka Hataru almost stabbed Tanjiro when he sent the new knife. Just like what the village chief described to him, the kid Steelzuka Hataru was too obsessed with forging, so even in his 30s he was still alone. But this kind of personality is just right for him. It is a pure love of forging that helps him craft the most powerful knives. Iron Tsukaka Hataru, who was tapped by Hei Yumming, also seemed a little surprised, and then ran to Hei Yumming's point to fight with a happy face. Being able to work for such a master is probably the best reward for a forging idiot like Steelzuka Hataru. On the lawn outside the blacksmith shop, a black eye seemed to hear the noise of the crowd. He opened his eyes instantly and looked in the direction of the blacksmith shop. Then, as if breathing in, he sniffed in the opposite direction of the blacksmith's shop in a humane manner. Ah! That's the taste, I found it, I found it. I saw an uncomfortable voice coming from a dark place in the forest. I found the target. It's in the blacksmith's shop in the village of the swordsmith. The kid is inside now, so let's take action. It turned out to be in the blacksmith shop. I said why I searched most of the village and didn't see a single person. I saw a voice suddenly came from a black ceramic jar in the village of the knife forger, as if chatting to the two people who were leading him around. Around the black pot, two stood a man and a woman. The man is a scrawny young man with a bare upper body, a hunchback with black and green short hair, and many black spots on his body, which makes people feel a sense of instinctive disgust at first glance. The woman is just the opposite. She looks extremely beautiful, with a bun on her head, tattoos of flowers on her left cheek and right forehead, and a pair of golden eyes, but her beautiful appearance does not become her bonus. The deep and mean temperament revealed by her completely destroyed the overall beauty. Shut up, Kyoko. I really don't understand why the Lord asked us to protect you. After this operation is over, I will definitely ask the Lord to pass on the title of fifth winding to me. Faced with Kyoko's noise, the young man with black and green hair seemed very impatient, and he didn't feel like the two were on the same team at all. Oh ho ho ho, if you can do it, try it, your ability is nothing compared to my art. Kyoko also didn't care about Gyudaru's taunt on the sixth winding. In his eyes, only his art is the most perfect existence. Seeing that the atmosphere between a kin and a person in front of him became more and more weird, the woman on the side also said, "Stop arguing. If you want to quarrel, wait until the mission is over. You should remember what happened when the mission failed." Hearing the adult mentioned by the woman, the quarreling voices stopped immediately. An expression of fear that could be clearly detected emerged on their faces. Since the last incident, that adult has become stronger and stronger. If the task fails, their lives will definitely be taken away by that adult without hesitation. It's still my younger sister who knows the severity, unlike this canned food that doesn't know anything. Gyudaru boasted confidently. Kyoko, who was angry at the side, couldn't help shaking, but thought that if he really fought now, it might affect the mission. He finally endured it. Thinking of Han Tengu who came with them but chose to enter the back of the village because of fear, Kyoko said with some apprehension, "I don't know what happened to Han Tengu's harvest. Maybe our mission has been completed." Speaking of Han Tengu, Gyudaru also nodded deeply. Different from them, this time Han Tengu received the gift from the adult far surpassing the three of them. If the four of them had gone together, the village would have been wiped out long ago. However, considering Han Tengu's cowardly character, it is not unexpected that he will split up with them. Wait, where is the smithy that Nakame was talking about? Daki, who was listening to the conversation between the two, finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked his brother Gyudaru. Facing Daki's question, they looked at each other and shook their heads together. "Hey, isn't there someone somewhere? Let's go ask him and we'll know." Chapter 47 Han Tengu, ask for flowers. Ask for your tickets. It's terrible, the sky is terrible. You actually want me to hunt and kill humans who are as strong as the adults, woo woo woo. In the middle of the road, a crooked figure who looked like an old man was walking towards the village in small steps. It seemed to be whispering something in the mouth. "Old man, what are you doing?" At this time, a pretty female voice came to his ears, and Kocho Shinobu, who was wearing a cherry blossom kimono, had already stood beside the old man at some point. This figure that looks like an old man is Hantengu, who broke away from the team and acted alone. He was lost at this time, and he happened to meet Kocho Shinobu, who was walking. Just as he looked sideways at Kocho Shinobu, he felt a cool sensation on his neck. "I'm looking for a blacksmith shop, girl, do you know where it is?" Seeing a harmless little girl suddenly appeared in front of him, Hantengu hid the fierce look in his eyes and asked kindly. "Grandpa, you are actually a ghost?" Facing Hantengu's question, Kocho Shinobu took a step back with a smile on his face. Hearing Kocho Shinobu's words, Hantengu no longer hid the fierce light in his eyes, and immediately wanted to pounce on and kill the young life in front of him. However, at this moment, a sense of powerlessness filled his whole body instantly. "Do you know, old man? Because my strength is relatively weak and I cannot cut off the head of a ghost, so my weapon is special." Seeing Kocho Shinobu said seemingly unintentionally, a gleam of cold light in the sleeve of his right hand appeared in Hantengu's sight. It turned out that when Hantengu asked Kocho Shinobu for directions just now, he was stabbed in the neck by Kocho Shinobu's Nichiren blades. And now, from where Kocho Shinobu stabbed his wound, a black mark is spreading towards Hantengu's body as time goes by. If the current situation remains unchanged, Hantengu will soon be controlled by Kocho Shinobu. However, just when Kocho Shinobu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden change happened. "You lied to me. I'm so weak and you still lied to me. Why do you all bully me, why?" I saw that Hantengu seemed to have lost the effect of poisoning, and kept roaring in the direction of Kocho Shinobu. Doda's tears kept flowing from his eyes, and his size was also getting bigger and bigger. The black traces of poisoning gradually disappeared on Hantengu's body, and a crack opened from the place where Hantengu was concentrated just now. Gradually the crack grew bigger and bigger, tearing Hantengu's entire being in two. Seeing this series of operations, Kocho Shinobu felt that the whole person was stupid. No matter how he stabbed him, he would split open. However, things that were even more unexpected by Kocho Shinobu continued to happen, and the split Hantengu's two bodies began to squirm. Almost instantly, the two halves of the body turned into two ghosts with a pair of horns again and stood in front of Kocho Shinobu. "Woman! I'm so angry. I want you to die." I saw the split ghost with the word anger engraved on its mouth and tongue. As soon as it appeared, it had a look of anger on its face. Now Kocho Shinobu is kicking in the direction of Kocho Shinobu. Boom! Before the sound could be heard, the rocks on the ground had already been kicked into powder by its powerful legs. "Stay angry, don't worry, I want to have a good time with her." When the dust on the ground dissipated, another figure gradually appeared in front of Kocho Shinobu. I saw another ghost, which was completely different from the previous anger, looked at Kocho Shinobu with a happy smile, and the word was also written on the tongue in his mouth. "Shut up, Coke, the adult's task is the first thing to do." Jinu yelled at Coke angrily, and a tin rod surrounded by lightning was transformed from the blood ghost technique in his hand. Okay, I understand, but I have to get rid of this little girl first." I saw Coke talking with a smile, and a fan appeared in his hand. Then both of them looked at Kocho Shinobu with killing intent on their faces. Is vampirism a splinter? No, the avatar is much stronger than the main body. Kocho Shinobu thought calmly. Obviously the current situation is not good for her at all, judging from the strength of that kick just now. Even one is enough trouble for her, but now there are two of them. And if the blood ghost technique of the main body is split, there is a great possibility that the next attack will also cause more classifications of ghosts in front of him. Obviously, it is definitely not a good way to fight head-on, and there are still many sword forgers in the village. The best way now is to lead the ghost in front of the village out of the village and delay until support arrives. Hey, that little girl seems to have run away. Seeing Kocho Shinobu make an escape strategy almost instantly, a playful smile similar to cat and mouse flashed in Koch's eyes. Chase. The pigeon was called to a meeting tonight, and the update time may be a bit late. Everyone pay attention to rest. Chapter 48 Big Crisis, Ask for Flowers. Ask for votes. On the other side of the village, Tomioka Jiyu, who just got the new Nichiren blades, also met the winding trio. Hey, are you really Zhu? Why are you so weak? I saw that Jihutaru, who was obviously smaller, was fighting Tomioka Jiyu with a tyrannical face at this time, and Daki had no backhand power. The situation at this time is not only bad for Tomioka Jiyu, not only to defend against the attacks of Jihutaru, but also to focus on guarding against Kyoko, who was looking at him with a playful face. His years of experience told him that the attack by the two Jihutaru in front of him was definitely not the deadliest to him. Once he let his guard down, Kyoko on the side will definitely deal him a fatal blow. Moreover, the most important thing is that the eyes of the three people in front of them all have signs of winding. Obviously, these three ghosts are all in the top position. Regarding the strength of Shangxian, he only now has a clear understanding. Even putting him against Jihutaru on his own seemed difficult, let alone a potential threat. Blood Ghost Art Thousand Needles Fish Killing. Just when he was pressed and beaten by Jihutaru, Kyoko, who was watching from the sidelines, finally started his action. In an instant, at Tomioka Jiyu's feet, a monster-looking giant goldfish jumped out of a water-weed pot next to it, and spit out a poisonous needle at the back of Tomioka Jiyu. And Tomioka Jiyu also reacted quickly, and a sideways jump will dodge the coverage area of the poisonous needle. However, how could Jihutaru and Daki let go of this opportunity? Seeing Tomioka Jiyu jumping into the air, Daki's expression froze, and the bloody ribbon in his hand instantly wrapped around Tomioka Jiyu's feet, making him unable to move in the air. Blood Ghost Art Blood Splatter Scythe. As expected, the two brothers and sisters had a good understanding, and Jihutaru smiled sinisterly when he saw his sister controlling Tomioka Jiyu. When he waved the huge double sickle in his hand, dozens of blood slashes like thin blades struck in the direction of Tomioka Jiyu. Oops! I saw that Tomioka Jiyu saw that there was no way out, so he could only advance instead of retreat. Water Breath 7 Shape Ripple Stab. Even though Jihutaru's slash could not be seen in the air, Tomioka Jiyu still responded instantly with his quick reflexes. Boom! Even though most of the fatal attacks were defended, the huge impact of the counterattack in the air still knocked Tomioka Jiyu into the air instantly, and slammed into the building behind him. Cough cough. Several mouthfuls of blood were coughed up from Tomioka Jiyu's mouth, and his slightly trembling hands had fully exposed his current state. Suddenly, a strong sense of powerlessness invaded his whole body instantly, and the severe pain that followed was like a tidal wave constantly impacting his willpower. Why? Didn't I already dodge the fatal attack? Tomioka Jiyu thought weakly. GG, do you feel like you can't move anymore? My sickle is smeared with poison, even the slightest wound will gradually turn into a fatal wound. Looking at Tomioka Jiyu, who was completely unable to move, Jihutaru sneered smugly. However, Tomioka Jiyu, who was holding his breath, paid no attention to him, and forcibly urged water breathing to stand up tremblingly. Looking at Tomioka Jiyu, who got up again, Jihutaru also had a look of impatience in his eyes. Their destination this time is the blacksmith shop. After Tomioka Jiyu knocked down the wall, the location of the blacksmith shop has appeared in front of the ghosts. I think you look pretty good. Damn it! I'm so jealous. I'm going to destroy you starting with your face. In order to quickly resolve the battle, Jihutaru directly picked up the scythe and jumped towards Tomioka Jiyu, who had lost his ability to move. Blood Ghost Art Round / Blood Splatter Scythe. Water Breath 1 Shape Water Surface Slash. Facing Jihutaru's jumping slash, Tomioka Gyuho could only swing out again with all his strength. Yet the ending is decidedly obvious. Boom! There was another bang, and Tomioka Gyuho had been knocked into the air by Gyudaru and fell in front of the blacksmith's shop. It's time to die. Gyudaru easily put the scythe behind him, and looked at Tomioka Gyuho's position again. However, even after suffering such a fatal injury on an ordinary person, Tomioka Gyuho tremblingly picked up the Nichiren blades that fell beside him again. Another gasp, Tomioka Gyuho finally stood up with great difficulty. He knew that once he fell, it would be the knife forgers who would face these terrifying winding ghosts. You managed to piss me off. Seeing Tomioka Gyuho standing up again like a xiaoqiang, Gyudaru finally showed a terrifying smile on his face. Chapter 49 It and number 039, S up to you. Ask for flowers. Ask for votes. Isn't this Master Gyuho? Seeing Tomioka Gyuho lying on the ground dripping with blood, many knife forgers gasped. What kind of enemy is it that can cause such serious injuries to even a person who has become a pillar? Wait, Gyudaru. Suddenly I have a great idea. I saw a voice gradually coming from a distance, and then a ferocious young man with black and green hair jumped into the blacksmith shop with 2 sickles in his hands. It was Gyudaru who came. As a ghost, he just instinctively sensed the sunlight that he hated in the aura here. That's right, this is definitely where the Nichiren blades are made. You stinky gourd, why order me? Gyudaru yelled in Gyoko's direction with a threatening face. And the words Shanglu in his eyes were also seen by the swordsmiths on the side. God, it's Shangxian, how did they find this place? Master Heiyu is still forging the fairy sword now, we must not let them disturb Master Heiyu. That's right, absolutely don't let them get close to Master Blackfeather. In a split second, the surrounding swordsmiths picked up the surrounding weapons, stepped forward, and covered the seriously injured Tomioka Gyuho. Now Heiyuming is completely immersed in the process of forging weapons, it seems that the surrounding things have nothing to do with him. Only the sound of ping pong 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 iron strikes came continuously, making the original dignified atmosphere even more depressing. Don't you think it would be interesting to turn all the swordsmiths into works of art in front of a pillar? With the sound of another sound, a black jar gradually rolled to the front of everyone. Also, don't you forget that the task assigned to you by that lord is to assist me, or do you want to disobey that lord's order? I saw a head slowly drilled out of the jar, and the words Shangwu in the eyes made everyone around feel a burst of terror. It was an unprecedented event that 2 wounded ghosts broke into the village of the swordsmith. Humph, it sounds interesting. Perhaps compromising the order of the adult, Gyudaru gradually put down the weapon in his hand and stood aside, wanting to see what the finished artwork Gyoko was talking about would look like. Wow! What an ugly jar, how dare a ghost like you talk about art? Only a familiar taunt came from the crowd of knife forgers. In the crowd, while digging his booger, Xiaodi threw the huge booger in his hand to Gyoko in an instant, and said disdainfully. This made Gyoko very angry. What he hates the most in his life is when others belittle his artistic taste, and this brat dares to say such a thing. Never let him go easily. Blood Ghost Art Blood Prison Bowl. I saw 2 water polo rising up in an instant, immediately enveloping the defenseless Xiaodi and Tomioka Gyuho who had lost his ability to move. Ha ha ha! You all watch me make art while I'm drowning. Seeing the pain of the 2 struggling in the water, Gyoko had a happy smile on his face. So which knifesmith will start making his art next? Whoa whoa whoa! Another sound of blacksmithing came from the back of the blacksmith shop. With Gyoko looking in the direction of the sound with a surprised face, 2 busy figures were still busy on the small forging platform. There are still people forging weapons at such a time? Are these 2 people deaf? However, after observing for a while, a cruel smile appeared on Gyoko's face. It's decided. Let's start with these 2 guys who don't know how to live or die. Chapter 50, the markings appear for the first time, asking for flowers. Asking for tickets. The scarlet blood moon hung high in the sky. The lingering moonlight spilled onto the earth like a pool of fresh blood. The moonlight shone through the blacksmith shop with a big hole in the roof, and shone on the only forging platform that was still working, hidden behind everyone. Surrounded by the forging table, the two concentrated on forging did not seem to notice the changes in the surrounding environment at all. GG. Accompanied by a burst of cold laughter, a figure crawled out of the jar on the side and slowly moved towards the two of them. Stop him quickly. Even if we risk our lives, we must never let him get close to Master Blackfeather. Seeing that Kyoko's target was the two black feathers who were completely silent in the forging, the village of the swordsmith village seemed anxious, and said loudly to the surrounding villagers. Absolutely don't let them get close to the master. I saw that the surrounding village names were more excited than they were being targeted by Kyoko, and they picked up the weapons in their hands and charged in the direction of Kyoko. For them, even if they lose their lives, they must not ruin the forging of the peerless Excalibur. Don't rush, don't rush. You are all part of my great art. Looking at the swordsmiths flocking towards him, Kyoko had a happy smile on his face. Blood ghost art, 1,000 needles fish killing. In an instant, a few ferocious goldfish jumped out of the surrounding pots, and spit out countless poisonous needles from their mouths, covering all the villagers in the rain of needles. With just one move, all the villagers lost their ability to move and fell to the ground, unable to move. Well, Xiao Tai, who was trapped in the water polo, had never seen such a tragic scene. Although his mouth is poisonous and smelly. But seeing these villagers who were with him day and night being treated so cruelly, he couldn't help but let out a painful voice. But now he is in the water. As soon as he opened his mouth, the air in his mouth was squeezed out by the huge water pressure. No, no, no. Little Iron, who had lost his air, kept waving his arms in the water in pain, but the surrounding water still firmly trapped him in it. Seeing Xiaoti's painful expression, Tomioka Jiu on the side also closed his eyes in pain. All because his strength is too weak, if his strength is as strong as that of Mr. Kuroba. This will definitely not be the case now. Seeing Xiaoti's movements gradually slowing down, Tomioka Jiu tried his best to swing the Nichiren blades in his hands. But the poison had already taken over his whole body, even with all his strength, he could only move his fingers a little. No, there is no other way. Just when Tomioka Jiu closed his eyes in pain, trying to escape the pain in front of him, it was as if a voice sounded in his ear. To pass on. A figure with orange hair overlapped with Hei Yumming's face and appeared in his mind. The pain on the right face, like being slapped, made Tomioka Jiu's dazed expression clear again. I can't fall down yet. At least until Mr. Kuroba finishes forging knives, I must not fall down here. Mr. Kuroba and Sabato's legacy, I must continue. A strong desire sounded in Tomioka Jiu's mind. Even he himself didn't notice that black spots gradually appeared on his face. Ah! For some reason, Tomioka Jiu suddenly felt that his whole body became extremely hot and full of strength. Swish! In an instant, the unbreakable water prison turned into a puddle of water under Tomioka Jiu's slash, and Xiaoti's water prison, which was already unconscious, was broken along with it. Must hurry. Tomioka Jiu kept urging in his heart, the most dangerous ones now are Hei Yumming and Iron Tsukaka Hataru, who are addicted to forging. You stinky mouse is quite tenacious. Gyutaro looked visibly surprised as Tomioka Jiu broke through Kyoko's dungeon. Then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. That bastard Kyoko is making art, and the black-haired boy who is said to be super powerful has not yet appeared. Then it would be good to play with this dying Zhu to pass the time now. Go away. However, something unexpected happened to Gyutaro. I saw the aura exuded by Tomioka Jiu at this time, as if it was completely different from before, exuding a smell that made Gyutaro feel uncomfortable. No shame. Watch me cut you into pieces. But after Gyutaro yelled at Tomioka Jiu's discovery, he was surprised to find that Tomioka Jiu had disappeared in place. Water-breathing one-shape water surface slash. Like the whisper of death, a cold tone suddenly appeared in Gyudaru's ear. Then a strong sense of weightlessness spread throughout Gyudaru's body. Hey, why is my body down there? Is this next to Daki's head? Almost instantly, the two heads flying side by side fell to the ground in unison. This is impossible. Feeling the disappearing body, Gyudaru roared in horror. He couldn't figure out why his identity changed from hunter to prey all of a sudden.